Oh, they got our hopes up by showing the judge come in and everybody gather around the bench. Now we're back to the seal in the wall of ham. Well, okay, here comes the prisoner, and there's Cruella slash Bellatrix slash Bride of Frankenstein slash Skunk Lady. No tomato. Tomato would be good on. Okay, the jury's coming in if they're showing the speaker on the ceiling. Yeah, tomato would be good. I didn't even know what hollandaise sauce was until I worked at a restaurant back in the I think it was 1985/1986. Hello, Tracy Michael. Welcome to our little band. I think that the jury is walking in. The judge came in and people gathered around the bench, and the defendant came into the courtroom, and then they went to show the ceiling, and now back to the wall of ham. So we're getting pretty darn close. So I kind of get the feeling that the state's case for death might wrap up today. Have they done enough to persuade the jury? I don't know. I kind of feel like we have to see what the defense puts forward, and then the state will do their rebuttal to that. And I think that that's probably where some more compelling stuff will be said. So, yeah. I'm not going to miss the wall of ham when this is over. I just can't believe that somebody looked at that and went, that's the design that we want for the courtroom. Yeah. So, let's see. I need to call the court today about the Jared Lysick hearing tomorrow. Originally, it was set for 8:30 in the morning, and they've moved it, at least last check, to 10:30. We've got a different prosecutor on the case, and they have a video link, and so I think that I won't have to drive down for it after all. Yeah, that is too much. Oh, there's the judge's head again. So he's standing up, so this must be the jury finally. Yeah, I wasn't looking forward to going down to Manti because I want to watch the trial here, and that would be probably it's 3 hours drive time. Figure it could take up to half of the day. I'd miss the entire day tomorrow.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning.
Okay, here we go.
We continue today the examination of witness Raimundo Garcia. Good morning, sir. You remain under oath. Please pull up the chair and tell us when you're ready. Mr. Boggs is your witness.
Thank you. And I apologize, Judge, I have a cough drop in my mouth. I apologize to counsel. And I believe where we left off, thank you for, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here again. I believe where we left off, defense exhibit number 11, Detective Garcia, you were looking at that. That is a page from what is a state exhibit and what is Grizelda's application for child support. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think I went through a very convoluted way of indicating that it's dated February 1st of 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of a page of the application that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit 11 be admitted into
Any
evidence.
objections to 11? Defense 11.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, sir. So, and I believe we indicated yesterday that in that application, Grizelda identified this man as Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ronald A. Burgos-Aviles.
And so it would seem for at least 2 months before she was killed that she knew that this man, that the father of her child's name was Ronald Burgos-Aviles, correct?
Correct.
And so if her family said that she'd identified him as Anthony, that was because she didn't tell her family. Did you? Because she knew him on Facebook Messenger, as you described, for a long time as Roro.
Correct.
Judge, if I could have just one moment.
Sorry.
Thank you for your patience, and I have passed the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, just a few items. Crime occur. Where was the crime scene located?
The crime scene was located by the Father Magnum Park, which is close to the riverbanks,
And what's across from the riverbanks?
Mexico.
Okay. And is in your experience is cell phone signals interrupted when you're on the riverbanks?
From my experiences, yes.
Yesterday, Mr. Boggs was asking you that Mr. Burgos was insisting or recommending that Dominic be taken to SA or something tomorrow. Do you remember that questioning?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 19 years.
And you began to explain to him when he was pushing you or asking you the questions about Mr. Burgos being the one recommending medical attention to Dominic. Is that an uncommon phenomenon or uncommon technique, or is it something that you've seen before, where a perpetrator seeks medical attention for a victim?
Yes, I have.
In what circumstances?
In domestic violence cases, where the husband would assault the victim, and they'll take the victim to the hospital, but they're always in control. They have that intimidation factor, and from my experience, it's because they want to sort of deflect suspicion from themselves.
What about in cases of child abuse?
In cases in child abuse, so there's instances where children will come into the hospital with grave injuries, brain injuries, even retina detached injuries, where the parents will bring them in, and they use the excuse the baby fell from the bed, baby fell from the couch. And again, it's the same thing. I mean, I think doctors will know. I don't know if you have children, but I do have children, and they have fallen from the bed, and they don't get injuries like that.
So in those cases, the scientific evidence, the MRI, the CT scan, refutes the explanation given by the parent.
Yes.
So
So again, I mean, it's the parents trying to deflect law enforcement from suspicion on them.
Judge,
Okay.
objection, we're far afield.
he opened the door to he precisely
Move on.
asked that
Let's move
question.
on.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
Any other questions?
If we could leave that exhibit on the
Sure.
projector. So, on redirect examination, you said that in domestic violence situations, the abuser takes the abused, and most of the time it is the husband and or a male is the abuser and a female is the abused. Is that correct?
Yes, and most of the times.
And the abuser wants control over the situation. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
And so the abuser will take the abused to the hospital, correct? That was the example that you gave?
Correct.
And they stay at the hospital in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Because it's the control is the key point, correct?
That's correct.
And you gave another example when asked by the district attorney about child abuse. Parents take the abused child to the hospital and then they lie about what happened, correct?
Correct.
And they stay with the child as the parent in order to control the situation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this example, Mr. Burgos-Aviles, and let's be clear, he's convicted of killing both Grizelda and Dominic some 2 weeks later. Everyone knows that, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, however, in this situation, he suggests to Grizelda to take Dominic to San Antonio, correct?
That's correct.
And he doesn't say, I will take Dominic to San Antonio, does he?
No.
Okay. He doesn't say, I will take Dominic to the hospital and get it checked out, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. And so it looks like in this message, your example about controlling the situation doesn't apply. Wouldn't you agree with that, Detective?
I think it does, given the what we know now. Okay, he killed somebody, and he tried to deflect law enforcement by pretending that by reporting it. I found the body.
So it's only in that retrospective that you're able to sort of try to reconstruct a story around this earlier incident. Am I understanding you correctly, Detective?
Yes,
But this message here doesn't indicate trying to establish control, does it?
I think it does.
All right. But he's not saying he's going to be present at the hospital, correct?
He's not saying that.
Okay. And the example you gave about the parents who come and say, oh, my child fell from the bed, they were lying, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, this message that the district attorney pointed out, and he did it the first time you testified as well, you know, he can get necrosis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's not a lie, right? It's not a lie like, oh, he fell from the bed, is it?
No.
So your examples that you just gave the district attorney about child abuse and about spousal abuse really have nothing to do with these messages, do they?
No. But okay.
I'd pass the witness.
You were gonna say something, but what?
So these messages, remember that they were sent on the 25th, and he was set to go to he had a meeting with the child support, I believe on the 27th. So from what I get from these messages is he's trying to deflect Grizelda from, or getting Grizelda to take him to San Antonio. That way he wouldn't have to go to that meeting.
Okay. Now, would you say you solved the crime in this case?
I would say yes.
And you're using all the evidence in your investigation to put the pieces together?
Correct.
Do you know when the first time in Dominic's life, Burgos decided to see him, how old he was for the first time?
How old he was?
How old was Dominic?
About the 1 year old and months.
18 months old.
18 months old.
For the first time in 18 months, do you know where he saw his son?
The first time he saw his son on the 25th of March at the Winfield Park.
And who set up that meeting?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that meeting was set up before what?
Before Dominic's injury.
And what was going to happen after that meeting?
The meeting with the child support.
Who chose the location and where to meet Dominic?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And that location was outside at a park.
Outside at a park, yes, correct.
And what was the conclusion of the injury at that time, being outside in the park, that Grizelda thought caused that injury?
Objection, Your Honor, this is cumulative. Just
Okay, no, it goes to control. He controlled it, the whole environment. He opened the door.
I think it's gone way beyond the scope of recross, redirect, and then the other redirect.
I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, wrap it up, please.
That injury was thought to have been caused by what?
A spider bite.
Spider bite. In the final meeting on April the 9th, who was in control?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
The investigation that Grizelda and her friend Adriana launched to find out where he lived, where he worked, who his wife was, his address. Do you know when that started?
I believe that started back in January of 2018.
Of 2018. Okay. No further questions.
Detective, you testified that the meeting at Winfield Park occurred on March 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And as a part of your investigation, you spoke to Ms. Adriana Flores, correct?
I didn't speak to her, but our investigators did.
Okay. You oversaw the investigation.
Yes.
That, spoke to her. And you were aware as a part of your investigation that she was the best friend of Grizelda Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, you just referenced her, or the district attorney referenced her in the question about when they started investigating Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
Correct. Correct.
Now, you, as a part of your investigation, or your team, collected text messages from Adriana and Grizelda, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that the night before the Bad Bunny concert, which occurred on March 25th, that Grizelda said she'd been up all night with Dominic, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
That was because Dominic was sick and coughing the entire night before the first time Mr. Burgos-Aviles saw his child, correct?
Yes.
I passed the witness.
Were you also aware that Adriana Flores' baby, Aaron, also had a cough and was up all night?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr. Dr. Detective, you may step down and go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, Mr.
Jose Luis Macias, yeah.
Jose Macias. Macias, come right over here.
Judge, may we approach?
Okay. Let me swear him in real quick.
Sure.
You raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat over here, sir. Approach.
Waverly Law. Running a law firm can feel like you're treading water. But Clio makes it easier with document management and legally binding e-signatures. Clio, the law firm lifesaver.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll ask you to make sure your mic is on and speak loudly so the court reporter can get your responses.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jose Luis Macias.
Mr. Macias, how are you employed?
I work for the Webb County Jail as a mental health specialist.
Okay, and how long have you been working for the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
13 years and 8 months.
Okay. And how did you become the mental health specialist?
Before working at the Webb County Jail, I was working at Border Region Behavioral Health Center as a crisis intervention worker and as an intake worker, as an jail diversion worker.
So you started at the local
Mental Health Authority in Laredo.
okay, the mental health services in Laredo, which is now Border Region.
Correct. Which is Border Region.
And what is your educational background in?
Bachelor's in criminal justice, minor in psychology, and a master's in public administration.
Okay. Now, what does a mental health specialist do? You can tell the jury.
There with Webb County Jail, what we do as a mental health specialist, what you do is you conduct daily assessments on individuals that come to the jail that complain of mental health services, or they have history, or that reported something related to mental health when they arrive to the jail.
Now, when they arrive to the jail, is that somebody who perhaps has just recently been arrested?
Correct. That's what I mean by that, yes.
Okay, so when they're arrested, they come into your custody, correct?
Correct.
And then you conduct an assessment of the person.
Right.
And
First,
what is the purpose that when they come in there that you're conducting this assessment?
the purpose is to find out if they need further evaluation, if they actually need mental health services, which means medication inside the jail. And by that, we do it through Webb County Jail psychiatrist, Dr. Mero Sanchez. If we see, based on our assessment, that somebody needs further evaluation, we refer them to either psychiatrist or Border Region, which is another option.
And is this something that's required under the law by policy?
Correct, by the state, the Texas Commission, yes, of jail
Texas-
standards.
So under the Texas Jail Standards, the Texas Jail Commission, you're required to make an assessment of the inmate as he comes in, correct?
The jail is supposed to do that, yes.
So walk us through when somebody comes in, what do you do in order to make your initial assessment?
Well,
tell us.
first of all, when somebody comes to the jail, obviously they get screened first by the nurse. And the nurse uses some of the state forms that we have, that the state provides. And in there's a lot of questions regarding mental health. Questions like if you have history of mental health, if you've been on treatment regarding mental health, if you have attempted suicide in the past, if you have suicidal thoughts, if you have psychosis, if you have hallucinations, just probably I can finish my other form, but it's a lot of questions regarding mental health. So whoever complains of something, whatever it is regarding mental health, it could be depression symptoms, it could be suicidal, it could be hallucinations, it could be whatever symptom related to mental health, those they get referred to us by the nurse.
Okay, and how is it that you yourself make your assessment through? Let me ask you, is it through observation, through looking?
Correct. That's one. Yes.
That's
Basically
one.
what we do is we bring the inmate down to our office and we sit with them face to face and we conduct daily assessments where we pretty much is like an interview.
Okay, and based on that interview, you decide if the person is in crisis or in need or in further services.
Correct. That is correct, sir.
Or if they're okay.
Correct. That is correct.
And if they're okay, then what happens with the inmate?
If we determine that there's no crisis, there's no need for mental health, that's where it ends probably, unless the individual requests to see us again.
Okay. Now, were you working on the day of April the 10th of 2018?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to come in contact with a Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that individual here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. He's here.
Okay. And is he an inmate at your Webb County Jail?
Correct.
Okay. If you could walk us through, he came in on what day?
I have the chart here, the medical chart. I'm sure I can look at it, right?
Please.
He arrived on 4/10/2018.
Okay. And did you conduct one of your mental health assessments?
That day, yes, sir.
Okay. Can I approach you?
Amen.
569. Is that next? Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 569. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Was it prepared by yourself?
Yes, I did this.
And does it very accurately depict what's contained there?
Correct. Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Now we move to offer State's Exhibit 569.
Admitted objections have been overruled.
Thank you. Commissioner Publisher. I'm showing you on the overhead here, the mental health assessment. Can you walk us through this assessment?
Yes, sir. This is what we use at the Wake County Jail. It's just a mental health assessment, as it says right there, on the date of 4/10/2018,
And what time did you conduct this assessment?
11 a.m.
And this is on Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Burgos-Aviles, Ronald, date of birth 4/1989.
What do we have in here? What are these boxes?
Those are some of the symptoms that I was explaining earlier that people with mental health can present.
Okay, was Mr. Burgos, did he present himself with anxiety?
No,
Did you note any hallucinations?
no,
Did you note any delusions?
no,
Did you note any psychosis?
no,
Did you note any depression?
no.
So in all of these areas, you did not note anything, correct?
I didn't observe anything like that, and he also didn't report anything like that.
What were you able to, what sort of information were you able to ascertain of Mr. Burgos? His age?
Correct.
What else?
That he was from Puerto Rico. He was a border patrol agent, and that he was incarcerated on 2 charges of capital murder.
Okay. What was he concerned about?
He stated right there that he was upset and embarrassed about his arrest.
Can you approach me?
in this section, this is what Mr. Burgos reports to you.
Correct.
What does he report to you regarding his mental health status?
What he said there was that upon arrival to Waco, he missed that he was not sure if he wanted to hurt himself or not, as per nurse's notes. That's something that he said to the nurse that screened him when he arrived to the jail, before I saw him.
What does it say here?
Inmate reports once experienced suicidal ideations in 2012 due to marital problems, but didn't attempt suicide. Inmate denied hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal ideations, or dead wishes at that time.
No, but up here.
Inmate stated was not sure if he wanted to hurt himself or not, as per nurse's notes. And that, again, I'm saying that's something that he said upon arrival to the nurse that screened him. When I saw him, he denied any suicidal, homicidal thoughts.
Did he, what about the topic of hallucination?
He denied hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal ideations, or dead wishes at that time to me.
He denied suicide, homicidal ideations, or death wishes?
Correct. He then complains of being on full suicide watch, which was cold and with no mattress.
So, talk to us about what does that mean?
Being on full suicide watch, when somebody comes to the jail and voices suicidal ideations or doesn't respond to the question if you're having suicidal ideations, or protocol or precaution is to put you on full suicide watch, which means instead of a regular uniform, you get a green gown. It's a green gown provided in all the jails in the state, and you're isolated, preferably in a booking area, to be observed and monitored every 30 minutes.
And he complained about that.
He complained of being in that status. That is correct.
What about active psychosis or hallucination?
I didn't see anything, and that's where I put no active psychosis, hallucinations observed, and delusions were not evident.
If you were to observe psychosis, what sort of symptoms would you look for?
Psychosis will present, an individual has psychosis, he has no, it's called loose association with reality. He starts presenting symptoms like hallucinations, auditory or visual hallucinations, or delusions, which means you're hearing voices or you're seeing things, or you can perhaps, if you're in your cell or you're talking to somebody like that, it appears like he's responding to internal stimuli.
Objection, Your Honor, this witness hasn't been qualified to speak to these issues.
And so you didn't observe him talking to an imaginary figure?
Correct, nothing like that. There was no bizarre or defiant behavior. Obviously, no signs of mental decompensation.
And this is what you do full-time is assessments, correct?
Correct,
You
daily,
You see inmates every day,
daily, yes, sir.
and your job is to detect mental health issues.
Correct, any symptoms related to mental health?
Now, do you do treatment for them?
No,
Now, what is this mental status observed? This is this box.
that's pretty much what I observed when I sat with him, when I saw him face to face.
Let's go over that.
Appearance, I saw obviously that he was wearing this suicide gown that we talk about.
Okay.
His behavior, his attitude at the time was cooperative. He was calm. Mood, maybe slightly anxious, congruent to mood. That was his effect. His speech was clear, was normal. Eye contact was good. Thought process, he was coherent, he was logical, he was organized. Suicidal thoughts, as he mentioned to me, there was none. And psychotic symptoms, I didn't see anything. Non-reported or detected, I put there, which means he didn't report any, and I didn't see any. Inside judgment was good at the time. And he was alert and oriented ×3, which means he was oriented to person, place, and time.
We knew where he was.
Correct.
We knew if it was day or night. Did you know?
Correct.
Is it normal for somebody who comes into jail to be anxious?
Yes, we can say that, especially with the charges.
Yeah, but just in general, when somebody is in jail, You know anxiousness.
Correct.
All we hear, you say he was made aware of.
Mental health services at Wake County Jail. Basically, he was made aware that I was the worker there as a mental health specialist, that we had a psychiatrist, that we had mental health services in the jail.
If he needed any help, you were there.
Correct.
If I may approach you.
Good. Could I see the document? I'm not sure if it's
been marked as State's Exhibit 570. Ask you to look at those documents, those 3 pages. Are you familiar with these documents?
Yes.
Do they fairly accurately depict what's contained therein?
Yes.
Did you prepare these documents?
Yes, I did.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
And we'll move to offer State's Exhibit 570.
Subject to the conversation of defense.
Subject to all of that, and same rules in the court, 570 is admitted.
This would be the second mental health assessment that you've done.
Yes.
And what was the date of this?
Day May 25th, 2018.
Did you note any conditions here of or complaints?
He didn't report any.
So there's no psychosis,
No psychosis there.
no delusion,
No delusions.
no hallucinations,
Correct.
no anxiety,
Correct.
no sleep problems,
Correct.
no depression,
Correct.
no suicidal ideation.
That is correct. The only thing that he complained there was where it says other.
The uniform.
Correct.
Over here where it says, read this.
Yes, inmate denies current depressive symptoms, anxiety, auditory visual hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal ideations, or death wishes. No history of suicide attempts reported. Stated has been sleeping and eating fine. Inmate behave appropriately during interview. No active psychotic features detected. No signs of mental decompensation were evident, and no distress noted.
And this is after we've been with you over a month, right?
Correct.
His appearance,
His appearance, again, he was wearing the suicide gown, but had proper hygiene. He was mood was neither elated nor depressed. Affect was appropriate. Speech was normal. Eye contact there was good. Thought process, he was coherent and logical. Suicidal thoughts, non-reported. Psychotic symptoms, non-observed. Inside judgment was good, and he was oriented times 3 again, and stable.
in your assessment here is that he's not.
Yeah, my assessment says that mental health specialist conducted a suicide assessment on inmate, and it was determined inmate is not in mental health crisis or at suicide risk at this time. Inmate signed the no suicide contract. Inmate was made aware of mental health service at Webb County Jail again, and agreed to submit a major request as needed.
And what is the suicide contract?
Suicide contract is just like an agreement that he signed saying that he doesn't have any suicidal thoughts. On top, it says, I agree not to hurt myself, either accidentally or on purpose. If I'm unable to keep this agreement, I will contact the Webb County Medical Department staff. The agreement contract was signed by Mr. Burgos, another worker, and myself.
He was.
Correct, the whole time.
What are we looking at here?
This is part of the suicide assessment.
Okay. And
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe this was a part of the, and that if I could look at the exhibit.
sure, yes, go ahead. And it was yesterday. I'm gonna just So you checked these off while you were with him?
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Correct, because he was segregated. He was on full suicide watch.
Was he psychotic?
No.
Clinically depressed?
No.
Elevation and mood?
No.
So these were done on July 7th and on October 10th.
Correct.
I already made a ruling on this.
Yes, but I will be home in June, but I will ask him if he could. I thought it was only October 3rd.
Okay. So at this time, you've done 2 assessments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember at any time in June of 2018 being advised by Mr. Burgos's attorney not to conduct any more assessments?
Yes.
Did you in fact conduct another assessment in October of 2018?
When I remember, there's a note. That means yes, I did.
Or if you can refer to your notes.
October 3rd, 2018. That is correct.
So, but 4 months before that, you had received a letter not to conduct
Correct. Yes.
any assessments. Is that right?
Yes.
So without revealing the contents of the assessment, okay, without revealing anything in the assessment, why would you have conducted an assessment after receiving that letter from his attorney?
The reason being because I believe he was on suicide gown again, and I needed to reassess him in order to help him out and give him a uniform again. That was the only reason.
Questions?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, about your qualifications in just a moment, but what I'd like to address first is your descriptions of your interviews with Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
Yes, sir.
In every interview, he was cooperative, correct?
Yes,
And he was respectful with you, is that correct?
correct.
And he knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, you indicated on direct examination that he was oriented to time and place, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so oriented to time and place means it was your belief that he understood where he was and what was happening, correct?
correct. Yes,
All right. And you knew, for instance, that he was facing a possible death sentence.
correct.
Okay. So if he's oriented to time and place, and you knew that he was facing a possible death sentence, it's fair to infer that he knew he was facing a possible death
It's
sentence.
fair.
Okay. And now you also discussed psychosis with the district attorney on direct examination.
Correct.
And you indicated that, and I want to talk about your qualifications in a moment, but you indicated that you did not see any signs of psychosis in Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. You didn't observe him hearing voices or apparitions or fantasies, correct?
Or delusions. Correct.
Right. I think the district attorney used imaginary as his word. You didn't observe any of that, correct?
Correct.
Now, like I said, I want to speak about your qualifications in a moment, but from your opinion and understanding, psychosis is a continuum, right? It's a progression. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So full-on psychosis would mean when you're seeing things that are not there, correct?
Say that again.
Full-on, like on the far end of psychosis, that means that you're hearing voices that aren't really talking to you. correct?
Or you have delusions.
Or
Yes.
delusions. That would be full on.
Correct.
Now, there's no way for you to observe whether or not his thinking and thought processes had been affected, correct?
When I saw him, his thoughts, like it says in the report, they were coherent, logical, and organized.
But you don't know what's going on inside his head, correct?
I just
So you're not claiming to be a mind reader, right?
no, definitely not.
Mr. Brooklyn. Mr. Boggs, Mr. Ellery.
Now, sir, I'd like to talk about your job and your training.
Yes, sir.
Your title at the Webb County Sheriff's Office is Mental Health Specialist.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct examination that you have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Yes.
Is that correct? And then a minor in psychology.
That is correct.
All right. And that's a part of that bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Now, and you also have a master's degree in public administration.
That is
correct?
correct. Yes, sir.
out. Would it be fair to say we could both agree that it's the psychology minor that is the relevant part of your job as a mental health specialist? Is that correct?
And I guess the criminal justice also, because that's where I work at the county jail.
And now, I apologize, but for a minor in psychology, that is how many hours, sir, of college credit?
Probably 18 hours.
18 hours. So is that about 6 classes? Is that
I want
correct?
to say yes.
Okay, so you took 6 undergraduate classes in psychology, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, right, you're not giving any clinical impressions, are you?
No.
Okay, as a matter of fact, you need a license to give clinical impressions, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't hold that license?
No.
And I think you testified on direct examination that you do these mental health screenings every day, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and matter of fact, what I believe I heard you say is that the law requires every inmate to be screened for mental health. Is that
Correct.
correct? So you have a lot of inmates that you have to screen every day, is that
That we
correct?
see. Yes.
And a part of that is that you want to decrease violence and self-harm within the jail. Is that correct?
Make sure that they're safe, first of all. Yes.
And as a part of your screening, you're not there to discuss their criminal case, correct?
No, I can say we don't. We just probably the first question that I'll ask in my assessment is just why are they there? If they're aware of the charges, that helps me to find out that they understand and they're oriented.
So, but it's a part of your training not to get into the facts of their criminal case, correct?
Right. I'm not gonna investigate anything about that. Yeah.
Okay. Matter of fact, you don't give them a waiver or tell them that they have a Fifth Amendment privilege not to speak to you, do you?
No, all I do again is pretty much I just about his legal status. I just ask about the charges, which obviously I know whether they're right. I have a system where it tells me why is he there, what the charges are.
And you don't, for instance, tell these inmates that you're screening that anything they say could be used against them in a court of law like they do in movies, right? You don't tell them that.
No.
And yet you're here testifying against Mr. Burgos-Aviles today, aren't you?
Yes, I'm here.
And in this case, the district attorney talked about a letter that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' former lawyer wrote asking that you not have contact with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that wasn't me, right?
Right.
Okay. Because I wouldn't do that. Now, as a matter of fact, you had a verbal argument with that previous attorney about this case, didn't you?
That I don't know. I don't remember.
You
I
don't remember?
Yeah, I don't think so.
And it was after that verbal argument that he wrote the letter asking that a counselor, and he put it in quotes, be restricted from visiting Mr. Burgos-Aviles.
I don't remember having any contact with the attorney.
I think you told the district attorney that that letter is in your file.
The letter, yeah. The letter got to the medical department. It was filed on the chart.
And part of your job as a mental health specialist in the Webb County Jail is to monitor and make sure that people are safe, correct?
Correct.
Now, since that first time that you saw Mr. Burgos-Aviles on April 10th of 2018, there have been no reports of violent acts by Mr. Burgos-Aviles, have there?
No.
Matter of fact, you told us in every interaction that you've had with Mr. Burgos-Aviles, he's been respectful and cooperative, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated that you spoke to him just last week, correct?
Yes.
And that was after this jury convicted him of, correct?
That is correct.
And he knew at that time that this jury would decide whether or not he would spend the rest of his life in prison and die in prison or be executed, correct?
I assume that.
I'm gonna object to the relevance of this line of questioning. I think he's way outside the scope of the relevancy of what Mr. Macias is here for.
One more question on this line.
Come on, let's wrap it up.
And knowing all that, he was respectful and cooperative with you a week ago, correct?
Yes.
If I could just have a moment. Thank you for your patience and for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
After the verdict of guilty for double homicide, capital murder, was Mr. Burgos' accommodations changed?
Yes, they did.
Did he complain about that change?
Yes, he did.
Hold on a second. I think I already ruled on that issue with the documentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but he just asked him, he was just asking him if Mr. Burgos had been cooperative or not complained about anything at the jail on specifically after the verdict. And I just wanted to ask him that question, that if after the verdict, Mr. Burgos complained, that's all.
All right, go ahead.
Did he complain after the verdict?
Yes, he complained of being placed in another cell.
Okay. How many inmates have you assessed in your 13 years?
I would not know, but many.
Thousands?
Probably.
And the reason you're here is because the state of Texas required you to be here, correct?
Correct.
And I brought you here, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Anything else? Reader, recross?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You are excused me. Go ahead.
Thank you.
One second.
Okay, it looks like we are having a morning break. I didn't hear the judge say anything. Let me take a look and see what we've got today. Looks like we got a new video from Lady Colin Campbell. I can't wait to watch that later.
And the issue that has been already brought to the court's attention with regard to the jail calls that the state intends to admit into evidence, and has already, the defense has already advised the court that it has objections to them. So let's talk about it now so that we do that outside of presence of the jury. Okay, so you were given by the state a filtered down list of calls that, in fact, out of the 100, many more calls than that. But I think before this last filtering, it was like 109 calls, 110 calls that had been given to you, and from that it went down to about how many, Ms. Jackman? 3 calls, and
then some email communication.
and some email communication. Okay, so that's been whittled down quite a bit, and 5 calls and some email communication, and that's been whittled down quite a bit, obviously from the 109 calls, and then obviously from the original calls. And you've advised the court that you still like an opportunity to object outside of presence of the jury, so that we can take a look at some of those objections. So in the court will go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You're good.
Okay. I have a number of objections I'd like to make for the record. Some are constitutional and apply to the entirety of the proposed evidence by the state, and some are specific to individualized calls. So for the record, before I begin, I just want to note that this is an instance, I believe, where my client is prejudiced by his indigent status. We are up against the kind of unlimited resources of the state. These are 5 years of jail calls, many of which are in Spanish. We don't have a Spanish interpreter on staff, so the team has been forced to go through years of calls and emails until the state provided there, as you noticed, over 100 jail calls, which they may use in trial. And then last night or this morning around 1:30 in the morning, we were provided with the final list of 5. Some of those calls were entirely in Spanish. We were provided a transcript of the one that was, but one of them was about half and half. And so that transcript was not provided. The team had to then use their resources to do that mid-trial. And so I think, first of all, that's an equal protection violation. He's indigent and does not have the funds to, secure the same resources as the state does. Second of all, the use of jail calls overall, specifically the contents that are included in the ones in this case, we believe violate his 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights to defend, as well as his rights under the Texas Constitution. These are 5th Amendment violations, truly, Your Honor. There is one recording at the beginning of the call that says it may be recorded. There is nothing that says it may be used against him in a court of law. There's no knowing or intelligent or voluntary waiver for any of these statements. And so for all of the calls, we believe they violate both his 5th Amendment rights and the Confrontation Clause, as well as they're all hearsay. None of these statements contain any admissions of any crimes or intent to commit crimes. The 3 calls that are from April 18th, 2018, May 4th, 2018, and March 4th, 2020 are all with his wife. So they are both covered under the spousal privilege under the rules of evidence. They are hearsay within hearsay. Many of them contain statements that the wife is making about things that other people are saying to her or conversations she has had with other people. And so furthermore, Your Honor, 2 of the calls that the state has noticed were made during the merits phase of this trial. They were made with another woman and his mother. And so I think, both of those calls include comments on things that are happening during the trial, not evidence, but they are commentary on his behavior, and they include statements of his expressing concern about the cameras in the courtroom. So, Your Honor, I don't believe that he can make any type of defense against these statements without being forced to testify. And there is a doctrine, as I'm sure Your Honor is aware, that requires, it does not allow the condition of one constitutional right to be conditioned upon the waiver of another. So he's not been convicted of a crime, right? So he's in jail. He is provided with this means of communication by the state, in which really he either has to isolate himself and refuse to communicate with anybody who's supportive in his environment, or create evidence through a means that the state is going to use against him either way. So if he makes statements about the crime that are allegedly inculpatory, they're going to use those against him. If he avoids making those statements, they're going to say, look, he has whatever they're going to say about these statements that don't have to do with the crime or any of the allegations against him. And they're not in preparation for any other crime or bad act. And so I don't believe they're relevant. If they are relevant in any way, they're overly prejudicial under 403. And there's no legitimate security concerns indicated at any of the calls, which would give the state interest to both listen and then use these calls against him. So we would argue that the use against him violates numerous evidentiary provisions as well as the United States and Texas Constitution.
Thank
Your Honor, it is,
you. Can I see the phone, the transcript, the exhibits?
the exhibits, but then they're not all transcribed, Your Honor. Some of them are in English. So
I know how to read English. What do you mean?
we did not transcribe are you saying you want the transcription of the English calls?
Okay, how are you going to present them as evidence?
We're going to play them. They're in English.
They don't transcribe them? The
No.
jail doesn't transcribe them?
And that is part of our objection, Your Honor.
We have a translation of one that was in Spanish into English. And so this is why we selected the ones that were in English. And they are admissions by Mr. Burgos. And despite what
Admissions of the act, but this is not the guilt in innocence phase of the
Your
trial.
Honor, any statements made by Mr. Burgos are admissible because
Well, they have to be relevant still.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree. And we also know that we just right now, Mr. Boggs discussed the issue of control. That is a big issue in this case. We'd like to show that Mr. Burgos, one of the things that we'd like to highlight.
Mr. Boggs did not issue the control, was Mr. Alanis that started with the control.
He responded to Mr. Boggs' questioning on, isn't it true that it's usually a spouse who is the first one
Well,
to
I'm not
be
gonna go back and forth with who started with
Right.
control, but my understanding was that the questions, direct examination to Mr. Garcia was about control, and Mr. Boggs responded on the control issue. And that continued back and forth for a while, but anyway. Okay, so
Your Honor,
what is it that you all want to play? I mean, I can't allow it to be, I can't allow it until I see it or until I hear it. So, how long are they and things like that?
most of them were kept to the shorter ones. There were 5 minutes. There's one
Yeah.
that's longer.
Yes, Your Honor. There's, I believe, two that are, if you just look at the substance itself.
Well, I want to know what you're gonna offer. Forget about just the substance. Are you gonna offer the whole thing or just the clip of it?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to offer the whole thing, and the first two calls are about 6 minutes long. And I do want to say that the first three calls were given to the defense months before. This wasn't something we just gave them.
I don't need to complain about that. Oh, about the Spanish part.
Yes,
No, not the Spanish part, but just the part that they had to go through 100 calls, Your Honor. We gave them those 100 calls 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, in 2-week increments. So they've had these for a while. It wasn't something that they just.
The narrowed down.
If you have to give me the content of the, I want to hear them.
Well, Your Honor, I also would like to have an opportunity to respond to the idea that they do not have a funding source, Your Honor, because we are well aware that that's.
No one knows more about how much funding the
Yes.
defense has than this court.
And if that was
Because-
necessary,
Because, I mean, I'm the one that's signing off on all those things. There's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that have been spent on the defense witnesses and investigators and mitigation specialists and, I mean, hundreds of thousands have been spent on, as a result of the decision that was made to file a capital case with a death penalty provision. So I don't think that, in any event, I'm not concerned about and I think that the court, if the Court of Appeals does not know this or can imply this or infer this, somebody can put that in evidence of the invoices that we have. But anyway, see, it's hard for me to rule on anything you're going to say unless I actually hear what's being complained of. I heard her say Fifth Amendment right, hearsay, relevance, 403, equal protection. That's what I heard. So you want to
My
respond
understanding
to
for
those
the
in general? You can. Go ahead.
my understanding for the equal protection judge is that they have an opportunity to have requested an expert or a translator if that was necessary. And so that was my response to that argument where they were unable to do that. The part that it was a spousal privilege, once it is revealed to a third, once it is revealed, and these were conversations that they were well aware were recorded, they are not privileged once they are already revealed on the recording. Additionally, Judge, the right for the spousal. May I have that?
Pursuant to the code, Your Honor, there are exceptions. And so the code makes it extremely clear that there is no right under the spousal privilege code or rule of Texas Rules of Evidence when a child is injured in the case. Here we have a baby who was murdered. Therefore, there is no spousal immunities, no spousal privilege, nothing of that sort.
Before the actual crime or post?
This is post-crime.
No, I know the conversation for post-crime.
Oh,
The exception that you're talking about.
oh, it's been around since 1996.
No, sir. No. Does the exception apply to conversations before the conduct, before the charge, before the murder, or after?
What applies to all confidential spousal communications.
And you understand that I have to see that, and I.
Yes, no, absolutely. I
I'm
mean,
one of the guys that need to,
I mean-
St. Thomas, was it, you know? Was it, yes, I know it in Spanish, I don't know it in English. I que ver para creer, that type of thing. In any event, that's what I'm at.
If Your Honor would like, before we continue with arguments, we can just play what's being debated.
I don't want to play like that, just play. That's 6 minutes, Mr. Garza said, another 5 minutes on another call. That's just 2 calls. And then, and is it the entire conversation something that you need to play, or is that what you all think is relevant?
You know, the purpose of bringing in these calls is to show the defendant's character and the downright cruelty, the way he responds to his spouse, which in the interview, if the court will remember, he insisted on trying to speak to her as though he was very concerned about her. And when you hear these calls, it's quite the contrary. He's the one who's concerned. There's another call with his mother. He even says he's the one that's important. There's another call with his mother where he tells his mother, why would you show up? And again, it shows control. And then he tells her, you're looking for, I'm the one that's important, not you. These, we believe, are very relevant to show his character. And so despite what defense is saying, there's a purpose for bringing in these calls to show that. And we have to show, it is our burden, Your Honor, to show that it is, that these.
That's not your burden.
To show
On the mitigation part of it?
to show his state of mind, his character.
No, but you said it was for mitigation, the character portion is the mitigation portion. The number one is the future dangers question.
And character may be considered in deciding the first special issue. It specifies that in the code. And so these, we believe, militate for the death penalty. These are things that we can talk about and discuss to show the jury the type of individual that Mr. Burgos is.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Okay, that was, wait, we're not finished with it because I think there's still a relevance in 403 and hearsay.
And the privacy right, Your Honor.
What?
And the waiver of privacy right or conditioning the Fifth Amendment on that as well.
Right, yes, after that, you skip to spousal privilege. Fifth Amendment right to privacy was another one of her. And I guess
Your Honor,
you're in jail,
yes.
one, and then you are being advised that this conversation is being recorded. And so the expectation of privacy question comes into play, right?
Yes, Your Honor, but I believe that the zones of privacy that are inherent in both the Texas and the federal constitutions also protect the right to maintain relationships, to free speech. These are not communications that are relevant to the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt there is a probability that he will commit future acts of violence. The circumstances and character of the client or the defendant are asked specifically with regards to special issue number 2. And in order to rebut Mr. Burgos-Aviles would have to then violate his own Fifth Amendment right in order to vindicate his rights to maintain some sort of personal privacy while in jail, which is not entirely diminished by the fact that he's in custody, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, if there was calls like, how are you all? Hope you all doing great. How are the kids? You know, where are y'all at? Have y'all get situated well over there? Those calls wouldn't be presented here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's still maintaining, you know, your relationships with people and yada, 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 right? That type of thing. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't maintain your, what did you say? Your familial relationships because you're in jail and force you to testify in any sort of way. I mean, they want to pick them out because of the manner of the conversations and the character of the conversations, as opposed to the fact that he conversed with individuals that are related to him. And I guess that's what I hear them say.
Additionally, Your Honor, I intend to show the volume of calls because we also are distinguishing the punishment of death, the death penalty, and life without the possibility of parole, and the privileges that an individual gets as an inmate under life without the possibility of parole. They continue to have communications and both in email.
You already got that into the first witness you had.
Right, but I want to show the volume that he has. They're not the individual calls, but the volume of calls, especially because they've portrayed Mr. Burgos as a loving family, a father and husband. I guess when they talked about Amy, and we'd like to show that the volume of communication between him and his wife has almost, it's reduced completely, and now it is with another individual who we have one of those emails that shows he's been able to nurture and create, I guess, some sort of relationship, Your Honor. And so again, we believe that we have the.
Is he divorced now? Or?
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Burgos has been incarcerated for 5 years. The volume of his communications with friends and family has no probative value of anything.
Your Honor, if I may, with
The
regards to,
expectation of that is such.
well, with regards to that, Your Honor, in one of the pertinent phone calls that we intend on introducing, when talking to a woman, he says they're debating. She tells him she's concerned about what's going to happen, and this call happened on the 5th or 4th of July of this year, so just days ago. And she's concerned about what's going to happen with regards to the guilty verdict, or that we now know as a guilty verdict. Mr. Burgos on the phone and in English says, "Don't worry about it, because worst case scenario, no matter what happens, I'm just going to be moved far away, and we're still going to message, and we're still going to talk, and we're still going to have calls. And if I go home, then we're still going to message, and we're still going to talk. So nothing's going to change." Those are his words.
Your
And,
Honor,
and we would say that that's probative to what we need to prove for future dangerousness. Not only because what goes into proving future dangerousness includes character evidence that militates the death penalty. And in this particular case, what we're trying to show is that, one, he has no remorse. Two, he doesn't care what happens, because no matter what happens, he's going to be in La La Land having the same conversations with these various women that he's conversed with over the 5 years he's been incarcerated.
Your Honor, that's a perfect example of a communication between people in a relationship where one is expressing concern to the other about their future, and he is trying to reassure her that that's taken out of context and it's irrelevant to what the state has to prove. I mean, this is the condition which he is in due to the state's prosecution. He has a limited way to assure someone who he cares about.
Why is it that we get to play what she's saying? Why is that not hearsay?
Well, there would be an exception.
What is the exception?
Well, we're not trying to prove it for the matter asserted. The truth.
Then if you are, you're trying. You just argue that in fact the jury should be able to know that in fact.
No,
What Mr. Burgos is thinking, that there's nothing that in fact there is not going to be anything that's going to happen. Everything's going to be okay. How is that not?
But
how is
that's
that
his
not- I'm sorry.
admission.
Give me a second. Sorry, Mr. Lee.
yes,
How is that not? That you're offering it for that particular purpose?
because I'm not trying to prove that the individual he's talking to is worried about what the verdict may be. What I'm trying to show is the party admission that he says nothing's going to change. What she said isn't being proffered to the court or to the jury to
That's
show that.
hearsay. Unless you bring her here, I mean, it's hearsay. That's my interpretation.
But without
of it.
context of
Anyway,
what she's
that's my
asking.
interpretation of that call. You can play his portion of it. I overrule your concerns. There's no Fifth Amendment right on that issue. They're at the jail. They have a limited right at the jail with regard to the Fifth Amendment. They've been advised that those calls are going to be recorded. There is no expectation of privacy. It's just like talking to an inmate at the jail and expecting that the other inmate at the other side of the jail is not going to hear you and not going to say anything about it. That's my ruling on that issue, unless you can find me something different.
Your Honor, also, it is non-hearsay if it is a reaction or a
I've already ruled on that issue with regard to that woman. That woman's call, we could play that one-sided call.
Your Honor, if that's the court's ruling, I would further object that the statements without the context are even less probative of anything the state is offering them for, because they're removing half of the conversation.
So
in
do
which
you
we
want
were
me to go
listening.
ahead and play hers too?
No,
Is that what
Your
you're
Honor.
saying?
I do believe that the call in its entirety is inadmissible.
So you'd like for me to play the whole call?
No, Your Honor.
Well, take a position on this thing then.
Well, we would object to the hearsay coming in its entirety. And so if Your Honor is,
With regard to Mr. Burgos-Aviles, it's his statements. And I don't see how his statements, his own words, after being told that he's being recorded, I don't see how that doesn't play a role with regard to his character. And the jury gets to hear some of that. I mean, however, I don't, again, I've ruled partially, I sustained partially objection with regard to the hearsay on the other side of the conversation. And I sustain your objection with regard to that. And so I do not agree with the state's position that it is a whatever hearsay exception or a non-hearsay. I agree with that. Let's see. That was with regard to that woman's call. And then the other one was with the mom, you said, right? Same thing. I mean, I just don't see how I can do that with anybody else on that issue unless the mom's call happened on what, May 4th?
no, that was also made on July 5th.
July 5th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, just recently?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I guess you have the same, it's non-hearsay, is that what you're saying on the
Yes,
mom's
Your
call?
Yes.
And it's non-hearsay because you're not trying to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Yeah,
And because of, again, Your Honor, it's his answer, it is his statement that shows the treatment that he has of his mother, because he's unable to control whether she appears here or not. And that was the substance of that call with his mother. And I also have the emails that we intend to bring in.
Does this roll this way? What was, this is nothing?
No, no. We could black that out.
No,
That's
okay,
from a
so it's just
different
this one
email.
here.
Yes, sir.
This long email here.
Yes. This is back to the email.
And your objections to these two emails, we should actually have a number on them just so that the record could. Can you give me a number? Here's, I'm sorry, I took the other one off of the,
The last one was 579.
just so that I could respond, you know. I
Hearsay
could-
also, Your Honor, and again, this is part of the notice objection. I mean, there were thousands of calls and thousands of emails. And to the extent that they were even narrowed down earlier this month to the notice that was produced to us last night at 1:30 makes it impossible to maintain like full objections to these, but at least hearsay 403, 401, and right against self-incrimination.
And Your Honor,
On the hearsay part, you know, it's only his email, right?
Well,
I mean,
yes,
it's
Your
not-
Honor,
We're not, they're not putting the response in,
but they're out of court statements and they're not
but
admissions.
they're by him. Oh, you're saying they're not admissions?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's look at that last question. Okay, what was the number on them, please?
can you put the last number? I think the last one was 579. So then, may I respond to her statement as to it being hearsay, the email of Mr. Burgos?
Yeah.
Under Rule 803-24, a statement by an opposing party qualifies under 801E2, even if it is not made against the interest of the party declarant. So anything that he says, even any statement that he is made by Mr. Burgos is defined as an admission, even though the word admission it doesn't sound like he's, it doesn't have to say anything against his interest. Anything that he says can be used, can be brought in, and it is not hearsay.
Well, there's two different rules, right? One's in admissions and one's statements against interest. That one carries the element that it has to be against your interest. So, all right. In any event, I have your argument on those two emails. See, there's 5 calls. I know about 2. What are the other 3?
Those are the communications from 2018, and I believe one from 2020 with his wife. And it's our position that the exception, which Mr. Elizondo referred to, applies to communications that are in furtherance of that crime. It cannot be the case that after someone is charged with a crime against a child that they no longer have a spousal privilege. That I don't believe that the rules of evidence say. And further, those are entirely hearsay, and there is hearsay within hearsay in those calls. And again, to the point that the district attorney was making about introducing the volume of calls against him, I mean, the state cannot provide a privilege and then use the fact that the inmate or defendant is using that privilege or service to argue for the death penalty against him.
We are showing the decline in the communication with his wife and the increase in the communication with his other individual, Your Honor. And if the court,
How do you show that?
because of the volume,
No, how do you show that to the jury?
their logs, and it shows you,
So you want to introduce the logs?
and it does not have content.
And I believe the statement was made in the defense of the non-hearsay portion of one of the calls that Your Honor has already addressed, that the statements of Mr. Burgos in that call were offered to show that he would have the same privileges no matter what happened to him. If I misunderstood that statement. Well, Your Honor, when you previously ruled that the communications of the other party in the July phone call would come in, the argument for why Mr. Burgos' statement in response to her concerns was relevant was that he is expressing that he will have the ability to contact and message her no matter what. I don't believe the fact that the state provides that opportunity to somebody incarcerated should be used against him.
Like, for example, when they leave the phone inside of the interrogation room for the defendant to place a call if he wants, and then they leave, and then he starts making the calls and starts making all sorts of admissions inside of the interrogation room. Is that the one? Is that those type of things aren't allowed?
No, Your Honor.
Those type of tricks aren't allowed?
No, Your Honor. I think the argument that TDCJ also provides phone and messaging services as a reason why Mr. Burgos, I may have misunderstood the argument by the district attorney, Your Honor, but that's what I understood it to be saying, and I don't believe that that.
Well, that was an alternative argument that she was making, basically that she also wanted to be able to show the jury what was going to be available to him if in fact he was given life. I hate to say it that way, but if the questions to answers 1 and 2 ended up in him getting life instead of death, then in fact those are going to be a type of communication he's going to continue, for the rest of his life, potentially. I think that was an alternate argument to why they're relevant. Is that the way you got it?
Well, if that's the case, then what I understand that to be saying is that the fact that TDCJ provides telephone services to its inmates is a reason why the fact that he is potentially able to use those telephone services is relevant. I just don't understand the probative value, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, there's already testimony to that effect from the classification director.
Right.
That in fact, the distinctions between what are the things that are available to somebody who's serving life without the possible parole, and in terms of communication, emails and phone calls, and the person who in fact is on death row.
Well, in that case, Your Honor, I don't believe that the classification expert testified that people on death row have no telephone privileges or no messaging
I
privileges.
think he did testify that he about the privileges. I'm not sure. I think they're different, is what they're saying. They made a distinction between both of them.
They have access, Your Honor, to
Well, you
both.
know more than I with regard to that.
Unfortunately, that's true. And I believe that if I had
In
heard,
fact, I think it's even true because I remember getting a motion on another death case that I presided over, not entirely, but I inherited, where they were requesting to delay the death date, the execution date, because of an email communication between the death row inmate and some lady from England, something like that. In any event, so I guess they do have email communication.
and telephone calls, Your Honor, and I don't believe that
So then-
the classification
so then-
expert testified to the contrary.
So then, if they can have these, why would they be? Why is there a distinction?
That's exactly what we are why we're bringing it up, Judge, is that he still has an opportunity to continue relationships with individuals as he has been in the last 5 years.
Whether or not he gets.
Yes, Your Honor.
life or death.
In other words, when we are at, there's two possible punishments in here, and we're trying to say that that the life without the possibility of parole, and when you're distinguishing them, which is the most severe, they both have the same privileges and opportunities that individuals that are in the outside world get to have these communications.
But the point that Ms. Fozell is saying is they get that communication regardless of the outcome.
Exactly.
So why are you making it a distinction?
So because the death penalty actually is, that's the difference, is not necessarily they're isolated, but they still have the same exact privileges as somebody who does not, was given life without the possibility of parole. The difference is he's given a death sentence. That's the difference.
But there's no difference in communication, is that what you're saying?
Exactly, Your Honor. They
So
still
that's what
have the
she's
same
saying.
opportunities as someone with life without the possibility of parole.
Okay, that's your alternative argument in any event. Okay, give me 1 second. Mr. Elizondo, I'm still waiting for those exceptions you told me you were going to give me to the spousal privilege.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I have it right here. It just fell out. I apologize. I think now.
Footnote 477. Okay.
I'm pulling it up right here. So there's the confidential communication privilege. And then there's also, let's see.
No, we're only talking about the spousal privilege.
And then, well, that would be the one we're talking about because the other privilege is the privilege not to testify that can only be, well, that could be invoked by both, I believe. But the exceptions to it is it says this privilege does not apply, A, certain criminal proceedings. In a criminal proceeding in which a spouse is charged with a crime against the other person, any member of the household of either spouse or
What
any,
case are you reading from?
Oh, this is 504 of the rule of evidence.
504 what?
Oh, I'm sorry. B.
No, the B4 is the exception, and it only says in certain criminal proceedings, but it doesn't list them. So I'm kind of wondering which one are you reading from?
Oh, we're on B4.
I am in B4. 504 B4.
Yes,
Do you have
504
do you have the rules of evidence with you?
Yes, I have it right in front of me.
So do I.
Certain criminal proceedings. That this privilege does not apply in a criminal proceeding in which a spouse is charged with a crime against, and then if the court goes on, any minor child.
I'm not sure where. Can you see what you're reading from?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm reading right here.
Because I have the desk book version.
I think it's 4C, Your Honor, in my version.
B 504 B4 is laid down the exceptions, list 2, B41 and B42, and then it goes certain criminal proceedings is B4A.
Your Honor, I can.
Here it goes. Here it is. So any other? It's rule 504 B4A, and I have the 2023 version of it. So here we go. Okay. Though this is different. Okay, this one says there's no privilege to refuse to testify. All right?
Okay, for whatever reason, I don't think we're looking at the same thing because that's not
Okay.
how mine has been.
Which one are you looking at?
Just looking at Rule 504 as amended May 2nd, 2023.
And Your Honor, I believe what I believe Mr. Elizondo to be looking at is in my book 504 small a 4C.
Let me look at
So it may be in Your Honors as well.
504 small a 4C. There it is. 504 small a 4C. Okay. A spouse can be compelled to testify.
We have the wall of ham now. I think even the camera operator in the court has blown their mind. Yeah, he needs a book thrown at him. Maybe if he had experienced consequences when he was younger, he wouldn't be where he's at now. Of course, some just go bad no matter how good a job the parent does. Well, if we're going to have a break, maybe I'll see about some of those little videos that I've been having fun pulling up. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze just a sec. Okay, here I found a few shorts here.
Heavily armed cops hurried on double order to find a teen playing video games.
That was my bad. That was my bad. I was playing the game, and I got butt down the phone. That was my bad. What? No. It's only me home.
Okay, so this was just an accident. You call 911. Did you say you killed 2 people or something like that?
Rainbow 16. I had my headset on.
Okay, how old are you?
17.
You're 17. Do you have a driver's license or no? Okay. Are you? Where's your parents at?
Where?
Do you want me to talk to your mom?
Yeah.
You're not in any trouble, man. If it's an accident.
Hey, is this Elijah's mom?
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, so what happened is, I guess he's saying that he was playing a video game, and in the process of accidentally calling 911, he said that he killed 2 people, but he was talking about on the game. So we thought that there was a double murder, so we showed up to your house with a bunch of us. That's why we're here talking to your son.
For how long will he be banned from playing his Xbox?
Yeah, I can't imagine. And did they have to go inside and check the house and make sure that there aren't any bodies inside, just to make sure he's not just giving them a story? So let's see. Okay, what have we got next?
After this cat saw itself in the mirror for the first time, it immediately stopped in its tracks and thought there was a predator in the house. A few seconds later, it started making the most interesting sounds I think I've ever heard come out of a cat before. It almost sounded like the cat was reciting an ancient spell as he spread his little toes out, completely ready for whatever was about to happen next. After this cat saw itself in the...
Yeah, okay. Maybe not have a mirror that's full length, because I thought there were 2 cats. Okay, let's see. What else have I got here on my little playlist here? Oops. Okay. Oh, here's my playlist. Okay, I haven't watched this one yet, but it sounded interesting, so this looks like a good one for a break.
22 CR 8453, State of Texas versus Mark Daniel Lewis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilson to the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
And Parker for Mr. Lewis.
And are you Mark Daniel Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Mark Daniel Lewis who is placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 8453 for the offense on unlawfully carrying a weapon with a felony conviction on January 13, 2023 for a term of 10 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Honor, violated condition number 15G, on or about the 26th day of May. And Judge, I'd like to orally amend.
Oh, just one moment. Excuse me. Could you, if you all could move to the other end. Okay. All right. Are we proceeding on the motion as presented, State?
Judge, we'd like to orally amend. I've conferred with defense counsel. We'd like to orally amend the year. It should be May 2023 instead of May 2026, Judge.
All right. Any objection?
Judge, I confer with my client on that and we have no objection.
All right, Mr. Lewis, do you understand that that's a substantive change to the motion to revoke?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that your attorney has 10 days to prepare for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you wish to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State.
On or about the 26th day of May 2023 in Rusk County, Texas, the defendant, Mark Daniel Lewis, did then and there fail to comply with the rules, regulations, or instructions.
Excuse me, just one moment. Were you changing that date?
Yes, Judge, to 26th day of May 2023.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry. In Rusk County, Texas, the defendant, Mark Daniel Lewis, did then and there fail to comply with the rules, regulations, or instructions of the Bexar County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Substance Abuse Treatment Facility, in that the defendant was behaviorally discharged from the East Texas State ISF unit in Henderson, Texas, in violation of condition number 15G.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
All right. Did you understand by pleading true to violation 15G, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 6 years in prison?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of 15G?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find violation of 15G true. Is there an agreement?
Judge, we don't necessarily have an agreement. I have no objection. The defense counsel has spoken with probation and we've conferred, and I think he has a proposal that he'd like to make to the court that the state has no objection to.
All right, Mr. Piker.
That's correct, Judge. And then I will call my client because he knows better what happened than I could ever tell you.
All right, Mr. Piker, what are you requesting?
I am requesting that the court consider keeping him on probation, not revoke him, and move him out of, don't revoke him, don't send him back to that facility and send him to lifetime recovery. We've looked into it. It's a 3-month residential. He's motivated. Actually, it was his suggestion that if that was possible to get him out of there, he wants to help. He wants to get off the drugs, but he can't do it where he's at.
Okay.
And he is going to explain that to you better than I can.
All right, Miss Abrams.
I apologize. I cannot hear.
On this case, it is Mark Daniel Lewis. There was an incident at Henderson, and he wants to, his attorney is suggesting that he be placed in inpatient at lifetime recovery.
Your Honor, probation would not have any objection.
Okay. And so that I will know, what is the issue with that facility? We'll say allegedly.
Would you like to hear it from me or from Mr. Lewis?
Either one.
Mr. Lewis can explain it better than I, but I will tell you that he was in a gang. He was in a gang when he got there. He wanted out of the gang. He told him he wanted out of the gang. His life was threatened. His well-being was threatened. And quite honestly, from what he tells me, there was so much drug usage there and fight night that it was not conducive to getting better. It made it worse.
All right. And this is at the facility in Henderson, Texas?
Yes, ma'am. He will swear, he will tell you that under oath.
Oh, no, I'm going to make sure that the facility at Henderson, Texas, that we do, that a spot check is done, random, so I can figure out what's going there, because the last thing I want is someone who's trying to get treatment and wants treatment to be sent to a facility where it's difficult to receive that.
And that's why I wanted to address you, because I knew you'd be interested.
All right. You want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name.
Mark Lewis.
All right, so tell me what is going on at the Henderson facility.
Whenever I was here in this courtroom on January 13th, I signed for the 10 years probation. You gave me the choice to go receive help
or go to TDC where, so I chose to help. And whenever I was finally transported to Henderson, Texas, I threw myself into the program and I started learning about thinking errors. I started learning all the aspects I needed to learn for my first track, which was cognitive intervention. And I had a very successful 45-day call. But during that time, I made the decision to step away from the gang affiliation that I was affiliated with, and I made it known that they were doing fight nights. There were people out there still smoking K2.
Fight nights?
Yeah, it was disrupted. The counselors would come in and they would read from a piece of paper for an hour and they would leave until the next day. And it was back to the same stuff. And I made it known that I didn't want no part of any of that anymore. I was trying to get back to my daughter. I let everybody know, like, I was back in my Bible. I was trying to get myself right. And a lot of people took that offensive, and they threatened me, and they were trying to jump me in. Thankfully, the guard was able to see that something was going on, and they pulled me out of the dorm that I was in, and they placed me in a single man cell in restrictive housing. And when they came, they were like, they wanted to send me back to that environment, and I wasn't trying to go back to that environment because of the threat. And they said that by refusing that environment, I was refusing the program. And I knew that I would have to come back here and address you, but I'm trying to do better.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. So what I'll do then is I'll deny the motion and I'm going to alter and amend conditions to include lifetime recovery, the inpatient, and you'll be transferred from the jail to lifetime recovery.
Yes, Sean.
All right. Is there anything else?
That was it.
All right, we can go off the record. See what I mean about communication being key? If I don't know this is going on, then, but thank you so much for letting me know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You didn't get any more tattoos while you were there, did you?
No, thankfully not.
Okay.
Thankfully not.
And he's not from Indiana.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Thank
thank you, Your
you.
Honor.
Thank you for letting me know. Are you proceeding on count one, waiving count two?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Mr. Seer, I'm showing you what's entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? That's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
There's sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, he is going to work once out there. He says that he is looking to get this all behind him. And he is asking for intensive outpatient treatment if possible, because he works so many hours. I know that the TAP will show that up, Your Honor. I just wanted to add that.
All right. So what do you do other than have cocaine and meth?
I do framing and construction cleaning.
Mhm.
And I have a business, a clothing business that I'm trying to get off the ground.
Mhm.
And
you're just doing drugs on the side, part-time?
no, just being foolish, Your Honor.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
I mean, how many years are we going to take this foolishness with us?
That's and everything happens for a reason. And being here incarcerated, you know, I've never really read the Bible and stuff like that. And I found that light in me now, you know, and I wake up more happy and everything now, you know. I'm ready to just take my life, you know, serious.
Yeah, what's your favorite verse in the Bible?
The Lord is my shepherd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what verse is that?
It's Matthew.
What verse is that?
That's Psalms 23.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
It's my first time like really getting into it, you know.
Oh, no. I'm happy. Sometimes, you know, people will always say that people find Jesus at the jail.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they pretend like they're doing. But I'm always interested. For me, whatever helps people get through this journey we call life,
Yes.
that's a good thing.
I got 3 daughters and
Oh, what are their ages?
6, 7, and 8.
And who do they live with?
With both me and my girlfriend.
Mm. And who's your girlfriend?
Emily Colleen.
What were you doing with Samantha then?
That's my cousin.
So you and Samantha Servin were out with
No,
drugs.
I wasn't out with-
I'm sorry, what?
I wasn't out with nobody.
What? What is he saying?
He's saying that he was not present with anybody at the time of the arrest.
No, you were in the vehicle. What is he talking about?
That is his cousin that is mentioned in there.
All right, is something wrong with him?
No, Your Honor, I believe that that's the only aspect that he sort of maintained was not accurate on the report. But he says everything else is accurate.
So you were not in the vehicle?
I was in the vehicle, but there's nobody with me.
Oh, so you're saying Samantha wasn't in the car with you?
I was by myself in that car.
No, they have S1 and S2.
Your Honor.
It says, based on my observations during my surveillance of the listed location and results of the traffic stop, we were able to detain S2, who was the subject of our investigations. We encountered S2's small children occupying several bedrooms of the home. Okay.
I was just drunk, I guess.
No problem. I understand. I'm going to need a PSI report on this. Ms. Ferguson, when can we come back? I need a TAP evaluation.
And I know it's a little unorthodox to ask, but would the defendant be eligible for a clear bond under the circumstances that he's already pled?
No, we'll see about a TAP evaluation, and maybe we can get the TAP evaluation done quickly. Will it take long to have a TAP evaluation? Okay. Oh, thank you. So Ms. Ferguson, can we call this back in 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just asking for a TAP evaluation so I can get an idea of what's going on.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have them come back on July 17th.
All right, so we're going to be back on July 17th. Mr. Sierra, you need to be very honest with what you tell them in the TAP evaluation, because there's something going on here I'm not able to figure out because I don't have enough information yet. So make sure you're honest with them, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. But no, here's my Con Air moment, because people are like, what's the Con Air moment? What happened? So I'm leaving for my flight to come back to San Antonio, and I'm standing in line with my bags, trying to do my check bags. And there is 3 guys in line in front of me. And so the first guy goes up to the counter, and there are 2 people behind him. So then they call for the next person. And I'm like, they're skipping over these other 2 guys. And they didn't seem like they were together. So I said, excuse me, sir, are you next? Oh, no, we're fine. Then I take a look at the guy in the center. The guy in the center is wearing the equivalent of jailhouse flip-flops with socks, shorts that are below his knee, and a jacket, who looked as though he was hustled to be there. And in my mind, I'm like, this is Con Air, this is Con Air. So then I, am listening with my bad ear to see what's going on, because I need to be on high alert. And I hear the guy say, yeah, do you have any paperwork for your prisoner? And I was like,
announce it.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm about to have a Con Air moment. So I called my mom and I said, Mom, I'm texting my brother with my mom in it. And I said, we're about to do Con Air, right? And my mom doesn't know how to do text, so she doesn't read it. But my brother said, we won't tell Mom, but does anybody have a bunny rabbit?
The bunnies.
So of course, they went with me to Houston, but then he got off. So there we go.
Nothing bad happened.
Nothing bad happened. Well, at least not on my flight.
Oh, on your flight, exactly.
Please subscribe to help the channel.
What are you talking about?
Okay. The Secretary of State has confirmed that the notary's signature that is on the charging document is not on their file. In other words, it is a
Look at Jill Gillette.
somebody forged the notary's signature, declaring the process.
What are you talking about?
Okay. The Secretary of State has
Okay. Let's see what else have we got? Let's go back to the wall of ham while I look around and see what. I mean, we should be coming back to court soon, you would think. I was watching the Michael Turney trial last night, which is a viewer request, and the judge on there, he's very prompt. It's very refreshing. He said, we'll have a 10-minute break, and 9 minutes later they're back doing things, and it's like here, a 15-minute break turns into an hour. So let me see what else we might have in the way of shorts that. Okay, here's another one.
If I may.
You what?
What my doggone pants?
What?
They bought my pants, so I don't even do drugs. What it was is that I got caught doing I preached the word, and somebody had got my bike. And I went over there by McDonald's to go get my bike. My pants, they're all dirty. So I had to wear my roommate's pants. So I had my belt on, so I didn't check. I'm gonna go get my bicycle. And they gave me
So you put your roommate's pants on.
Yeah.
And your roommate's pants had stuff in the pockets.
Yes, I didn't check.
Okay, yeah, as they say, tell it to the judge, but that's what he's doing. So, good luck. Let's see. Okay, let's go back to the wall of ham while I find another short thing.
One more unit, sovereign citizen.
And you had no right to pull me over, so there you go. Look at that. I don't want to talk.
What's do you have your driver's license with you? So you're under arrest.
All I want is the bond. I want the bond. Usufruct and the bond. That's it. That's what the judge is going to have to give me is the bond over this, because I am the beneficiary and he's the administrator. So let's go.
You're going to send me one more unit, sovereign citizen.
And you had no right to pull me over, so there you go. Look at that.
Nope.
I don't want to talk.
What's
Okay. Gotta love those sovereign citizens. They're always good for a laugh. Okay. Let's see. How long has this break been going on now? "26 minutes. No wonder I'm struggling for shorts. Let's see. Let's check in on Judge Stephanie Boyd in Texas here.
Oh, if you all could be in the center. All right, for the defense.
George Schaefer for defendant.
And are you Jorge Macias Castro?
Yes.
Right, and we have an interpreter. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Cesar Chavez.
All right, today we're here for jury trial. Defense, do you have an oral motion?
Correct, Your Honor. I'm asking the court to continue this case. I have plans to be outside of the country starting Friday.
Any objection to the defense's oral motion for continuance?
The state has no objection, no.
All right, and where are you headed?
Mexico.
And how long are you going to be there?
I will be there for a week. I should return to duty on the 24th of July.
All right, Ms. Ferguson? Are you able to reset this for July 24th that week?
Sure, I can do July 25th.
July 25th?
Yes. Is everyone available for July 25th?
I'll have to check with the parents on this case. But I am agreeable to that date tentatively until I can get confirmation from the witnesses.
All right. So the court is going to grant the defense's oral motion for continuance without objection. And Mr. Macias, we're going to call this back for July 20, you said 25th, Ms. Ferguson? We're going to call it back for July 25th. That's your jury trial date. Of course, if the state is not able to have the witnesses here on that date because they were expecting it to go on that date, we may go on a different date. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. And what I need, is there any further discovery that's been recently turned over?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll see you back on the 25th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And George, I think
Okay, who else are you here for? Norman, who else is an interpreter? All right, what's the name of the case?
John Carlos Torres Rivera,
All right.
2023-0789.
Yes, I have it. All right.
Okay, I think
Good
I
morning.
found a short case here that might be a little bit fun here. Let me just set this up.
Carrie Haney,
Yes.
you come in as Grinch 74. That means there were 73 Grinches before you.
Got Judge Middleton.
I mean, she does kind of look like the Grinch.
When you come into court, you might want to consider what you come in named as. I had a terrible experience last year. But I'm a little better at it than I was. I also have a telephone number. I'm not sure who that is. Anyway, let's call this case. It's entitled Riverside Townhouses versus Carrie Haney. Carrie Haney has filed a motion for temporary relief from judgment and an ex parte order to stay proceedings. Rather than issue the order ex parte, I set it for hearing on short notice. I've been on vacation for 2 weeks, but I was in here last Tuesday. And last Tuesday, I asked the clerk to set the matter for hearing this afternoon, and she squeezed it in here. Sumchit Hart is here on behalf of Riverside, and their new manager, Lori Casino, is here. This matter goes all the way back to April or March, but we had a hearing on May 16th. Amy Lucas was here from Keystone. They were working on having a check. We were here again on June 17th. And we made a finding that the rent due was $3,903.61. We did a judgment which was due June 27th. Now, here we are on the 25th of July. Ms. Casino,
Yes.
has Riverside received any money from Keystone?
Just to explain briefly what Keystone is, in this particular area, it is a community-based charity that assists people in paying their rent if they fall in hard times. Simply applying for it does not mean that you don't have to pay your rent. Also, they're not under any obligation. If they run out of money, they got nothing left to give you, and that seems to be what's happening at the moment anyway. Keystone should only be kind of used in rare circumstances when you really need the help, and definitely should not be looked at as a long-term opportunity to get free rent. But that's not going to stop this entitled Karen.
Not that
You broke up. You've received no money from Keystone?
No, we have not.
I emailed Keystone and asked them to join the hearing a while ago, and I haven't heard from them. So someone assisted you, Ms. Haney, with filing this pleading. Who helped you? Legal aid?
No, I did it online, but my SIRA application is still processing, it says.
According to who?
On my, when I go and check the status of it.
Have you talked to anybody?
I just got the email with the phone number this weekend, so I was gonna call today.
Well, all right. Ms. Hart, what's your position here?
Your Honor, we would object to any additional time given to Ms. Haney. The judgment was after a hearing, Your Honor, and the time has lapsed, not only for her to pay and stay there, but she didn't file the motion until the 29th. There is no defense to setting aside the judgment. It's been more than 30 days since the application for Sarah. We'd asked for the judgment to stand, Your Honor.
Meet Litter Robot, the revolutionary self-cleaning litter box that eliminates the chore of scooping.
Ms. Haney?
Yes.
Let's pretend we're in a court hearing and you're talking to me rather than whoever is in the room there with you. They want you to move today. They're ready to do an eviction tomorrow. And they're asking that I don't grant your stay. They asked that there be-
See?
Let him talk. I'm sorry, what do you want me to know?
I just got another thing in the mail from Riverside, last week sometime, that I had on 30 days or something like that. And then I owed another $2,900 and something dollars. It wasn't even like the same amount that I got originally.
Well, it goes up as months pass. So let's
But it's
back
gonna
up.
go up though, because my rent should be zero. That's what I'm not understanding, why it keeps adding up if I don't pay rent.
What level of entitlement does it take to think that your rent should be zero and that it's everybody else's fault and everybody else's responsibility but your own? Now, the program that you signed up for, you would have easily been told that it's not guaranteed. I get it. People fall on hard times. We've all fallen on hard times. That doesn't mean that you can just sit back and say, it's all good. The community will cover it. Now the chickens come home to roost and you're getting all ratty.
Your rent was $765 per month, due on the first of each month.
Nobody ever told me that my rent was that amount. When I first moved in here, it was
I told you that
$88.
in court. Apparently you didn't recertify or something, but we had a hearing. You were here.
Yes.
We
And then
had the first hearing, just a minute. We had the first hearing May 17th. I adjourned it for 30 days from May 17th to June 17th, 31 days.
Yes.
And we had a hearing at that time, and I made a finding that you owed $3,903.61 by June 27th, or you were subject to being evicted. You were there. I explained all the circumstances to you.
And I
You
understand.
haven't paid, and Keystone hasn't paid. So they were ready to evict you. And And then you asked for this order to stay it, which has been an additional month. And
I
they're
can't do
asking
it.
that I deny your motion and sign the writ of eviction. I have it here in front of me.
Well, it says that if my Sierra app was still in processing, I could do that.
Who says that?
The law thing that I pulled up on the thing. That's why I filled out the application.
Oh, that sounded like great legalese right there. I think we better ask Judge Demon about this one. What do you think, Judge Demon? Well, she did say that she pulled up the law thing on the thing, so seems pretty legit to me. This chick knows what she's talking about.
Well, all right. Well, for one thing, I don't have any proof that your Sierra application is in processing.
I can send you a screenshot.
Well, you haven't filed anything and you haven't talked to anybody. All
did
you've done
file.
is check your email.
I did file something with Riverside.
I adjourned the matter once, 30 days, which you're entitled, I am entitled to you're not entitled to a 30, well, you had it. You had it from June 27th or May 7th, May 16th to June 17th. We already adjourned it for 30 days. And
he just keeps saying the same thing.
Yeah, Karen, he keeps saying the same thing for two reasons. Number one, that thing hasn't changed. Number two, you're clearly incapable of listening to what he's saying.
and they're asking that I immediately grant the eviction, which is pretty heavy stuff.
Being that they let people run around here breaking out, and I've got 4 kids, but they'll let stay in here that destroy their apartments. That makes no sense. Because the girl didn't like me, so she kept pushing and pushing and pushing on me. That's bull. I went and I went and re-signed a new lease like a week after the first time they sent me a court paper. I went and filed it or signed it. I don't know why they don't have it. I don't know what happened to it, but I signed it. I sat down there for like an hour signing papers. And at that point, my rent should have been 0.
So I've done some more reading, and it looks like the Court of Criminal Appeals. Oh, y'all are in charge of getting them back in here. I apologize. All right, the defendant is in. So as I was saying, I've done some more research. And it does look like the Court of Criminal Appeals has spoken to this issue here recently on the jailhouse calls. And there's also a Fort Worth case that came right before that spoke on the jailhouse calls. Neither one of them were capital cases, but the rules seem to be pretty clear. One was an aggravated sexual assault, continuous sexual assault. The other one was, I can't remember what it was, but in any event, on both of those cases, I'm talking about, I think it's called Bahena, Bahena, spoke with regard to jailhouse calls, and it looks like the original reason that was given by the DA here in this case, the state in this case, was in fact the exact same thing that was used in that case, which is that it's especially on punishment, that it was a business record exception. And when they talked about the hearsay on the other side of the phone call, that basically what that it was a non-hearsay because it was in fact offered not for the truth of the matter asserted. So it looks like they were on point on those two issues. My preoccupation with the rules of evidence on those issues were born from this case, that we are in this case, and we are as far as we are in this case. And therefore, I'm trying to cross my T's and dot my I's with regard to these matters. I've taken a look at it at length. It is important. I think the Court of Criminal Appeals has made their position clear. And as a result of that, I will overrule your objections and allow the witness to testify on these matters, and for the exhibits that are planned to come in through her, the jailhouse phone calls to in fact come in. The only thing that was left at that point would be again, there was an equal protection argument, there was a Fifth Amendment right argument, there was hearsay, and then at the end there was relevance in 403, and those are also overruled. Anything else?
So, Judge, I just want to make sure I understand, because I wasn't finished, but the call with Sahara, I think the court had earlier ruled that only Mr. Burgos-Aviles' statements was coming in. Is the court, based on its research, reversing that decision?
On that call, my decision was based on the truth of the matter asserted argument. In fact, it seemed like the truth of the matter was in fact right in the matter. So that's why I stayed with that decision on that call. With regard to the other calls that have been described to me, that the truth of the matter argument in fact prevailed, that it's not being offered for the truth of the matter in fact prevailed, and therefore my decision on those are in fact what they are. Clarify.
So am I understanding, Your Honor, to be saying that Bahena is resolving the hearsay issue?
No, it was that Bahena did not resolve the hearsay issue. Bahena resolved the business record, the ability to admit these documents based on these records based on the business records exception.
Through the witness.
Excuse me?
Well,
it was a custodian issue there, but they still clearly made a statement that in fact it was a business record exception that in fact allowed these records to come in. The big to do on that case was in fact whether that was the right witness or not. That was the big to do in that case, and I understand that. But the Fort Worth case, can't remember what it was. Didn't print them out. Addressed the hearsay issue and cited, I believe, I got to that case how? I don't know if I got through that case through Bahena or if I got through Bahena through that case. I think it was the other way around, because the Bahena case is the 2021 case out of the Court of Criminal Appeals. I think.
I believe, and trust me, I've been down the same rabbit hole many times, Your Honor. But the Bahena case that I'm looking at is the Court of Appeals Houston case from 2020.
Yes, but that was taken up.
Right. And I think just for the record, we would like to note that we did not challenge the proper admissibility through this particular witness. And in the Bahena case, it specifically says appellant did not object to the testimony or recordings as hearsay. So we would just maintain our objections. We know
It does not. And you still have to, again, you still have to address the issue. Like I said from the very beginning, the fact that it's business record doesn't necessarily mean that it comes in. It comes in, and then you have to address the issue of hearsay or non-hearsay. And that's why I made the determination on the first witness with regard to the way I did, but not on the other descriptions of the calls that I in fact was given. So that's where I'm at.
And also, although we did have a call that was mostly in Spanish translated, we do have the translation have provided it to the defense. We would like to provide a non-jury, I understand, and
While
we will
the
not
play-
admit it, but while they are listening to it, if we can pass out, we do
With-
have the copies.
Here. Siri came up for some reason. There's something that I said, oh my. That's why I don't wear this thing. Okay, so,
And Your Honor, we do have the copies available.
all right. So, I'm gonna bring her in because I'm gonna probably, they're gonna eat lunch here, remember that. So it'll probably be somewhere around 12:45. So let's go with this witness around that time and then we'll take it from there.
Additionally, Your Honor, this the record we have provided to the defense for inspection, the call logs or the documentation of the calls, just to show the volume of the calls, and they were divided into the individuals that received these calls.
All right. Wait, let me see how that is. You just wanted to serve the volume.
That is correct.
Oh, that's all it is?
Yes, there's logs, there's no.
But why do you have it
content.
like this?
Oh, because so that the witness can identify who they are with, because she is the one who knows the phone number.
But is this the way that the records are kept in the regular course of business, like this?
Well,
Or did you all do this?
We can remove the front page, Your Honor, but that is how they're identified, because she knows them by the number. She can testify.
This is what I'm asking. Is the document, for example, 573 that you have marked here? In other words, how is the log normally kept? It's kept all mixed, isn't it? With all calls, and you all unmix them.
We requested them
You-
to be like per number.
For the number called or dialed.
Yes, Your Honor. It also shows how she's able to identify.
First, you said you just wanted to show the volume of calls, but that's not all you want to show. You want to show the volume of calls and to who called.
Yes, that's why I specified how the calls, the volume of the calls
Okay.
to Amy.
Okay. Mr. Woodruff? Mr. Boggs?
It happens all the time, Jeff. It's not the way the records, it doesn't fit within the business records exception is what I'd say. If they want to introduce that, then it needs to be as a demonstrative with an instruction to the jury that that's not the evidence. And then they can argue from that. So I would object, Your Honor. It doesn't fit within the business records exception. That's not the manner in which the records are.
So it's not the way they normally keep. Do you have a copy of the way they normally keep them?
Yes, and they would be.
Well, it would be like this. Right?
Actually, Your Honor, it would also include all the about 1,000 pages of emails.
Oh, this also includes emails?
The,
No, what I'm holding here in my hand, 578,
oh, yeah.
577, 576, 575, 574, and 573 also includes emails in the log or just phone calls?
In the logs, yes. In the new system, there's no way that they can distinguish between, they could not separate the emails from the phone calls.
So what I'm holding here also includes a log to particular individuals for both calls and emails.
Only for the parts that are with the new telecommunications system.
So there is a portion, and that new system came into play in what year?
No, 2022, November, December.
Okay, so most of them are just calls.
Yes.
And from 2022, whenever that month was forward, it includes the emails as well.
If this is how she prepared for the testimony, does not need to come in. Again, it would aid the jury just so that she would know that that's how she was able to determine, but
So
she has the numbers.
But she has the number.
Yes, Your Honor.
If asked, she has the number.
Yes.
So, yeah. It's just the number, it's a log, and the system allows her to basically sort them any which way she wants.
That is correct, but they are business records. They are kept in the regular course of business, in the normal.
And what would happen would be exactly what we happened with the other evidence, that we get the big old dump of files, and then we get individual, and why do we want to avoid that? So your objection would be, well, I understand what you're trying to do. Please present them. I'll hear your, I've heard your objection. I'm going to allow them to come in, so your objection will be overruled. But you need to, when the proper predicate has been laid and whatnot, because obviously the witness is not here now. So once that is done, again, she has a log, and this is something that's inside of the log. And what I don't want is the initial pages to be on those, right. Other than the initial pages. Now, how is she going to be able to know who's who?
She has this information.
She just has a number. You're going to say,
No, she also has the information on who these people are.
and why would she have that?
Because of the way the system is set up, where the individual has to create and identify. For example, Sahara Cambron would have to create under the old system. They would have to go through a system where they're identifying.
Yeah, so they don't allow just any, in other words, somebody who comes into the system has to identify themselves. Basically, they have to, what's the word I'm looking for? They have to register. Thank you. They have to register, and that's how they have the name of the person who registered.
Yes, Your Honor.
That may or may not be the person though, but that's the person who registered.
And Judge, you identified, I think, the exact issue, which is it's registered as that person.
That should be
and that they
registered.
can't testify, or the
That it
witness
is that
cannot,
person.
that it is that person. This is the way they are read. Because it is a hearsay reference. So as
Right.
long as it's
They
there's an
registered as that
instruction
person.
that it's
That's all
not
she
being
can say.
offered for the truth.
Because, I mean, it's just like saying, somebody placed a call just because you have the number of that particular person. No, you can only say a call was placed from this number. Who had the phone at that time? No idea.
Except for under the new system, Your Honor, this Sahara Cambron has to register, give an identifier, also give an address, date of birth.
Still same thing. Somebody could have that information. Somebody registered, whoever it is registered, and that's a call that's placed by somebody who registered as Sarah, or somebody who
Right.
registered as grandma, or somebody who
Well, there
registered.
would not be any testimony as to say, is this, are you sure this is Sarah Cambron? No. it would just
No,
be the
but there may
registered
be
name.
testimony that says, how many calls did Sarah put, or how many calls did grandma put? There may be testimony like that. So instead of saying that, I think the question should be the person who registered as such and such.
Certainly, I can modify my questions to that.
All right. Thank you.
And given I indicated to the district attorney that the phone call with the person who identifies themselves as Sahara, I think the court's ruling was only Mr. Burgos-Aviles' conversation come in. But given the court's ruling, I'd ask that the entire call be played for context.
Right, and that's the same alternative objection that was made by Ms. Grizelda also, and so I overruled it, and I do the same now.
So only
Only hers, only her side.
Only
Only his side, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And you were saying the whole thing should be strict, to be.
No,
not allowed.
I'm asking that it come in for context, given the court's
Oh,
ruling on the other.
You're asking that it come in.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you're saying, Judge, we have no objection, we have objections, but if you're gonna rule that only his side comes in, then we're going to ask that you allow everything else to come in.
Yes, sir.
All right,
There's a lot going on up here. Judge.
all right.
I'm trying.
So what is the number that was not?
What is her number? I think it's already there. Oh,
it hasn't been numbered.
okay.
It's been
All
separated
right,
out.
we'll get to that number in a minute. Just remember what that number is.
And that one
Because-
would not come in.
No, they're basically saying, if I'm gonna rule that only his side of that conversation comes in,
Then the full.
which they object to, and I will rule, then they're saying, our alternative argument then would be, then everything should come in,
Okay. So
is
then,
what I hear them saying. Thank you.
so just to be clear, Your Honor, so that I don't, all the exhibits that we have discussed are coming in.
Yes, and the point of it is that you've discussed 3 of them, and then you said 2 of the other ones are something. I'm not sure what the 2 other ones are. Which ones? Because we discussed grandmothers. I know, mothers. We discussed mothers,
Yes,
wife,
there's 2 with the wife.
Sarah or Sahara.
Yes, Your Honor. There's 3 with Ms. Amy Burgos, 1 with Sahara, and 1 with his mother.
Okay, so we 3, 1, okay,
And 2 emails with Sahara.
right.
And then we can put the rest for this one now.
Is that the new?
So you can number them now, Mr. Grizelda, so that I can make reference to them like that.
That was part of these.
Is that the July 4th?
The one that was only have to come in.
No, everything's-
Okay,
Right.
then there would be 2 calls with Sahara then.
2?
Yes.
Yes, this would be the second call. for Sahara.
I thought it was only 1.
No.
Wait. Because we haven't heard the other one or the content of it.
Okay, it's just one call with Sahara, Your Honor, that we're intending.
And it is the call that we have been discussing.
Discuss.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No.
I'm sorry, it's actually.
There's a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Mr. Garza can clear it up.
Yes, Your Honor, the call we are intending to use is not the same call that we had discussed earlier. This is a call on July 5th. Unfortunately, the call that we discussed earlier was the previous day on July 4th. But this call,
So describe this call, because my ruling was based on the last call.
They just get it.
yes, they did receive that one. On this call, Your Honor,
Right now, they
No.
just received it?
No, they received it last night, but at least our intention to use it, they received it last night, but we did give it to them, the actual call to them last week. But the call basically goes over how he's feeling about the verdict coming up in the trial, and Ms. Sahara confronting him about having sexual relations with Grizelda at the same time as having sexual relations with herself. I assume back before in 2018 or 2017. And his reaction to that, and how he completely just changes the subject and tell her don't believe what you hear and things like that. Trying to manipulate and control the situation.
This was the call, Your Honor, that I referred to when he was confronted as to the third party on the other line saying, well, you murdered her, the one you murdered. As he responds to this, what chick are you talking about? Or the one that they murdered, the one that you murdered. I think it's translated, but that was the one. And then he says, hey, don't talk about that. We can't talk about that. Why would you say that?
Well,
that was one call that I had mentioned. And
Yes, but that's, okay, so, and that, I'll allow you to address it before.
Okay, so at the risk of introducing more confusion to the proceedings, the discussion that we had at the bench was regarding the 5 calls that we were informed at 1:30 this morning were going to be used. One of them is from Sahara Cambron. The date that was provided to us was July 5th, 2023.
Okay, so this other call that they're describing to you was not one of the 5?
It's unclear to me, Your Honor, because the contents appear to be similar, but if they're representing that it was made on a different day, I can give the number of the call.
Let's clear it up. Was the call that was just described, well, I don't know who described, between you and Mr. Lizondo?
Yes.
Mr. Garza, was that one of the calls that you advised them of last night? One of the 5 calls that you would play today, that you would offer today?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. It's the Sahara call on July 5th.
Okay, so there's a single call with Ms. Cabrera.
Yes.
Okay, then we're in agreement, Your Honor. Thank you. I just
You're,
wanted to.
you're,
That was the call to which we objected.
Right.
There was confusion as to the dates. I just wanted to be clear that there was no, yeah, thank you.
Then this call is the call we were discussing, which only half was allowed in.
when you say this, the one you intend to offer.
No, this was a 6th call that they didn't get. So that's why we're just not
Why-
going to play that
Why,
one.
you know, we could have avoided all the discussion by saying that was not one of the 5, and I could have said you're not entitled to get that in because it wasn't one of the 5. So we could have avoided all of that.
Yes, my apologies.
All right.
I was confused on
So-
the notice. So this one's not coming in at all then.
You say this one, you mean,
The one.
no, all right. I'm not gonna mention this one anymore. Okay. So then, the ruling then with regard to one of the 5 calls, which was noticed to the defense counsel last night, includes that Sahara call that will be numbered here in a minute, and the same ruling applied. There was some objections. Court ruled, and alternative to that objection, and based on the court's ruling, the defense then said, go ahead and play the whole thing then if you're going to allow only one side of the conversation to come in. So based on that, then the whole thing would then come in. All right.
And for the record, Your Honor, the USB is number 579.
Who's numbered 579?
The USB, and then every call in there is individually numbered 579.
Okay, so there's gonna be 579 USB, and every separate call will be 579.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and 0.5. Yes?
Yes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Perfect.
Judge, as I understand, the state intends to introduce or intends to provide transcriptions of these calls.
Of the ones that are primarily in Spanish.
There's one that was primarily in Spanish, Your Honor, and then there was some that has some Spanish sprinkled in there.
And
We would need it translated, but the one that was, the majority of it was in Spanish, we opted to get it translated.
good option. Okay,
And that will be, that's a certified transcription. I'm just worried about the evidentiary importance of a transcription and asking for it is a certified, right?
It's the same individual that certified the video tape.
that's the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we have
If
the
you can just
copy.
put them right there, the bailiff will address them, right there on. Thank you.
Only when we pay that.
Yes. You can keep that for now. No, or you have it? Oh, it has a sticker on it. All right, never mind. Do you have an extra one? They need one. Do you have one for them? Ms. Jackman? Or can we get it from the stack over
We
here?
can get it from over
Yeah.
here, and then we'll just make another copy.
Okay. Let's,
Judge,
you got
We
it.
have a judge here.
Mine.
quick question. If they're gonna have the interpreter.
Oh, yeah, they have.
Wait, we got the wall of hem back and we didn't even get an explanation if they went off to lunch or if the judge is going into his chambers or what. I'm confused. Okay, well, let's continue with the rest of this eviction case here. Okay, here we go.
No, Karen. Number one, your rent should not have been zero. Your rent is whatever the rent set was, and then you will get a subsidy from a charity, which would make it zero for you, not zero for them. They still need to be paid, and that is still your responsibility. Now, it sucks that you got 4 kids and you're worried about housing at this point. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but society can't keep footing the bill for these things, and you can't then lash out at everybody just because you're not looking after yourself and your family. That is your responsibility.
Tell them.
But they just kept adding it on and adding it on, and she kept putting stuff on my door and putting stuff on my door.
Well, that happens.
I don't understand how it works.
Your rent isn't zero, and that wasn't raised at the earlier hearings.
But it should be zero.
And they haven't paid your rent, and the landlord wants you to move.
Because it's processing. I can't speed it up.
You haven't filed anything that says it's
I did.
processing.
I did.
Let me see.
The last court date we had, it was in processing. She pulled it up and said that they would try to push it through. So I did.
Supposed to take her word for it.
That was on June 17th. Well, they didn't.
Yeah.
They haven't paid it.
And it is still processing. I can't do anything about it.
Well, neither can they. You haven't paid your rent. So you're saying, well, someone else is supposed to pay my rent. Well, they haven't paid it.
I'm not saying someone else. I'm saying the application that I applied for, I can't push it through any further. I can't jump to the government and make them push it through.
She's still.
I can't. It's a goal. She was just on here with us the last time and told them she would try to push it through. That's not my fault.
Her not paying her rent is.
Are you willing to give 10 days?
Your Honor, this case has been ongoing since April. That's not amendable to the complex. She's, as you can see, very combative. We would just want
the one time. I have been on these calls for freaking 4 different times and I've been fine because I'm tired. I'm tired of it. They've been picking and picking at me.
Calm down.
Yeah, she's clearly not a combative person. I get it. Sorting out rent can be very stressful. I've just recently been there myself. It ain't fun. But screaming at the people who are trying to help you is not the way forward. You didn't pay your rent. Now, I understand you were under the impression that it was going to be free. Well, it ain't. And it's on you as an adult and as a mother to ensure that you go and sort it out.
I'm sorry that
I
this
have
is
been
the way
quiet
it
this
is.
whole time and they don't let me talk every time.
This wasn't my idea, but you're not paying your rent. You're asking the government to pay your rent. The government hasn't paid it. I don't know why they haven't paid it, but they have not. They've
It's
also
still
not
in
reached.
processing. I cannot speed up the processing. It's not up to me. Marvin, stop! You're not making it better for me.
Who's there with
I
you?
have tried and tried and tried. I've applied for stuff. I filled stuff out on the computer.
All right,
I've gone through everything they told me to go through.
Now, I know you said that you tried filling out stuff. What about filling out a job application? Now, some of you might be looking at that and saying, that's pretty cruel. And she's got kids and it's hard to do. Let me be clear. A lot of people out there are doing that every single day. Now, I don't know, maybe this lady has mental health problems. Maybe she has a disability. If that were the case, I'm sure there's specific assistance for her in that scenario.
Well, they didn't pay your rent. And
It's
for that,
still
I'm sorry.
processing.
All right, this is going to be very unpleasant. Keystone has not
has.
responded to
And
them.
I
They
have
haven't
tried to
responded to me.
communicate, but this girl up here that they had as the manager didn't like me. She
I wonder
refused to
why.
talk to me every time I tried.
Your motion for ex parte order to stay the eviction is denied. What you
Yay.
effectively got is a 1 month stay from June 27th to July 25th. But I've signed the writ of eviction. They're not even willing to give you any additional time. So they could start tomorrow with evicting you. So they want you to go, and they want you to go immediately, and I don't like that much.
I have 4 kids. Like, I can't just go.
With all due respect to this lady, I know it's tough being evicted, especially when you got 4 kids. Despite what another YouTuber might say, I myself have never been evicted. I also don't have any kids, so I'm not aware of how tough that would be, but I can only imagine. But here's the thing, folks. This has been going on for months and months and months now. A month ago, she had to go to court to get a stay on this eviction. That basically gives you 30 days to sort out your affairs. What's recommended in that scenario is either you come to a resolution with the owners or you prepare your ass to move out.
I would immediately contact Keystone, even if they probably won't accept Keystone's payment because they want you to move.
But they have druggies out here breaking out windows. That's cute.
Fair enough. There may be people in that same apartment block that are causing trouble, breaking out windows, doing all that horrible stuff. That's between them and the owners or the authorities, depending on how bad it is. Just because people are doing that doesn't mean that you don't pay your rent. It also doesn't mean that when you don't pay your rent, that you don't get evicted. Now, all in all, this is a pretty horrible situation. But this lady was given opportunity on top of opportunities. Opportunities like free rent. A lot of us have to get up in the morning and work very hard to pay our rent. Most of you watching probably do, or a mortgage. Again, I don't know this lady's circumstances. It hasn't been brought up, so I assume it's nothing really that bad. Because if it was, she would be able to use it to her advantage in this scenario. You might argue that having 4 kids and having to pay for childcare would stop her from being able to go out and get a job. Millions.
Okay, she's probably not paying for childcare because she's at home. So why does she need childcare? Secondly, my experience dealing with these tenants that we have who are much in the same boat as this woman all seem to be able to afford these jumbotron-sized televisions and pizzas and takeout food and so forth. And meanwhile, we are buying expired food to eat, and they're living it up, and we're camping in a broken down camper on site. So I don't have much sympathy for her.
Of people the world over have to make that work every day. It's not that I don't have sympathy for her. I do. Despite her being so entitled and aggressive, I do have sympathy for her. But there has to be a stopping point. There has to be a point where all of your opportunities coming again and again and again have to stop. And it seems like this is where it has. You could tell because the judge even said it himself. He didn't like having to do this, that it wasn't going to be a nice thing to do, but it has to be done at some point. Anyway, folks, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure and give it the thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and leave a comment down below. Just hit 22. Okay, well, that was some Irish demon, and he's rather a delightful fellow. We had a case where we had some deadbeats who they were we had the cops come by for a what they call keep the peace, and or was it a civil standby? It varies by jurisdiction what they call it. And they said, oh, well, we couldn't pay the rent because we had to pay the furniture rental fee. And the police officer looked at him and went, well, you can always put your furniture out in the street and live on it out there. I mean, let's get real, folks. Okay.
Since we seem to have gone to lunch without a word from the judge, let's look at that small claims case that sounded like another entitled person. Let's see. Okay.
Elizabeth Pruitt Laskin versus Charlotte McCann. Who's here on this?
I'm here, Your Honor. I'm Elizabeth Pruitt Laskin.
And this is Charlotte Lancaster McCann. Can you hear me?
Yes, I need the plaintiff to turn her video on.
I do have it on.
She is on video and also by phone, Judge. She's got 2 devices.
What's the thing? Can you help me with, please? I just did something crazy.
Not sure which is the plaintiff and which is the defendant.
Okay, we were here on May 10th. Plaintiff and defendant were here. I adjourned it for the defendant to send their information to the plaintiff. The information packet must be received by the plaintiff by May 17th, 2022. So to the defendant, Ms. McCann, did you send your packet to the plaintiff, Ms. Pruitt Laskin?
Yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
May 13th.
Now we need to check audio to see if you can hear them.
Do you have audio on the computer? It's muted.
We can't, no, Judge, it's not muted, but we cannot hear her.
Cannot hear. I got it.
Now she needs to dial back in by phone or something because we cannot hear her, Judge.
Dial back on the phone if you can hear me.
Okay.
I've got my volume all the way up on phone. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear the plaintiff now. It's not echoing, so I guess we're gonna have to go this way.
I muted her tablet so that it would stop the echo.
Got it.
It's up all the way.
I can hear you now.
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Barely. Barely. I can barely hear you, but I can hear you. I'm having some serious problems with my tablet here, doggone it.
We muted the tablet because it was causing the echo. So the audio is going through the phone. The tablet is showing us your video.
Okay. Okay. Here we are, Your Honor. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm so sorry.
Why I'm here.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jimmy.
But we can't have 2 audios going or it'll have that echo.
Right.
All right. So look, as I recall, the plaintiff claims that I just, you're supposed to provide a list of the missing items, and I'm looking for that. Where is that?
I gave it all to you, Your Honor. Whole bunch of missing art supplies.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Did you give an itemized list to me and to Miss McCann?
Yes, I did. Certified mail.
Okay, describe what your packet looks like, because I'm looking for it.
Okay, it's a list of a whole bunch of different types of coloring pencils and art supplies and my office chair.
No, ma'am. I've got Miss McCann's packet. It's numbered. Not really sequentially though. I don't know. It goes page 1, page 2, page 3, 4, 5. It's a bunch of text messages. Is that right, Ms.
Yes,
McCann?
yes.
7, 8. Okay.
I also gave you copies of the stuff that we packed up that she, I guess some of the stuff that she's claimed missing, like her, it also shows pictures of everything, the way it left the house. So when she just said her office chair or whatever, that's the way it left the house. Wasn't nothing wrong with it at all. And they picked that up. And I showed you a picture of the room before she left and the picture of the room after she left.
Okay, you have another packet that has, it starts on page 1, has pictures of iced tea boxes and food,
Yes,
Mountain Dew box. And what's that?
That's all the stuff that
chair.
Yep, that's all the stuff that she left at our program that was packed up and she came and picked up. I'm just trying to find the text messages right now. And she also has all this.
Okay, so all right, I think I found the plaintiff's list, missing items with receipts. It says 24 things on. So Ms. McCann, you have the list of missing, it's titled List of Missing Items with Receipts.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, 6, 7 pages, 8 pages.
Okay.
Okay. So let me just ask Ms. McCann, have you had a chance to review her list?
Yes. All that stuff is not here anymore. She picked up all that stuff. The pencils, the color and all that stuff. Nobody used that here. Nobody colors or anything. She picked up all that stuff and took it with her. All that stuff was packed up and took with her. Nobody went in that room and took anything. So I don't know why
I'm gonna swear both of you in. Raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is truth to the best of your knowledge, understanding, and belief?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take us back a couple of months here. Back on February 15th, both parties were here. I adjourned it to February 22nd. The plaintiff was to pick up her personal items with her husband, not going into the defendant's property. That was supposed to happen on February 18th between noon and 1, or on February 21st between noon and 1. Okay? Now, which of those days, I'm going to ask Ms. Pruitt, did you go over there?
I believe it was February the 23rd, Your Honor. Because
couldn't
first
have been the 23rd.
you gave me,
couldn't have been the 23rd. It couldn't have been the 23rd.
I'm not sure what day it was. It was the last thing you told me to go there get the stuff.
Well, wait a minute.
It was on a Monday, I believe.
All right. Well, February 22nd was a Tuesday. So maybe it was the 21st. Yeah. Plaintiff picked up property on 2/21/22. States she hasn't gone through everything. And then the defendant said she wanted to file a counterclaim. Why didn't you get all of your items on the 21st of February?
I came there and I got all my items. I brought them home and I went through my stuff and a whole bunch of my stuff was missing.
How are you able to establish that you had the items in the first place? Tell me that.
Okay, this is how I know I had all my stuff. I used to ride a truck with my husband, and I always had to keep inventory of all my personal belongings in case the truck caught on fire or something, you know, catastrophic like that happens. I always had a list of my stuff.
Well, that's it. Good
And I
enough
know
for
what I
me.
had.
So do you have, so wait a minute. How does that relate to this situation? You moved, this was a shelter for abused women, correct?
No, I've never been abused.
Well, why were you living there? Why weren't you living at your house?
Okay, me and my husband, we just bought this house and we had a, you know, it was a fixer upper. We had to fix things up in it. At the time, it didn't have heat running in it. So that's why I stayed there while he was on the road, because I could no longer ride the truck because of my health.
So you stayed at a woman's shelter?
Yes.
Okay. So that was nice to hear that you say you used to keep inventory. So where is the inventory list of what you kept when you moved in?
I gave it to you.
Okay, just a second. This is a list that you submitted to the court on April the 14th.
Correct.
How did we know when this list
Well,
was
when was this
compiled and
inventory
whether it's
done?
accurate?
Oh, Lord. I've had that inventory list for years.
Okay, ma'am. When was the last time you updated this list prior to
Before I gave it.
moving in? Prior to, listen to the question. Prior to moving into the shelter, when did you last update this list?
A good 3 or 4 years, maybe.
So this
Get real.
list was updated 3 or 4 years ago?
No, I updated it before I sent it to you. That's how I had to put all my missing stuff in there.
Well, you didn't hear my question. You didn't hear my question. What I'm asking you is, when was the most recent time you updated this list prior to moving into the shelter?
I told you about 3 or 4 years ago because I've always kept inventory of all my pencils and stuff.
So are you telling me that some of these, say, adult coloring books, would you have used those? Would you have colored in them?
That's what I colored. I colored things. And when I came to
So
get
you
my
said-
stuff, my plastic.
Wait, I'm asking you a question. Just listen to the question. Are you telling me that you saved all these coloring books that you have already used?
Yes, I had them in a plastic crate.
But let's take a look at the second page. You have different pencils listed. I guess
Yes.
by brand name, by brand name.
Yes,
Is that right?
that is correct.
Blick is a brand name.
Blick is a brand name.
Ferrande,
Cardenas Pablo
Okay.
is another name. Derwent Color Salt is another name. Faber-Castell is another name. Iro Jensen pencils are another. Prismacolor is another one.
So aren't you using these pencils, as you go along?
It's my hobby. That's what I do.
I understand that. But what I'm trying to get at is, if the last time you updated this list was 4 years prior to moving into the shelter, and if it's your hobby to color with these pencils into these adult coloring books, 4 years is a long time to try to vouch for the accuracy of the list. I mean, it
No,
isn't like the stuff was packed away. Wait, listen. It isn't like the stuff was packed away in storage for 4 years. You made the list, put it in a storage locker, and didn't take anything out of it for a year or two or whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So what documentation do you have that this list is accurate as of the day that you moved into the shelter?
I would say 34 years prior to me moving to the shelter.
Did you hear? You didn't hear my question.
Oh my God.
How can you document the accuracy of this list relative to the day that you moved into the shelter? You told me the list is 4 years, was prepared 4 years before you moved in there. You're doing the coloring books all the time because it's your hobby. So how can this list be relied upon for its accuracy if it's 4 years prior to you moving into the shelter?
Because I had to keep inventory of my pencils riding in a truck.
Yeah, but you said the last time you did that was 4 years prior to moving into the shelter.
She's not
I've
going to
had the
win.
pencils for
Four-year
4 or
gap.
5 years.
What's that?
I've had these pencils for 4 or 5 years.
Okay. But ma'am, I had a hobby of collecting records. 45s, albums, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I never sold them or anything like that. They're in storage, okay, so to speak, and I haven't disturbed them in a couple of years, probably since before the pandemic. So if I prepared a list 3 years ago of my record collection, it's going to be accurate today because I haven't sold any of them. You're talking about something like, listen to me. Listen to me. You're talking about something like pencils and coloring books, things that you are using up as you go. So it's going to change.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm trying to. So how in the world can you say a list that's 4 years old is accurate at the time that you moved in?
Because I've always kept up with my stuff. If she would have moved my stuff out of the room down in the basement, we wouldn't be here today.
So you can't actually vouch for the accuracy of this list.
Yes, I can. I'm telling you, I got it right here in my hand.
Okay. Are there witnesses that can vouch for everything on this list?
Jimmy?
That's if I can talk.
My husband talked. Come over here.
No.
He's my only witness I have.
He was on the road. He can't testify what she had and what she didn't have.
Well, why would he know? How would he know how many pencils you have and what color they are?
Because he likes to watch me color when we're taking breaks off the stuff. And I do it here at the house. He knows how much I cherish my pencils.
So you want me to believe that your husband keeps track of every pencil you use when you're coloring in these adult coloring books, and he would be able to testify that the list you prepared 4 years ago is accurate on the day that you moved into the shelter? Is that what you're going to tell me he's going to say?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's the truth.
All right. Sure. Turn the camera over there. I'm going to put him under oath.
Can my husband talk to you?
Where is he?
Right here. Come over here, Jimmy.
She's not
Turn
gonna
it-
win.
yeah.
There's no way.
Get him in the view of the camera there.
Your Honor, she had not gone to
No, hold it. I didn't say for you to just talk. I'm going to ask you questions. I'm going to put you under oath. Raise your right hand to be sworn. And move a little closer to your wife because I can't see you. There you go. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give us the truth to the best of your knowledge, understanding, and belief?
Yes.
What is your name?
James Laskin.
Mm-hmm. And Miss Pruitt is your wife?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So she says that you are familiar with her art pencils and coloring books. Is that true?
I'm familiar with what she does with them. I did not take inventory. What I do know, if I may say it, is she's had them about 4.5, 5 years. She's not reordered any one of them because with so many, and it's not like coloring with the crayon wears down fast. Okay, it's a tick, tick, tick. So they don't go. She doesn't go through a pencil when she uses it. It lasts a long time. Okay. Now, what she's not remembering to tell you is when we got the stuff back here and she went through it, she realized things were missing. She got on the internet, got on the phone to these companies, and they sent her a list in the colors of the pencil. That's how she went through it and identified each one that was missing. Now, she's had chemotherapy. You got to take that in mind. And she's in pain over her backbone.
My neck screwed up.
Her discs are messed up. She's in pain 24/7.
You're going kind of beyond you're really kind
I'm
of going
just
beyond
explaining
the
you
scope of my
her
question.
thinking's not straight, but it's accurate what she's saying about the pencils.
Very accurate.
She got on the phone
How
with
would
these
you know
companies
that, sir? How would you know that, sir?
because I watched her get on the phone, the internet, and I watched the list.
I'm not talking about her trying to reconstruct the list after the fact. I'm talking about how can you vouch for the list as being accurate on the day that she moved into the shelter?
It's right here.
No, that I cannot. But they were taken from a secured room to unsecurement. And there was a thief there.
But that's not okay. What was the circumstances to your understanding of how she ended up in the shelter?
Her body is not in good shape. She can't. Your car is a soft riding vehicle.
You know what?
The truck
You gotta
rides rough.
point the camera up a little bit or scooch down because I can't see your eyes.
What about now?
When did she move into the shelter?
November.
November?
Excuse me. This is not wait a minute. Hold it. Ma'am. This isn't a game show where you confer with your partner on what the answer is. He's testifying.
Prior to winter, Your Honor.
What's that?
Prior to winter. Somewhere prior to winter.
Well, winter has probably 3 months. Or fall has 3 months. I mean, there's 12 of the year. So when did she move in?
I don't remember.
I moved in the 1st of November.
Ma'am, I'm not talking to you. You wanted to present this witness, so we are. I'm listening to him. You don't know when she moved in?
Not the exact time, no.
You don't even know do you know what month she moved in?
No. Being a truck driver,
Do you know what
your
year?
mind's so busy.
Do you know what year she moved in?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Last year. No, winter.
Yeah, excuse me.
The end of last year.
Yeah.
Before winter.
You can't give an answer without her consulting with her, can you? Because you don't really remember.
I'm not going by her. I'm sticking with what I told you to begin with. Prior to winter.
All right.
I don't know what month it was.
So you're a truck driver. You drive all over the country?
I used to. Now I'm local. I'm home.
I'm not talking about that. Well, at the time she moved in, were you driving all over the country?
Oh, yes, the whole Atlas, Your Honor. The whole Atlas.
Uh-huh. Yes. Were you driving all over the country a year before she moved in?
Yes.
Were you driving all over the country 2 years before she moved into the shelter?
Yes.
Were you driving all over the country 3 years before she moved into the shelter?
Last 20 years, Your Honor.
Okay. But I'm only talking about the last 4 when she made this list. So you're telling me, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. Are you saying that between you driving all over the country for the last 4 of the 20 years, that you kept track of what pencils she used in her adult coloring book?
No, but I watched her do it. Every time we came to home time.
Well, what does that mean? When you say you watched her do it, what does that mean? I mean, does that mean you watched her do it, or you're looking over her shoulder as she's doing it and you can actually take note of what she's doing?
Your Honor, when we came home off the road for our home time break, she would take the pencils.
No, wait, no, hold it. You're not answering my question. When you say that you took note or you watched her do it, I can watch somebody. Listen, I go to the karaoke bar, right? I watch people sing all the time. But I can't tell you who's singing what song accurately because I'm not necessarily watching the screen to see if they're singing the right words. You understand what I'm saying? You can watch somebody.
No. I didn't take down each color in the name of it. No.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to understand. You're watching her from a distance.
Next seat over. Driver's seat, passenger seat.
Okay. So you're driving and you're watching her do this.
No, we're sitting still.
Okay. Okay. So basically, all you can testify to is you've seen her take inventory before, but you can't actually vouch for the accuracy of the list as being accurate at the time she moved into the shelter.
No, I cannot.
Okay, well, that's all right. And you understand that in order to, you understand that she's claiming that items are missing or even stolen.
Yes.
So if nobody can vouch for the accuracy of the inventory going in, it's kind of hard to do it going out as well, right?
If she wouldn't have taken the stuff out of the room.
She's going to get away with it, Liz.
I know it. She's going to get away with it.
Take them a secured room and put down the basement with thieves in the house. That's all I got to say.
No, you didn't answer my question.
I thought I did. I did not specifically take down the names and how many pencils or what color they were. I watched her do it. We'd shut down the other day. She's very particular about these pencils.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me ask this question. And maybe you can help me out here. If she's that particular about the pencils, why, when she was over there on February 21st and you're out in the parking lot or wherever the street, because they didn't, there was the agreement was that you weren't going to go inside, correct?
Right, no further than the city park, a city sidewalk.
Got it. Does it strike you as odd that if she's so particular and enamored, these pencils are that seriously important to her, don't you think that she would have looked in the box, before leaving?
Your Honor,
to make sure that they were there?
Your Honor, they weren't in boxes.
They were in
They
bags.
were thrown in bags.
Garbage bags.
And they were poking through the bags, falling to the ground.
I was picking pencils up out of the front yard.
Okay, law says you can't touch a tenant's stuff. She kept it from us.
So wait a minute. So there were some pencils recovered.
Yes, they're not all stolen.
Okay, well, how do we know what's stolen and what isn't if we don't know what was there going in? You understand what I'm saying?
Because I had this list. I've had this list for 4 or 5 years.
Okay, listen. I'm not even sure look, a store like Myers, they do inventory, right?
Yes.
They have to. Okay. But guess what? At Myers, when they do inventory, there's barcodes, there's computers to keep track of every item in that store. You know what I'm saying? It's a very sophisticated system. And I'm not even sure I trust their inventory list. I've gone to maybe Myers and their inventory claims that they have it in the store, but they don't. Have you been in that kind of situation before?
Place of employment in the past, yes. Stores, the inventory people come in, they got the little hand on the thing, they'll count each item, yes.
Right. But I mean, have you ever gone to a store that has computerized inventory system and it says that they have the item in stock and they don't?
Yes.
Or you know what? I bought a screen door a couple of months ago, back in the winter. And I went to Lowe's, okay? And it wasn't in Genesee County because they closed all of our Lowe's stores down. But I went to Lowe's and bought this screen door. The inventory computer claimed that they didn't have it in stock, but they actually did. So I don't know, it got missed or somehow it got missed. And thank goodness they had it in stock, because when I was going to have it installed, they had to call Pennsylvania or somewhere where this computer is based to, let them know that, yeah, it's actually here, and it was a whole little, thing that they had to do. But I'm saying this is a company that's keeping inventory for a chain store that's nationwide. And I'm saying mistakes are made. So I'm trying to understand in the best way I can how she or you could vouch for what exactly was missing if you got a bag full of pencils. I mean, it would be very difficult.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. You got to be able to say what you had going in and what you have when you leave. If these pencils are so important, and I guess I'm going to ask you that, Ms. Pruitt, why wouldn't you check on what would go through the bag before you left?
Okay. The next door neighbors helped me get the stuff out of the house. I wasn't physically able to carry those bags of stuff out of the house.
No, but where did you load the bags when you got them out of the house?
Into our vehicle, and then we came home.
Trailer and
and what time of the day? What time of the day? It was daytime, correct?
Yes.
So there was daylight out, right?
Yes.
And you were in the privacy of your own vehicle, right?
Yes.
So what stopped you from going through the bag and counting these pencils?
Because I had to get my stuff and get out. I only had 1 hour.
You had an hour. You had an hour. Okay. What else is on the list? I'm seeing pencils and coloring book stuff.
And the damage.
What else is on this? What else is on this list? What else is on here?
Inhaler and my chair.
What's that?
A prescription inhaler and my chair.
Office chair.
My office chair.
The inhaler.
In the back of it.
Is the inhaler for the albuterol?
Yes. It was on the nightstand.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Ms. McCann. What about her inhaler?
I have no idea about no inhaler. I took pictures of everything before we even touched it. Now, if it was an inhaler on the nightstand and the exhibits that I showed to you, it'd still be, but before we touched anything, we took pictures of everything. And far to go about the, go ahead, sir. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
No, you were about to say something. Okay, pictures of the room.
I see a picture of the nightstand. That's it's on page 5, exhibit O. And I took a picture just like the nightstand. I opened up the
Wait. Say it. Wait. Say it again. It's page what?
It's page 5, exhibit O.
Okay. When were these pictures taken?
The day that we packed up everything, before we touched anything.
Who took the pictures?
I did. I took them with my phone. And before we touched.
What day was this taken?
What day was the picture taken? They was taken that the day after she left, which was a Saturday.
And when was that?
Pardon me? Before she left, her door was shut and locked. Nobody could get inside that room at all. She had a key. We had a key.
What day was that?
That was on a Saturday.
What month? What date?
December the 4th, 2021.
Okay. So when did you pack up her stuff? And who actually packed it up?
Me and the house aides. And the ladies that she accusing of stealing from her, it was her so-called friends.
This is an inhaler for what? Like asthma?
Yes.
Okay. So if you don't, so you're gonna have to help me out here. If you don't have asthma, what good with that kind of an inhaler? I mean, what would that do for somebody who doesn't have asthma?
Open up the bronchioles.
Okay, but if you don't have trouble breathing, if you don't have asthma, okay, look, let me give you an example. If somebody told me that somebody stole medical marijuana that they left on a nightstand, I could understand why somebody would steal medical marijuana, because lots of people smoke marijuana. That's something that people would love to steal. If you told me somebody had took somebody's opioids, yeah, I get why people steal that, because they want to get high. They sell them on the street. They sell marijuana on the street. I'm trying to understand, why would somebody steal an inhaler if they didn't?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So my understanding on the Philpott matters, we're doing two different things.
I believe, yes, that the criminal sexual conduct will be a waiver. I'm waiting for that to happen, then I'll let the victim call.
Okay.
And holding the exam on the CCW felony possession.
Got it. Court does call the case, so the people.
Just a sec, our source video disappeared. We hadn't got to the end of the case, I think. Let's double check.
And who actually packed it up?
Me and the
asthma on the street. They sell marijuana on the street.
Okay, we didn't get to the an actual resolution, but I think we can see that the plaintiff did not prove her case. The standard is by a preponderance of the evidence, which is more likely that it's your way versus the other person's way. And so she's not winning. Let's see. What did it go? Let's see. The next case it was going somebody with Judge Simpson. Let me see if we've got anything shorter here. Oh yes, Aowen is here. Say hello, kitty. Meow. Come on. Come on. Okay, there she goes. That's Aowen. She sounds a bit like a squeaky toy. The next case on the playlist is a 48-minute one, which sounds entertaining, but I sure hope that it's not going to be 48. I think the judge said 12:45 is when he was originally planning, but then they continued to argue a bunch, so I'm not sure if okay, here, this sounds interesting. Let's go for this one.
Do you identify yourself, sir, ma'am?
This
Or
is
you can say your
Columbus
pronoun. I don't want to
Police
insult
body
you.
camera.
Okay. Hey, take a deep breath. We're gonna figure this out, all right? So what pronoun?
On August 28th, 2022, at approximately 6:15 p.m., officers with the Columbus Division of Police were dispatched to the home of Columbus City Attorney Zach Klein on a call about people camping in his front yard.
I would like to request a police cruiser in Clintonville on Zach Klein's house. There are peaceful protesters there, but they've set up literally, oh, and there goes the cruiser. They've literally set up a camp in his front yard on his personal property.
The officers arrived on scene and advised the protesters that they were trespassing on private property and were subject to arrest. After several attempts to get the protesters to leave, the officers were left with no choice but to place them under arrest. 3 individuals were arrested, 2 were slated at Jackson Pike, and 1 of them was eventually transported to a hospital. So with all that being said, I hope you enjoyed today's video. I hope you learned something, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hello. Is there somebody who's in charge of the tent? Is there somebody who's in charge who owns that tent? Is it yours?
It's not mine.
No? Is it one of yours? Is that your tent, sir? Is it yours? Is anybody claiming ownership of this tent?
I'm the police liaison.
Okay.
So if you want to speak to any of them or anything you want to tell them, you can talk to me.
Okay.
So the protesters are here right now because of the sweep happening on East Mound Street.
Okay.
So there are some demands.
Okay, that's fine. So here's the thing. The property owner doesn't want them on their property, okay?
Okay.
So now there's a trespass notice. I'll talk to you because you say that you're the liaison to them. If you could tell them, they can just move right over to this piece of grass right here. That's public property, okay? But the property owner of this particular address no longer wants them on their property, all right?
Hi, we want you guys to move to the other side of the grass.
Would you like me to talk to them?
I'll go.
Okay. Can you tell them that they are subject to arrest if they don't?
It's not a request, it's an order. They have to go over there.
So they're
and
saying
leave.
that it's in order and
Or they're going to be placed under arrest.
The property owner does not want them on their property.
they're saying that you will be lit because they are saying that the property owner is saying that they do not want for you guys to be
On their property. You can, we have
their property.
We have no problem with you guys protesting, but this is currently private property that you reside on, okay? So you have to move somewhere that's public, all right? Because the property owner does not want you on their property. You are subject to arrest if you don't comply, all right? That's it. You guys can just move right over that piece of grass over there. It's public property. It's a public park, and you're legally allowed to be there until 11 p.m. Okay?
Oh, they might just need some time to start getting up and everything.
Well, they're not moving. That's the problem. So they're just completely ignoring our commands. So they're not complying. So they need to start getting up, getting their stuff, and going over to a different side, going over to the public property over there. Okay? For everybody inside the tent, we need you guys to get up.
They'll only.
We need you guys to get up.
Everything that you're saying right now.
We need you guys to start getting up and start packing up your property.
Supposed to be
Well,
acting as their communication.
I understand that,
I'm the
but
police liaison.
they're not listening to you. So I'm going to talk to them directly in hopes they listen to me to avoid an arrest, because we don't want to arrest them. We want them to obey the law and leave this property.
Like I said before, I'm the police liaison. So anything that you want to tell them, tell me, and I will tell them.
And we've already explained it to you, and they're not listening to you, is what I'm saying.
So like I said before, if there is anything that you want to tell them, you can talk to me and I will say it to them.
Okay.
So is there anything that you want to tell them right now for me to
They
tell
need
them?
to leave or they're going to be placed under arrest.
You guys have been told by the other officer that you are being told that you must go, or else you must go because you are going to be
Arrested.
placed under arrest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you planning on listening at any point, or are you
Is
gonna
there
refuse?
anything that you want to ask them? You can ask me and I
Ask
will.
them if they're going to comply, if they're going to refuse. Please.
Comply or refuse with what, sir?
The order to leave the property.
Hi. Are you guys going to comply?
We're getting a 10-8, 11-17.
Are you guys going to? Are you guys going to comply? Will you get off of the property?
They didn't answer you. They did not answer you. So what are they going to do then? Are they going to leave or are they going to comply and move over here to this property?
Again, I have been told to ask you guys if you're going to be leaving or if there is anything that you guys need. Do you guys need time? Is there anything that might better communicate with me? Maybe if like you guys just step
No,
back
that's
and
not
give
an
us 3
option.
minutes.
That's not an option. So here's the deal. This is your last warning, final warning. You must get up. You must start vacating the property or you're going to be placed under arrest.
So, like I said before, because I am the police liaison.
Okay,
any
well, they're not
warnings
listening to
that
you. I need
have
you to
for
stand
them-
over there. This is going to you too, okay? This is private property. You have to leave. I need you to stand over there for me. Okay?
As I said before,
Ma'am.
any warning
Ma'am.
that you give them that is not
I'm warning
appropriate
you.
to me,
I'm warning you right now.
they're not going to listen.
They're not listening
They're
to
going
you
to act
anyway.
like nothing is going on
They're
because
not
I am
listening
the
to you
police
anyway.
liaison.
They're not listening to you
So
anyway.
can
Is
you
what I'm
tell
trying
me
to
the
explain.
warning again so I can go tell them?
I've already
and then-
explained it, and they're not listening to you. So what I need you to do to avoid you being arrested is I need you to go stand over there and get off of private property. Once again, the homeowner here does not want you on their property. Okay? I need you personally to go over there and stand, or you're going to be placed under arrest.
As I said before, because I am the
Keep an eye
police
on them
liaison,
real quick.
any warning that you guys just said right now will not be seen, heard by them. So the last warning that you just said, because you did not talk to me first for me to tell them.
We already talked to you, and they're not listening
But
to
you did not, what
So-
you just said, that warning you just said, you didn't talk to them. You talked to me.
Okay, this is your last chance. If you do not get up and start moving your stuff over to public property, you're going to be placed under arrest. Okay, all three of you are now under arrest for criminal trespassing.
You didn't stand up. Come on up. Place your hands together for me, buddy. Thank you. Hey, let's go over here. Thank you. We're gonna go down here, buddy, all right? Do me a favor. You lock your fingers together for me? Makes it easier, okay? I appreciate your cooperation in the situation. Can you scoot your arms back a little? I don't want to hurt you with the cuffs. No, bring them away from your body, buddy. Thank you. It's not too tight, right, man? Okay. Do you identify as sir, ma'am? Or you could say your pronoun. I don't want to insult you.
It's all good.
Okay. Hey, take a deep breath. We're gonna figure this out, all right? So what pronoun? So I can address you, or
Whichever's fine.
Okay. Okay. So I'll go with sir. Okay. I'm gonna need to get some information from you, and we'll go from there. Okay. I'm gonna try and be as cool as I can with you. Again, this is the situation. We're gonna sort it out. All right. Okay. Let's go over here by that telephone pole to Cruiser 32. Okay. Thank you.
You can stand up. Come on out.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Do you identify as sir, ma'am? Get everybody outside first. Yeah. We'll deal with the wheelchair last.
I'm walking out this way.
Well, don't trip, buddy. Keep your feet under you. Come on. Oh, that's all. There's my heart.
Okay, sir, ma'am. Is it broke? Yeah. Okay, how are we going to move your wheelchair? Can you just talk to us so we can do this the easy way? I'm just trying to, how can we move your wheelchair out of here the safest way possible? Can you help me answer that question the safest way possible so you don't get injured when we're trying to take the wheelchair out? All right, handcuff in the front for now until we get medic. Yeah, we're probably going to need one. See if they can help us out with the transport. Sure. L5. I'm marked on channel 4, but I'm out here with S3.
Okay.
I'm taking your purse off here. Going to check it for weapons. Oh. Actually, this might. Can we push that down? Can we push that down?
The bottom of the tent. Step on it. Watch your head. There you go.
All right, can you guys get it the rest of the way?
Yep.
There we go.
Not a good driver.
All right.
Take it that direction. There you go.
You can take the rest of it.
Yep.
Got it.
5-3. 5-3.
All right. Take it that direction.
Just respond to Weber and Grasmere. Take us all that puts back in the slip again. Cover.
Okay, well, theoretically, the court is supposed to come back in session any time, which means we probably have time for another video. Let's see what else we've got today. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Body cam. Police are dealing with entitled citizens in public.
Hello.
We're gonna take you off the aircraft. You're good.
Yep, you're gonna have to get off the aircraft.
Yeah,
okay?
and you're at the
Yep.
and I compliment you in that way. man.
She's the representative of the aircraft. They don't want you flying on their plane today, okay? So you're gonna have to get
After
off the
they made
aircraft.
us wait and wait and wait.
Yeah, that's the way it is. But right now I'm gonna
And
need you.
that's fine, and I will respect that.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to grab your bag and just
And I
step
did
off
not
the
do
aircraft.
anything actually.
We'll talk about it outside.
Disruptive besides speak my mind.
Okay.
And you know what? I live in America, and that's what fucking America's about.
Calm down.
No, you know
Listen to
that.
me. Grab your
No,
bag.
you know that. You know that.
Give me another unit on the plane, please.
If you are ever gonna put your hands on
Grab
me,
your bag.
no, I will grab my bag. But you know I'm gonna sit here and say that.
Listen, no one's
And
gonna
if
put their hands on you. unless
All
you
right,
have to.
yeah, you
Grab your
won't.
bag and
Yeah,
just step off
you
the
won't.
Okay, but I need you to get up.
No. You
Okay?
need me to get up? You may need me to get up, but you know what I feel my need to do as a person? Just like Jesus motherfucking Christ.
You need to call.
No, I'm gonna do what I need to do. I'm gonna say what I need to do. And if you're gonna do whatever you feel you need to do to me, right?
You
So
ready?
I'm gonna say what I am meant to say.
Right.
No, to everybody.
Stand up, man.
Everybody is
You're
doing
gonna
this.
get arrested if you do not
I'm
stop.
already gonna get
You're gonna get arrested if you don't stand up and get off the aircraft.
probably already gonna get
If you want to get arrested,
I really
then stand up
honestly-
and get off the aircraft. That's all you have to
really,
do.
it's not about that, man.
Okay.
You can
I'm
do
gonna ask
your
you one more
duty.
time, and then I'm gonna have to put my
But-
hands on you. Okay?
For what reason?
Because you're not
Let me
listening.
ask you that.
Right.
You're gonna put no. And that's fine. That's fine. Why do you have a right to put your hands on me,
Okay,
though?
let's go, Rick.
No, why do you have a right to put your hands on me?
Ma'am,
What am
stand
I
up.
doing that makes you feel like you have a right to put your hands on me?
Tell
Seriously
me
though,
what-
can you tell me that?
Probably be fine.
Can you just help me to understand as a human that is alive? Why do you seriously though?
Yep. Get 'em
Like
off.
seriously.
Why? Can you just tell me that? Like, I'm actually asking you as a
At this
person.
point, here's what's happening. They're going to deplane the aircraft. I'm going to take you off the
That was
plane,
already happening. Don't.
and you're going to jail. Just so
No,
you
that
know.
was already happening.
It won't happen
Okay.
if you get up and walk out with me right now.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to,
Yeah. Right now, they're going to deplane. As soon as they deplane, you're going to jail. Okay? If you do not get up, that's how it's going to work.
Do you feel that's a threatening system?
That's the way it is,
That's
man.
not cool.
Are you
I
gonna-
want to trust you. You want to trust me? That's not healing. We're not healing.
Okay, get off the
That's
plane.
not
Come on. Get
healing.
off the plane.
Can I trust you or not? I feel like you're still
Let's go. Off the plane. Grab your stuff. Grab your stuff.
Are
Get
you
off the
gonna? Can I
aircraft.
trust you?
Listen, have I touched you yet? I'm trying to get you off the aircraft. That's
Right,
all
to
we're
get
trying
me
to
off
do.
to do a control situation. If I get off the plane, you said you wouldn't arrest me. So you as a cop should have to honor that.
Russ, Russ.
Right? No, you should though. You should have to honor that. That's my right.
Go talk to the captain. Tell him we need to remove
It
her.
really is. So that's my right. It's like you need to. No, we're getting to the point where you're not you're not respecting my human rights
Let's
as a
go.
constitution. That's not true.
You're done.
I didn't do anything that did anything to. No, man, that's not okay, dude. That's not okay. You know it.
29 Central,
You know
1015.
Why did you You represent power. You represent
Get over here. Up against the wall. You're going to be facing handcuffs, okay?
I didn't do anything.
yeah, we tried talking to you.
No, you really didn't. I talked back to you and I was calm. And you
Hands
honestly
behind your back.
acknowledged me for a moment and then you didn't.
Leave your hands there.
Why did you do that? Like that. You didn't have to do it like that. It
Okay.
didn't have to be like that.
Come with me.
I wasn't doing it.
Come with me.
No, man. This shit is fucked up and you are a part of this. You too. You looked at me. I saw you look at me in my eyes. That's not real, man. That's
Just
not
grab her bag.
real, man.
Yeah, she had a green backpack.
That's not real, man. I know that's not real. You just said if I got up and walked out and you
You have a vehicle?
Why did you talk to me like that? I didn't do anything wrong. I was
Let's
just
go. This way.
speaking my
This way.
mind, man.
We didn't have time to
Why are
deplane.
you doing that? See, you lied right there, man. You said if I got up.
Stop.
No. Why would I stop when you lie to me? How is anyone gonna stop anything when you lie to them?
You had your chance, ma'am.
I had my chance.
I
You
asked
didn't even
you-
give me
I
a
asked
chance. I
you-
looked at you in your eyes
asked you
and
10
I knew
times.
you were lying to me. No. Don't. You can't bullshit. Sure. That's fine. No. That was the resistance that you felt. No.
I asked you
You're
5 times
better
to
than
get off
that,
that plane.
dude. You're
I asked
better
you
than that.
5
I saw you outside before I even came in with your mask off. No, you're better than that. That's not cool. That's not cool, dude. It's really not. It's really not. I am not a person hurting anybody. I'm a person hurting. This is not. No, that's not okay. You're gonna fucking arrest me for what? What are you arresting?
Interference with flight operation. That's what you're getting arrested for. Okay?
You know I'm furious right now.
Yes, we are.
You want to take it to the other side?
We're just gonna fight
I have a fucking cat, you know, dude. Like, what? Sorry to make
He's
sure
gonna
you're
fight
butting
you
your
down.
pants for me, please, all right? What? I didn't do anything. You're mad. This system is fucked, and you give me all the reasons to keep saying it like that. Like in the eyes you give me, you do. Like, really, all of you, you know you're fighting for a system that isn't just to you all. You do. You know that. You know that. You really do. And if you don't, then that's just wow. I'm like,
Hey, have a seat. Watch your head. Yeah, it's been a lot of talk. I had to pull her off an aircraft, so I don't know how she's going to act now, but she's been chirping the whole time. So we'll see how it goes. All right, ready to step out? Are you going to comply with everybody?
No, with you two, yes. Not with you, because you're a liar. Okay. No, he said the reason he has me arrested right now is because you looked at me in my eyeballs. I looked at you outside of the plane before I ever went in there. You didn't have masks on. No, can I say something before anybody takes me out so that I can just say what I have to say? And then I can say what I have to say, and then I will do what y'all want me to do because I'm here now.
Okay.
No, it's, I don't get, it doesn't matter about that. What matters is that you have an unjust officer that's abusing his power, and you need to know that, Timothy.
Hey. Can I
SW, my mother's a social worker, and you're about to really, because you made eye contact with me before I ever got on that plane. You acknowledged the fact that you weren't wearing a mask. And then you got on the plane, and then you made eye contact with me, and then you manipulated the situation. No, that's what happened. I'm sorry, that's what happened. So I know the.
Here, let me get your temperature at least.
Anybody?
No? Yeah.
No, I'm not complaining, you guys. Y'all just. And, you think he's cute? Oh yeah, I thought he was cute too. I looked in his eyeballs, and I thought he looked into my eyeballs, and then he abused that.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Hey. This is an
interference with flight operations.
No, seriously, please just get somebody.
Her name is.
What's your name?
Gabrielle?
I don't want to tell you anything, so I'm not saying that I am being arrested for things that are unjust. I was on an airplane. I was doing nothing. I was speaking my mind. I should not be arrested right now, man.
But right now, we have to follow procedures, and we'll get to the bottom of what's
Your procedure. You're not following my procedure, right? I use my constitutional procedures, okay? But I need to follow your procedures, right?
Step out. Take your leg out.
Can I have your name, please, first? Can we just adopt something that makes me want to be safe? Why can I not be safe? Why is this like this? This is not my human right. Stop. I would relax if you would let me. You're not.
Michigan?
Oh my God, see?
Okay. Ma'am, I'll say if that's who leave, you have to leave.
My money's in this bank, and I'm going to take it out.
Well, then you have to abide by the rules, and you have to have a mask on.
This is a state.
It's not. Businesses have the right to refuse service, even if you're not wearing a mask. That's their choice. Awesome. Well, you need to go and get a mask. You're not allowed to do. Ma'am, listen, we're gonna do this the easy way or the hard way.
What are you going to do? Arrest me?
Yes, for intruding on premises.
That's hilarious.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. And you believe in this?
I believe in it.
Do you believe in this?
The laws, yes.
The law says that I do not have to wear a mask.
You don't, not in public, but you're not in public. You're not in public.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. This is not a public place. This is a private business. No, you're not. We're going to go outside.
Are you serious?
Do I look like I'm kidding?
Well, I don't know, because
let's walk outside.
You've got some issues.
I've got issues.
That you're taking away people's human rights.
Okay.
Oh, now is he
Let's go
going to
outside.
shoot me, people? Is he going to shoot me for trying not to breathe?
Cool.
Come on, dude.
Don't do that. Oh no.
Do not touch me. Who do you think you are?
2010, one
Oh,
system.
back up. Some old lady is getting handcuffed here. People. Ow.
Ma'am, put your hands behind your back. Say it. You don't stop resisting. Stop.
Is anybody gonna get real here? Really?
Relax.
No one's gonna get real? Wow.
Come on.
Oh, are you gonna smash my head to the ground now? Now you're smashing my arm into my private area?
Your private area?
Yeah.
Put your hands behind your back.
My hand is behind my back, sir.
This one. Turn over on your stomach. Put your hand behind your back. Relax.
I'm totally relaxed.
No, you are not relaxed. Not relaxed at all.
Right here, people.
No, it's not.
Wow, what about your sheet? Yeah, someone's filming this. You're hurting me.
Oh, I'm filming it.
This is like
Yeah,
this is
okay.
like cutting me.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand yourself up.
And how do you suggest, sir? I am like a 65-year-old woman here.
Okay. Sit
What are
up.
you doing?
Stand up.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Stand up.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Are you trying to speak Spanish to people?
I do speak Spanish.
Okay, well, stand up.
Are you happy now, lady?
Okay.
I'm not happy. You
Okay, stand
refuse
up. Stand up.
I refuse to listen to the.
Come on.
You know what? I think
She's getting your stuff. Come on.
I think you broke my freaking foot,
Okay, I'll call her.
and that's my business over there.
Yeah, she's going to pick it up.
Wow. Not wearing a mask, people. This is what they do to you.
Slow everybody down.
Okay, I've got my dog in my truck.
I got you. I'm 10-4. Send EMS for a 60-year-old white female. She's complaining of foot pain.
Yeah. You
Take a
broke
seat.
my damn foot.
Take a seat.
49, we're out with her. Okay.
Take a seat.
Are you? Where's your mask? Where's your
I'm
mask?
6 feet away from you.
Oh, well, I was 6 feet away from those people
All
in
right,
there, too.
in there. Get inside.
Come on, you guys.
Get
Let's get
inside.
real.
You probably put yourself into position to make them do that.
That's a typical man. Typical man to say that.
Ma'am, no weapons on you or anything like that?
No, here.
No, that's okay. Stand up for me, please.
No.
I'll just make sure you have
Does
no
it
weapons
look
on you.
like, look, I don't even have.
I'm not trying. All right, I don't want to touch
I don't
you.
have pockets.
Okay. All right.
Listen, he verbally abused me.
Well, that doesn't give you the right to spit on him. That's what you verbally abuse.
Do you have as an intel analyst to monitor these communications? What do you do?
It's a common practice that any facility has with inmates, and it's also through the Texas Commission of Jail Standards.
Is it common practice to allow inmates at the jail to have both types of communication, telephone calls and emails?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the system that is in place to allow inmates to make these communications, whether it's an email or a phone call?
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that recently the telephone communication changed. So for now, I want to talk about the communication system that was in place in 2018. Until when did the communication system change?
December of 2022.
Okay, so from 2018, when Mr. Burgos first became an inmate at the Webb County Jail, to November, December of 2022, what was the name of the communication system that existed at the time?
IC Solutions.
And was this IC, it was IC or ICS communications?
IC Solutions. ICS for short, IC Solutions.
Is this communication system, are you familiar with it?
Yes.
And what is the name of the new system that was implemented in 2022?
Smart Communications.
And these two systems are solely for allowing the either jail calls or emails, correct?
Correct.
Now, how is it, or do these communication systems automatically log an incoming call or an outgoing call or an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes.
And so that is a log. Do they also, do these systems, do they record the activity? Not necessarily. So we talked about the communications, the log of the communications, the timing and stuff. What about the contents of these communications?
Yes.
Both email and
Phone
telephone.
calls. Yes, ma'am.
And they are done automatically
Yes, by the system.
as they are occurring.
Yes.
Do you know if this is a common practice or if this is of these records kept in the regular conducted business of the Webb County Jail?
Yes.
And is making the record of these jail calls and emails the regular practice of the Webb County Jail?
Yes.
In these systems, and I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury how it is an individual would allow access or make it accessible to either a jail call, to any calls or any emails. But I'd like to ask you, are there, what, do you have access to the logs of the messages, both calls and emails?
Yes.
And are you able to manipulate or to request that this information be organized in a manner, for example, based on telephone number that the calls are made out to?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm tending to State's Exhibit 573, 574, 575, 576, 577, and 578, and ask you if you recognize them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are these true and correct copies of the logs that are maintained pursuant to or as part of both the SMART system and the ICS system?
Yes.
I'm tending to the defense for review 573 through 578 for the review and offering into evidence under the business record exception. State's offering 573 through 577, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you.
578 or 77?
Sorry, it's 578. Thank you. Now, I want to, before I publish these, I'd like to, well, actually, it may help. I'm going to show you States 573 and ask you to explain to the jury how an inmate would set up the access to receive a jail call first under the old system, because these documents have both under ICS and under SMART solution, correct? So I'm going to ask you to please explain to the jury how an inmate who wants to have access to the jail calls or to make telephone calls or receive them, how they would go about doing so under the old system, which is the ICS.
So when you're first booked ever at the Webb County Jail, there's underneath Above the phones, there's steps on how to create and generate a PIN. So the Webb County Jail will provide you with an ID/ISO number that is unique to you, and then you need to create your own PIN number that you create whatever numbers you want, and you need to state United States of America and your name.
Now, is the way, now, when somebody registers a phone number, for example, under the old system, which is the ICS solutions, correct?
Yes.
You, back then, will you share with the ladies down on the jury how these identifiers pertain or show that they are uniquely for a specific individual at the jail?
Right. So in this page, you can see that it's the inmate ID. That inmate ID is given to the inmate. And then you can see the last name, the phone number that they're calling, and then the first name towards the very, very right. That. Mhm.
And so this would be the ID number for Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
Yes. So when you are doing the phone call, they'll tell you to add the ID number followed by your PIN, and you would put it together to make the phone call.
And this is to verify that these calls are made by Mr. Burgos?
Yes.
Now, how is it that you determine the registered name for the phone number, for example, in this situation or in this state exhibit 573? They're all, the state asked you to organize them by phone number, correct?
Correct.
And could you tell me who phone number 1-863-242-4107 belongs to?
That belongs to Amy Burgos.
Objection on the basis of knowledge.
Rephrase, please.
Will you explain to how it is that the jail facility maintains records of how that phone number or who that phone number is registered to?
With the jail call context, you can see that they're calling each other wife, or they go into detail about kids and things like that. It's all with the jail's phone calls.
Now let me ask you, is there in the new system, this was in the ICS system, in the smart solutions, it's presented in a slightly different manner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, will you explain how this system, an individual is registered to make the calls?
Yes. So in the new system with smart communications, you need to create a username. You need to provide your name, your last name, your date of birth, an address, an email address, and sometimes it even catches the IP address. So that's another way to identify who they're calling.
And when you say you need to register this, who are you referring to needs to register this?
The person that wants to receive calls from the inmate.
So does the Webb County Jail have a record of the person who registered this call to?
Yes.
Okay. Or from, actually, right?
Call to, and that would be Amy Burgos.
And this is maintained as part of your records under the system?
Yes.
Now, I noticed that there are different phone numbers, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain the distinction or why there are two phone numbers associated to this registered name of Amy Burgos?
We assume.
Judge, objection, may we approach, is this being broadcast on streaming Ms. Burgos' personal number?
In records and to identify. This is why May we approach?
Go ahead.
And for the record, did you go through and separate and organize the business records, the logs, by phone numbers?
Yes.
And you confirmed and verified that these phone numbers belong to specific individuals?
Yes.
Now, on State's Exhibit 573, there was 2 phone numbers associated with her.
Correct.
And you were able to confirm that they were registered to Amy Burgos.
Correct.
And I want you to, in addition to organize in a certain way, we asked you to let us know or to inform the jury how many phone calls in the time span that he's been there, how many phone calls were made in the duration of his stay here at the Webb County Jail.
For ICS, it was a total of 2,269 calls.
Okay. And for smart communication?
Let me verify that. Hmm. 51.
And these were to Amy Burgos.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to do the same with these, and I just, for the purpose of verifying that the registered owners for the phone numbers that are within these documents were in fact registered to these individuals.
Yes.
I'm going to now show you 574 and ask you again. The documents or the logs that are contained within 574, did you confirm that the phone number that is identified within was registered to Germina Aguilar?
Yes.
And as part of your, what is it, Intel analyst, were you able to determine that Guillermina Aguilar is Mr. Burgos-Aviles' grandmother?
Correct.
And how many phone calls under the ICS system were made using that system?
2,099.
And for the new system?
254.
On 575. Again, were you able to confirm as part of your duties that the phone number contained within is associated to the registered owner or registered to Marisol Aviles?
Correct.
And is, as an analyst, you or those that work under you were able to determine that Marisol Aviles is Mr. Burgos-Aviles' mother?
Correct.
States Exhibit 576, again, the phone number contained within, is it registered in your records to belong to Carlos Burgos?
Correct.
And he is, from your analysis, is the father of Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
Correct.
Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
Correct.
Two more. On States Exhibit 577, there are the phone number contained within the registered owner you have verified was Amanda Buxton.
Correct.
And how many calls using the ICS system?
50.
And the smart communication system?
0.
And then 578, Sahara Cambron. And did your records indicate that the phone number contained within belonged to registered owner or the registered name of Sahara Cambron?
Correct.
And how many calls were made using the ICS calls?
58 calls.
And the smart communication calls?
235.
And when did the smart communication calls come into play?
December 2022.
So in the last 6 months, those are the calls that have been made.
Correct.
And for Amy Burgos, his wife, smart communications, it was in the last 6 months?
Correct.
And how many communications or how many calls were made to Miss Amy Burgos?
51.
Now, will you describe how an inmate has access or the protocols followed for an inmate to have access to the phone or device allowing email communications?
So in each cell, depending how big or how small the cell is, there's a certain amount of tablets that allow you to be able to message with whoever's registered under, that account for the smart communications. With ICS, we never had messages, just phone calls.
So the messaging just began in December, in late 2022.
Yes, December 2022.
And do they have free access or access to this 24/7, or are there certain time frames?
From 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. 11 p.m. it would be locked down, and the inmate need to turn it into the guards, and they put them to charge in a charging portal.
Now, I believe that there's a difference in the manner in which an individual can request to receive calls from somebody who's at the jail under the ICS and under the smart, is it smart
Communication.
Does the smart communication require that the registered caller set up an account for it to be paid by them?
Correct.
And did the other system, the ICS, require this?
Same thing. Yes.
Now, are you familiar with Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
How is it that you're familiar with him?
Because he's housed at the Webb County Jail.
Have you ever met him?
maybe once or twice.
Are you familiar with his voice?
Yes.
How is it that you're familiar with his voice?
After being in the jail for 4 years and listening to his calls, you get familiarized with the voices of certain inmates.
And then at the beginning of each call, is that identifier that you referred to in your testimony earlier also documented within the ICS system or your record, the way you report these calls?
Yes, they have to state their name.
And do they also have to use a unique identifier?
Correct.
Were you and the other analysts monitoring the emails and the phone calls of Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
And the individuals that we mentioned are the individuals that he has been communicating with.
Correct.
And may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 579 and ask you to recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Tendering to the defense, States Exhibit 579, which contains the phone calls that have been provided through discovery to the defense and we're offering it to evidence.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, States Office 579.
And Chairman ruling the court, our earlier discussion outside of the jury, and the exhibit.
Permission to publish the phone calls.
This is the one that has the 4.
Yes.
So you're offering 579
Through 579.
579.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4.
That is correct, John.
Same announcement on your end on all 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then same word from the court. Overruled and
Now, before we begin, do you recall the phone calls that we prepared for our presentation today?
Yes.
And they were to who?
To Amy Burgos.
Eight, 5. Dialed number. Please say again. United States of America.
United States of America.
Press 0 to make a prepaid for calls within the United States.
Do you recall the date of States Exhibit 579.1?
April 18, 2018.
Hello, you have a free call. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking.
What else you got to tell me?
Hello?
What else did he tell you at work, or what else did he say they were joking with you? That's not to be joking with, what is he joking with?
About the kid. And then that's pretty much it. And a couple of people were asking Caitlin, what's going on, like all that.
What if I can't hear you?
And then they were asking Kaylin about what happened with the police and all that stuff. People were asking him. And also, like I said, they just made a joke about having kids outside their marriage.
Okay.
So that's it. That's what's gonna happen today. That's why it wasn't that bad of a day, because yesterday was worse.
What did they tell you yesterday?
Yesterday, they were telling me about the victims, Ronald.
What all the victims?
They were telling me about them, about their family, about how they're hurting, about what you did,
Okay.
what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying, I'm just telling you what they're telling me.
No, it's fine, I understand. Just remember what I told you yesterday, you know? Everybody is doing all kinds of things and making all the reasons and whatever. You just gotta like, I know it's hard, but you just gotta like, don't listen to that.
Hard is an understatement. It's more than that for me. It's like my whole life is destroyed. Like all of my kids. And I was just, I wasn't even doing anything to anybody. So it's just like, all this feels like it's happening to me for no reason.
Well, you already put out my call, right? That you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but I'm paying for it too.
I'm sorry, Amy, all right? I'm sorry.
And on top of that, I'm all on myself here. Like I have my mom, but she's not helping me with everything there. And I'm like, everybody else, like in the public, I'm by myself. With everybody looking at me.
I'm sorry, but please do understand that this is just people saying these things are not talking true. Like a big gossip, that's what it is.
The police also said that you have another girl named Lindsay.
The what?
That you told them that you were dating somebody named Lindsay. As well.
Okay.
Behind my back. Okay, so yes?
No, Amy.
No, I see.
We're not talking about that right now. Just so you know.
Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, but I'm listening to you, right?
Well, I'm not so sure if that's gonna be the case. I guess we'll talk, next couple days. Yes?
Why a couple days?
So you can, chill out and. We're not gonna talk about that right now. Okay? Well, I will explain everything to you. Because you gotta remember, it's like how the cops told me that you said stuff that I'm not gonna mention. And just so dumb too, talking about this fucking phone, shit.
Okay, forget about it. London, Renee. Just asking what's going on with me. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
That's fine. Hello?
Yeah.
Just for the sake of everything, I might just call you like a couple times a week.
Why?
Because we're getting into arguments and things, like that we shouldn't be saying.
Okay. If that's what you want to do.
It's not what I want.
Okay.
But I guess, because I want to fight with you and argue about stuff.
I know, I miss you too. Thank you for using IT Solutions.
Just when we approach.
Let's approach, please. After requesting.
call number.
It'd be helpful.
I'm sorry?
If you want to call out the timestamp of when you forwarded it.
Okay.
Thank you.
This time here is 151.
Thank you.
The tax bank setting. I see.
Your Honor, that's 138.
Thank you.
Solution. You may begin speaking now. Hello. This time I want to go get the stuff from the daycare because the tax bank said I needed to have a PDF picture of it.
Okay.
So I went and then Sasha, Leslie, she wanted to talk to me about everything. And so me in a really bad mood. She wasn't trying to be mean or anything. She was just talking about it, and she was saying that her husband is having a really hard time. It's just everything was making me so sad, and I just feel mad at you.
What did you her husband want?
She was saying that everyone's taking it hard, like the news about it.
Oh.
And it's making me feel upset because I had to talk about stuff. Like, she was asking me about things, and I was just like, didn't tell her a lot. I just was telling her, like, that I can't bring Damien, that I'm trying to figure out my mental situation, and then maybe he can go back if things get better, but I don't know. And then it just made me upset because I'm just feeling mad at you, Ronald. I'm mad at you.
Okay. It's something that I can't talk to you. But we can't.
Yeah, because you know the bad things I'm thinking about. You know what I'm thinking about, and I can't even talk to you. And it's making me mad because I'm going through this alone myself. And all I feel like is in the end, like I never even knew you. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, like always. And then also sucks that you probably believe everything you hear. Just like everybody else.
It just frustrates me because when I was in the room and they were doing the questioning, I could hear them reading out messages of eggplant emojis that you were saying it was in March of 2018. Like, you just made me so mad at me. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. And you betrayed me. And I suck it, and you betrayed me. I'm not telling you that it's okay.
Like I told you, don't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, I was just reading in the court of law.
Yeah, like I said, I try to, just tell you everything like I know it is, but can't tell you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Talk to him.
I got the information for Florida. 1 minute.
For what?
I got the information for the Florida daycare.
Florida?
So we don't owe taxes anymore.
What do you mean information for what Florida daycare?
I paid daycare in Florida for half a year,
This year?
2017.
Ah, that's right, we're doing that. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Yes. Okay.
Because I didn't come back until May.
Yes, you're right. I forget that the taxes is the last year taxes, like we gave last year.
Yeah, so I spent more than $5,000 just on Damien alone, just for my son for 1 year. For daycare. That's not even counting the extra babysitters I had to pay.
Why are you saying that that's like it's a bad thing?
They're saying that's a lot. That's why I can't do it right now.
I know it's a lot, but that's that's expected.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. Goodbye.
Five 79.3.
579.3 will be published.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Call number.
Timestamp 127, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Finally. Oh.
Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin.
Hello.
Well,
Finally, what are you doing? Zero? What? Oh man, why is it taking so early? I want to ask him something.
It's not early, it's 9:42.
You know, I've been calling you since 8 o'clock. Since like 8 o'clock, right?
No, I saw a missed call at 9:13 and I was in the shower.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. My time here is 8 o'clock.
Okay, so it's my time 9 something. I went to the shower and I laid on the bed and fell asleep. People had to take allergy medicine, not couldn't sleep.
So you like laying on Falcon?
No. They both are supposed to go on a walk today. Because I have a race coming up in 10 days. How's your day?
I'm just here.
No,
I'm just here.
nothing happened.
No, I'm just reading.
Did your lawyer was humiliated?
No, why?
Because remember he said he won.
What?
Remember he said he won.
When?
When you asked me to ask him what his love to, remember he's like, oh, and he's working with like a college or like a clinic or something.
I don't know. Well, I was on Tahoe, so.
I know, did you ever come visit?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Sorry, because I keep track of time, so I don't know if I'm like, when we had a conversation. Anyway, is that Damien there?
No, didn't sleep.
Oh, I really want to ask you something.
What, Ronald?
Huh?
What?
Why are you worried about it? It's nothing bad, Amy, shit.
I'm not saying anything, but.
Can you wake him up real quick?
No, I'm not gonna wake him up.
Huh?
No, I'm not gonna wake him up.
Dang, that sucks. That's really messed up, man.
Why?
Because I don't get to talk to him all the time, and I don't get to see him, and I don't know, I think that's really messed up like this.
You call me every day and you don't talk to him all the time.
Yeah, I know, Amy, because I talk to you.
That's your own choice.
Huh?
That's your own choice.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you mad?
You still like when you call me boss now, Donald.
I'm not bothering you around, man. I was asking nicely, man. Dang, you know what? Never mind, man. You should have never said that, honestly. That's
Why?
Oh, that's messed up, man. That's really messed up. You know, that's really fucked up, man. If you're saying it like, oh, yeah, well, that's your own choice, whatever, you know, yeah, I don't have, obviously, I don't have the time to talk to everybody. You know, I've already talked to your ass because your ass doesn't know how to fucking manage money. So I had to talk to you this time, and then I asked you something, and then you know, like, just, man, you're fucked up, man. Anyway, so how was your day? Huh?
It's fine.
Well, what's wrong with you? Just tell me right now what's the matter with you? Well, why do you have an attitude for?
I can't talk about everything.
What?
I can't talk about everything.
Why?
Because
Because what?
it's concerning you.
Okay. What?
In regards to our whole relationship.
And where did this come from?
Where did this come from?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about God.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking about God. I'm thinking about things that I've had to overcome in my life.
Uh-huh.
That it was not me that overcame it. God has helped me overcome things. And that just made no sense. It's not wrong, but it sucks that this is our relationship for forever now.
Well, what is
it? It gets frustrating because I'm the own person, right? And I'm married to you, and I can't even have like a marriage with you.
Amy, you know what? Can I tell you something real quick?
Yeah.
I've never, ever. If you want to bounce, go ahead and bounce. If you have like second thoughts and shit like that, you know, do your thing. I mean, you're out there, you can do whatever you want, you know? Who's gonna stop?
I'm not doing whatever I want.
Well, I mean, I don't mean it like that, what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna go over here, give me the speech and whatever, man. Like, go ahead, man.
Oh, that's so easy for you, right? To say.
I mean, I always told you, if you wanna leave, you leave. You've done it before.
What are you talking about? I still talk to you.
I know you do, but I know you talk to me, but I just, you know, you're making it seem, I don't know.
I left. I left because of the bad things you were doing.
You know what? I told you many times, if you want to leave, nobody told me. You don't have to, I don't have no issue. So right now, if you're giving me this little speech or whatever, you know, you're sitting over here like, I don't know, like you're hostage or whatever. I'm letting you know right now. You're out.
I'm not saying I'm a hostage at all. Hold on, excuse me.
If you're complaining about this marriage or whatever, then go on, get married with somebody else. I can't give you whatever the heck is that you're looking for, you know? Nobody's making you stay. I told you plenty of times, if you want to leave me, just let me know. Don't be freaking playing nice over here. And, you know, just because I don't know, for whatever reason, if you feel a certain way and you want to do something, just let me know. We'll take care of it. Don't be just playing nice just because I'm here, you know, don't feel bad for me or whatever. And don't feel bad for yourself either, like, oh, this is what our marriage is. Well, it doesn't have to be like that. You just can't just get rid of it and get somebody else.
I know you think that, okay? But I'm not like that.
I'm not saying that you're like that, I'm just letting
So
you.
I'm trying to tell you, Ronald, don't think that for any second that me hanging on to you, it has anything to do with me feeling sorry for you right now. I don't feel sorry for you. I hold on to you because I still love you, because I have that attachment. It's for me. It's not for you. I just want to make that clear. It's not a pity thing. I don't do it to make you happy. I do it because you are part of me.
Yeah, we're over there complaining and shit, so I'm just.
Because it makes me sad that I cannot have that physical part with you. I get lonely too, Ronald.
It is what it is, Amy. You know, it is what it is. You know, there's plenty of people in the world that
It's not insane. It's not insane.
No, nothing fair anymore. Think about the people out there, like, one day, like, the guy wants to work and he got into a car accident and he died. And the chick stayed by herself, you know? It's not fair for her, right? Hello?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I know you say, oh, like, oh, go, do you want to get married with somebody else, get married with someone else? Honestly, I have such a distrust for people, such a distaste for people, but I have no desire to do that.
Well, I think like it's your problem. Yeah, you know what, man? I don't know what the heck is wrong with you, honestly. Hello?
That was a weird thing to say.
Oh yeah, it is your problem, man. If you don't trust people, that's your problem. You don't distrust whatever people, that's your problem. You used to trust people before, so I don't know what the fuck you're over there like not trusting people now.
Yeah, maybe you should pray about that, Ronald. Maybe you should pray and ask for that answer.
I'm not gonna answer. That's your problem, not mine.
Thank you. That's so very sweet of you, just like always.
Oh yeah, you know what? Fuck that. I'm over here and I don't know what the fuck I did to you or what, but I just asked you. I want to talk to you when you come out with your fucking answer. You know, I really fucked up. Really messed up. Well, that's fine. No, man, I don't even want to go there, man. Yeah, there's something that I don't know what the heck is wrong with you, but I don't know. That's my choice, alright. Anyways. So, anything else you want to say?
No.
Are you sure? Because when I ask you, you don't say shit, and then all of a sudden you just want to blow up out of nowhere. So just let it all right now.
No, I don't.
What?
No.
So what? So you're gonna do it later?
No, I'm not going to. That's my problem.
No, that's not what I
No, I did. This is all my feelings are my problem.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said you little distrust of other people, it's your problem.
Okay, and I'll deal with my problems then. Just like I deal with all the other problems.
Huh? So yeah, tell me, what's up?
Nothing's up. I was said I'll deal with it.
Huh?
I told you I'll deal with my problems, just like I deal with all my other problems.
Can you please not be like that? You know, I don't have a lot of time to be like on the phone. You already know that, and you want to act like that. Huh? Hello?
Yeah.
Tell me.
I'll have any other problems.
Hello?
Yeah.
So you want to talk to me or no?
Yeah, I'll talk to you.
Hey, you know what?
What?
You complained before that I was calling you late. I try to call you at a certain time that I've been calling you for a while. You don't answer the phone.
I told you I was taking a shot.
I don't give a shit now. Now listen. If you're giving me fucking attitude for no reason, you just want me to, you want me to stop calling you? Is that what it is? Because I mean, it's going from 30 minutes 20 minutes, not 10 minutes, before it's supposed to be, don't call me at this time, call me at this time, now call me at this time, now you can't answer the phone at this time, so what's the deal?
I'm not thinking to call me on.
I'm telling you right now, if you got some issue, just let me know. Do you have anything you want to tell me?
No, I don't want you to not call me. And you don't have to do it for 10 minutes anymore. I told you that.
No, but I'm going to, because I know how responsible you are. But that's not what. Did you ever tell me something, Amy? What's bugging you?
How irresponsible I am?
What is bugging you?
Look who's talking, Ronald. Irresponsible I am?
What is freaking bugging you?
Nothing. Nothing, Ronald.
All right, you had your chance. All right.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Now, Ms. Sarkis, this was State's Exhibit 579.3. It was the third call with Amy. And the date is March 4th, 2020.
Correct.
The next one is with the mom. What is it with the mom? Yes. Now, we have State's Exhibit 579.4. And this is a phone call with the mother?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Do you recall getting a copy of the?
Correct, yes.
This is 579.4. Your Honor, this is the one that is transcribed or translated.
Are you gonna publish?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to publish that, and then this is solely for the court's records.
That's gonna be a non-jury to.
And that one is 582.
Cindy?
And
582
Non-jury, thank you.
Ms. Sarkis, do you have the date for 579.4?
Yeah, funny, passing it up.
For the phone call?
Yes, the one with the mother.
I don't have that one. I don't have the date on that one. Give me 1 second.
July what? It was, do you recall it being July 5th, 2020? 2023?
I recall this, yes.
Do you recall going over the
Yes,
USC?
I do.
Because this been changed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are receiving is a translation of Spanish conversation that is going to be taking place in State Exhibit 579.4. Once it's published, please try and follow along, or you can just listen. Either way, however you. Then we're going to pick those up after the exhibit has been published.
On top of the transcription, it's got a call identifier. Would you be able to find that in your call logs?
You're going to publish it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have it on here, but I know it's on the USB that we reviewed.
Gracias. Gracias. Esta es una llamada prepagada de parte de... Su llamada ha sido aceptada.
Hello.
Hello.
¿Y por qué no me dijiste que iban a venir por acá?
¿Tienes que pedirte permiso?
No, eso, pero es que tú sabes que eso de estar cayendo de sorpresa en estos momentos, eso no es de personas inteligentes estar haciendo eso.
¿Por qué?
Porque tú sabes que esta gente está pendiente a todo lo que uno hace, las caras de uno, las reacciones, ¿verdad? Y
Yo estoy de lo más feliz y tranquilita allí con Guillermina, con tu
a mí
padre,
no me
con los
importa
otros.
tú, a mí lo que me importa soy yo, ¿me entiendes? Piensa, por favor, usa tu cabeza por un momento. Nada te hubiera costado decirme, mira, voy para allá para que me vean, no te sorprenda, esto y lo otro, voy a estar ahí ya. Pero tú caes ahí sin decirle a nadie nada y después estás ahí riéndote con uno, ¿verdad? A ti nadie te conoce, tú no tienes como 3, 4, 5 cámaras ahí en la cara tuya. ¿Sabes lo que te
You can have the transcript just to the front and we'll put them on the rail and we'll pick them up. Thank you.
Now, next.
You may proceed.
Ms. Sakis, do you also, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 580 and 581 and ask you if you recognize these. Yes. State's Exhibit 580 and 581.
Any objection?
Judge, maintaining our hearsay object, our previous objections.
I'm not sure if your previous objections, when the jury was out, included, do you want to just lay the entire predicate on it, please? I think she only said she recognized it. That was all the questions you asked. Since there is an objection, otherwise I would.
Now, how is it that you're able to identify that these emails are from Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Because it says on the email, the from, which states the inmate's name along with the inmate's ID, and then to the sender, and that's about it.
And is there again, how is it that an inmate is given access to a device that allows you to give this email?
Through the identification number.
And are those monitored?
Yes.
And this reference number that is listed on each email or message, is that preserved in the documentation for your Webb County Jail records?
Yes.
Did you verify that those reference numbers are belonging to the business record for Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles' personal identification?
Yes.
And so where it says to an individual, it is someone that is registered name.
Correct.
May I publish?
All right, just being offered, and do you have the objections that you had to the documents at the very beginning, or when we had the break outside the presence of the jury? Is that correct, Mr. Boggs?
Yes, sir.
They are same ruling that I gave you then. Rule your objections are and arguments are incorporated into your objection now, and they'll be at.
And you're going to use the translator on standby? Because there are some. This one.
Did you all send it to her? Like you did last one? No, you didn't coordinate that. Okay, let's take a break. A quick break. Let's get those documents over to translators so that we can. Yeah, they're gonna email those to you. Right. Thank you. So we can get that out, and then we'll bring you right back. It'll be less than 10 minutes, please. You need to get together.
Excuse me, as soon as I got here, did I spit on you?
No.
You're in arrest for battery. No, yep, definitely doing that.
Hurts.
Yeah, they're handcuffs. They're not for comfort.
Can I take my purse?
Absolutely. Come on.
Oh,
Let's go.
please don't. No,
Oh,
don't
no, you're
hurt me,
definitely
though.
going to jail. Let's go. Walk.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Can I leave my car here?
That's absolutely fine. Sure.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
10:15.
Officer, this is unbelievable.
Let's go.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, I'll get a good attorney.
God bless you.
Yep. God bless me. God, because I'm a Christian.
Christians don't talk like you.
No, but you know what? I
No.
just went through. Can I put that in my purse, please?
I need
Will
to
you
collect
put-
your property. You are a prisoner now. I need to collect your
I've
belongings.
never been a prisoner.
Well, you are tonight.
Please.
No, you're going to jail.
Please don't.
Open your hand. What is this?
Kleenex. Can you give me a Kleenex? Officer, please help me.
Just they said it is our prosecution. They said no now because they told me yes. Confirm for me
Please
or
don't do this. Please. I didn't do anything.
How about you just stand there and stop talking? How about we do that? How about we do that? That doesn't give you an excuse to act the way that you're acting. None. Just stop talking.
You have to leave. We'll take care of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, you guys have to go.
This officer saw me last night. I've been having a lot happening in my life. You know that's going to happen?
With a simple
I'm sorry.
With
I'm
a
sorry.
simple
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
For every
But you apologize
and
to
so
us.
we're good to go.
I apologize. I'm not a racist. I have friends that are Muslims.
they're handcuffs. They're not for comfort.
Well, I've never had him.
So that's a no. Okay, so
Except
those
when I
those
was-
same Muslims that you were talking shit to just decided your fate and they elected to not
Thank
prosecute.
you. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless them because if it was up to me, you'd be going to jail.
Come on, officer, please.
But they decided as the victim that you were not going to jail.
Oh.
I suggest you watch your mouth because
Well,
the particular shut up. Listen, the particular group that you decide to mouth off to we're professional or nice. Some people might kick you in your face and they're gonna come pick up the pieces. So I suggest you watch your mouth.
This officer saw me last night. He knows I'm not a bad person.
I don't think he.
I didn't know you.
Well,
I just know you were having issues yesterday.
because of my card. My father was with the Army. He was a captain in the Army.
Did anybody get her 14?
Look what he did to my aunt.
You should be going to jail.
Huh? Oh. Can you get me my purse, please?
Hey, you got a 14?
No, I thought he was holding it.
Get your stuff and leave.
No, what do I do with this?
What do you do with what?
Oh, that hurts.
That's unfortunate.
Well, I've never had this happen to me.
Then keep your mouth shut and you won't have it happen again. Literally keep your mouth shut because you spit on somebody.
Listen, you don't know what he did to me.
You don't have the right to ask me how to talk to you when you're disrespecting people.
He disrespected me first.
Literally spitting on people. Gather your belongings, count your blessings, and leave.
Listen, I'm a
Bye.
Christian.
Yeah. Well, you need to look that up.
And I go to Calvary Chapel.
You need to.
All right.
That's concerning.
Yeah,
very concerning.
Yeah, we'll talk to Pastor Doug.
I will actually. I will talk to Pastor Doug and let her know how you feel about different religions.
Sunday for church.
Okay, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
11 a.m.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, officer.
Yeah, good night, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And thank you, officer. You're respectful. You're respectful.
They all are, man.
You are not.
Good night.
Thank God for President Trump. You're not going to put a pen on anybody here. No, you do not.
Do you have the SS? Okay, where'd you put it?
Tell you anything. They don't have to.
Hey, Bob, let's take Randy.
Okay, no, Randy,
put your cup down and turn around. Ma'am?
Let go of me. You let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. No. Oh, no. Let go of me. Go. It hurts. Let go of me. Give me my
You're not hit. You understand?
Stop it. No, let go of me. Yes, you are, Caleb. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give me my key to my car. Give it to me. Give me my key.
Stay out of here. Step outside.
Take my purse. Let go of me. You're hurting me. And I'm going to show all the bruises that you put on me.
If you're not going to cooperate, you'll be charged with obstructing.
Let go of me.
You understand that?
You let go of me now.
No, ma'am.
You're bruising me. Let go
Stop
of me.
pulling against us.
I'm not pulling against you. Let go of
then
me.
stand up like an adult.
Shut up. What an asshole thing to say to me. What an ass thing to say to me.
There's a law enforcement. They're always gonna win. That's your
Do me
game.
a favor. Do me a favor. Let go of me. You're hurting me. I'm not hurting you. You are hurting me.
Obstruction at the moment. Okay.
Here. Let go of me.
Ma'am, I don't care if you record, but can you just step back a little bit?
I can talk in her ear.
No, you need to
Just-
step back, ma'am.
Let go.
Let's walk over and put her in the car.
Stop. You're hurting me.
Walk then.
You're hurting me. Damn it.
Okay, you're under arrest right now, okay?
You are hurting me.
Walk.
You're hurting me. Please.
Stand up and walk then.
You're hurting me. Let go of me. Let go of me.
Oh, ma'am, you're under arrest.
For what?
Obstruction.
I didn't obstruct anything. You're hurting me. You're hurting me.
You
okay?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're hurting me. Get out of my pocket.
You are under arrest. You are being
You're
searched.
hurting me.
Stay back. Back up. Unless you want to be detained too, back up. I don't care if you record, just back up.
Stand up straight, ma'am. I am standing straight. You're pushing me over with your hand.
I'm holding on to your jacket.
Cooperate, lady. Cooperate.
What are you talking about? Get out of my pants.
I am conducting a search. If you move, you will find additional charges.
Find additional charges? This is like arrest without cause.
Have a seat
in the car.
Do you have any idea?
Here, scoot over a little bit.
Do you really know what you're doing? You're assisting Merrick Garland to not show the truth of what
Okay,
the election.
scoot over. I'm going to let TJPD do what they need to do regarding you being uncooperative in there with them. We have this,
You're hurting
this
me.
iPad.
Do you understand? That is not my iPad.
Okay, we have this iPad.
That is not my iPad. That you're
I hear what
taking
you're saying.
someone else's property.
I hear what you're saying.
You've taken all my equipment, all my stuff, and you still can't find anything.
Tina, I'm taking this iPad. It's because of this search warrant which lets me do that.
Let me read the search warrant.
That would be great. You want to read it?
Yeah, but I can't exactly hold it. I will have bruises to show how they've hurt me.
So you're going to listen to this officer, but if and
That's
when
fine.
he removes handcuffs,
That's fine. No.
you're not being detained by me. You're free to leave. But if you'd like me to explain this to you, I'd rather stand face to face and let you hold it than have you be in the back of a cop car. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, that's great with me. Can you just sit back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. And step on out up on the sidewalk.
I think you've broken my hand.
Would you like to do this? And would you like an ambulance?
You took a picture of my hand. I just sent it to you.
Okay, that was 9 minutes. He said less than 10, so they should be back anytime in theory. Let's take a look and see what we've got. Oh, did I hear some sound? Nope. Let's see. Looks like we've got a new trial that I've never heard of anything about. Oh, escaped inmate. Let's take a look at that. This is why we need to have the defendant locked up.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Operations with the Pennsylvania State Police. This afternoon up here with me, I have Warren County Sheriff Brian Zabel. I have Major William Maitland, Pennsylvania State Police Area 1 Commander, and Warren County Assistant District Attorney Cody Brown. To recap why we're here, Michael Charles Burham, 34 years of age, was in Warren County Jail on a $1 million bail for kidnapping, burglary, and related charges. During the late hours of Thursday, July 6th, Burham escaped from the Warren County Jail. Burham was last seen wearing a denim jacket, orange striped jumpsuit, and Crocs, but as we have told you previously, he has likely changed clothing. Burham is a self-taught survivalist with military reserve experience. As previously reported, I've revealed small stockpiles or campsites in wooded areas. We continue to receive a strong response from the public to our request for assistance with information. The pace and scope of this investigation has continued to dramatically increase as we investigate leads in this area and adjacent states. Several of those leads included possible sightings last evening and overnight, as well as discovery of break-ins of unoccupied structures or cabins. We continue to use technology, and that includes DNA for comparisons to either include or exclude Burham from those sites. There are currently in excess of 15 federal, state, and local agencies actively participating in this manhunt. Investigators remain convinced that Burham remains in this general area, but as I have indicated previously, we are aggressively following up on all leads. Numerous state and federal partners in adjacent states are working very closely with us on this matter as we work to ensure the safety of the public. We continue to ask that people nationwide familiarize themselves with the picture of Michael Burham, and please contact us if you believe you may have seen him. Burham is considered armed and dangerous, and we ask the public not to approach him. Anyone with information is asked to contact our command post at 717-265-9650. This is a new number as we have relocated our command post with the expansion of resources. We will continue to answer calls at the number that's been previously provided as well. I am also announcing that an additional $10,000 reward has been offered by Pennsylvania Crime Stoppers, bringing the total reward to $19,500, including rewards offered by the U.S. Marshals and Warren County Crime Stoppers for information leading to Burham's apprehension. This remains a very active investigation involving in excess of 200 state, federal, and local law enforcement officers. PSP and our partners are utilizing all appropriate resources, and we are committed to the safety of the residents in Warren County and beyond. And again, I urge anyone with information or concerns, please contact our command post tip line at 717-265-9650, and we would be happy to take your questions at this time.
Do you have any confirmed sightings?
We have had a number of sightings reported. None of those has panned out. When I mentioned to you earlier about the technology, and one of the things that we have done throughout this is when we have a sighting that appears to have some possible legitimacy, when we can, we will do something like DNA testing. We use rapid DNA technology. It allows us, as I said in my remarks, to either include or exclude. To this point, I do not have a case where we have included him in one of those sightings.
And you mentioned there was been some break-ins and vandalism. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So we're covering a lot of ground out there, and there are many public and private cabins. There are structures associated with oil and gas wells. Just a variety of structures out in the national forest and on private property as well. As we cover that ground, we're finding in some cases places have been just allowed to be unlocked or otherwise unsecured, and we're finding some that it appears that there may have been entry at some point in time in the past. And one of the things that I think you should know, some of these structures are not checked on very often. And so the fact that we find one that it appears someone may have been in there doesn't necessarily mean it was Burham. And so that's where we use additional steps to try and determine whether it may have been or not. A normal crime continues to go on while this investigation goes on, and people still break into things, and so we find that.
Have you connected him to any break-in vandalism specific location?
We have not conclusively done that. We have testing that's out on some locations. We continue to investigate others, And we continue to sweep through those areas. We are still finding some items that we do believe are connected to him.
Lieutenant Colonel, you say you remain convinced that he is in this area. What, if anything, has developed over the last 24 hours that leads you to continue to hold that conviction?
I'm not prepared to discuss those specifics, but I can tell you that, as I just said a moment ago, we continue to find items. Those lead me to believe that there is still a likelihood that he is here. I also look at the absence of proof that he has gone anywhere else. And again, without telling you all of the factors that go into that, we constantly reevaluate that position. And again, we don't discount tips or leads that take us out of this area or even out of state. We work with our partners to follow up on those.
So you have found items within the last 24 hours?
We have.
When you say general area, what do you mean?
Again, I'm not going to define the perimeter of the search area. It changes on a daily basis, but within this area of northwestern Pennsylvania, I would
So do you mean the area where he would still be familiar with, the area where he might have relatives, an area that, again?
I think it's fair to say an area that he would be familiar with. Yes.
Would that include, sir, southern tier of New York State, since his relatives live there?
We continue to investigate all possibilities as to whether he may travel to the southern tier of New York State.
Lieutenant Colonel, how often are you getting calls in or tips from the public, and do you investigate each one every time a call comes in?
We are getting tips on a very regular basis. Certainly after coverage like this, it helps us. It does generate additional tips and leads. And yes, we do follow up on every one.
Lieutenant Colonel, you mentioned
Has the family been cooperating? Friends and family, have they been helpful?
As I've previously stated, I don't want to characterize the family's cooperation or lack thereof. That's all part of our investigation, and I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment at this point on that.
You mentioned yesterday that you believed that he was receiving help. Still, you didn't go out and flat out confirm it, but you said there was a possibility, maybe more than just a possibility. Do you remain convinced of that?
I have a strong belief that he is receiving help.
And continuing to receive help. If there was
Yes.
more than, so that over the last, 5 days, there's been more than one discovery.
I'm not, again, I don't want to characterize it specifically, but I have, based on everything I've seen, I do believe that he is receiving help.
So what is it like to conduct a search like this from your point of view, knowing that there's a dangerous individual out there, there's a lot at stake, but you are seeing so many agencies come together to do this?
I think it's an amazing thing to see the resources that are brought to bear. It's what each of our agencies does. And so to be able to use the talents of all of the people of the state, local, and federal agencies that are involved, the resources that they have at their disposal, I think it's the right thing to do. That all of these agencies have taxpayer-funded resources available, and they're using those cooperatively in order to bring this to a close as quickly as possible.
Sir, how hard or much harder is it knowing that he's getting help from other people? I mean, how much harder is it to make your own?
That certainly makes it challenging, but I will tell you that that's not an unusual thing to occur in an investigation like this. And so, we adjust for that. And again, I caution anyone that is currently giving help or is contemplating it, we will prosecute you for it.
Lieutenant Colonel, do you feel any more confident today than in the last few days of the search?
I remain confident throughout this that we're on the right track and that we will eventually capture him and put him back into the criminal justice system.
But not any more confident than the last few days?
I've been confident throughout this investigation. We will capture him. It's a matter of time.
But yes, the sheriff, there was a report in the Post Journal today providing a timeline based on the Warren Police Department who's handling the investigation. And in there, the police department actually confirmed it with me that because they could not get access to the surveillance cameras outside the jail, they maintained that Burrow had a 90-minute lead before anyone could determine what direction he went in. Is that accurate, and why did it take so long to get access to that footage?
I guess I will speak to that in broad broad strokes, if you would. I was there personally very quick. We had the city police were on scene almost immediately. The technology part of that, of getting that technology to the police department or anything of that nature, I have nothing to do with whatsoever, and I won't speak on that, but it did come from the building, from the actual courthouse at 407 Market. However, back to we'll just say the head start. Literally, I would say that Burham saw red and blue lights within 2 minutes of leaving that jail. They were that close. The corrections officers were literally within 2 minutes in the parking lot. But the direction of travel was, again, it was kind of confusing. However, there were people there. The response time couldn't have been any quicker. I mean, it was that fast. But yeah, for the technology, I can't speak on that. That is not my department or anything of that, or my investigation to speak on.
And Sheriff Archer, I know you're not running the investigation, but are you concerned about any type of negligence or any type of inside help you may have received from someone inside the jail?
Again, there's a county investigation going on for internal issues or any problems that may arise. But again, working hand in hand with the Warren City Police Department, I do not want to interfere with anything that they may be doing or not doing. But I can tell you, they are, through their investigation, it will bring out anything that may be of an internal issue of that sort.
Another question for the sheriff. Have you seen the surveillance video on the outside of the building?
Believe it or not, of all the things I've been doing, I have not actually sat down and watched the entire thing. I've seen flash pictures of it, in and out, being a liaison the night it was basically being viewed by other law enforcement. I was in and out of that room, again, handling other responsibilities that I had. I have seen bits and pieces of it, but to say I sat and watched it in its entirety, I have not.
You said that within 2 minutes, the suspect saw red and blue lights, correct?
Well,
the question is, did the officers see him?
I would say no, because again, the terrain around this county is very wooded. The yards are still wooded and trees and all that. But my point there is, with that quick response, not within the frame of a camera, but they're almost simultaneously on film. It is that fast. We'll just say, one leaves the frame and within a minute, the other one comes into the frame type thing that I've seen in a flash picture of what I've seen in that video. So there's no doubt, just again, making an assumption of his timeline, he would have had to see them. There's no way. I mean, it's very dark there. Those red and blues are made for that.
Backwards, not backwards. Like back that way.
A phone call was made to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office on April 24th, 2021, reporting a driver who was observed driving on the wrong side of the road before eventually turning around and returning to the correct lane.
Deputy Answer with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office.
During the traffic stop, officers observed the driver's erratic driving behavior along with her children present in the vehicle. They quickly noticed an open alcohol bottle and without hesitation declared this stop as a DUI investigation.
Alcohol in the car. You been drinking today?
Officer, I'm very drunk.
You're really drunk? Is there a reason why you wrecked into the guardrail when you stopped?
No, I just.
And your registration and insurance?
Officer, I really.
She left me alone many, many times. She left me many times. She chose someone else over me when that person never even got a card. I got her house, SUV, clothes, food, and didn't have to work. I took care of her like many dudes can't. So fuck that. To me, she is a traitor. Period. Matter of fact, ayer, after I called my grandma,
Yesterday.
I called HB to talk to Gabriel. No money, whatever. So if I went in a rant, honestly, it bothers me. Because many months ago, when I told my mom about what's going on and that HB wanted a divorce, my mom, like always defending her, said, Ay, entiéndela, no es fácil.
Hey, try to understand her. It's not easy.
Pobrecita, está sola.
Poor girl, she's alone.
Y yo no, y yo estoy aquí en la playa,
And not me. I'm here at the beach.
ahora está solita.
Right now, she's by herself.
Pero cuando la tenía hecha, le valió.
But when she had it made, she didn't care.
Now she has to suffer like all the other single moms. Anyways, look, it's cool that you are talking, pero como que ya estuvo.
But like, that's enough.
No es para que ella te cuente su versión ni opinión de las cosas.
It's not for her to tell you her version or opinion of things.
Because she's not going to tell you straight up. I tell you the facts. What she did and what she didn't do. Hopefully today you move on from being there chismeando con ella.
Gossiping with her.
Don't you have work tomorrow? You should rest. And hopefully you're smart and keep her over there in Puerto Rico. How is it that I warned you about this even before it happened? La conozco. Laters.
I know her.
And from your analysis, were you able to figure out who HB was?
Yes, HB is Amy Burgos.
I'm going to be publishing States Exhibit 581. And what is it titled?
Double letter, sorry, not sorry.
Okay. And reference number?
144-124-711.
And it is from?
Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
To?
Sahara M. Cambron.
And when was it sent?
December 10th, 2022 at 2:50 p.m.
And status?
Recipient read.
Okay. Will you please read States Exhibit 581?
So do you remember when you said in your letter from November 21st, 2022, quote, no me importa tu ex de SA, la que le gusta panda y Whataburger.
I don't care about your ex from SA, the one that likes panda and Whataburger.
Pero gracias por compartir.
But thanks for sharing.
Okay, I'm sending you this box right here. See it? So in this box, I want you to place your boy David, okay? Then you can put Danny there with his bitch ass. Don't worry, it's a big box. Gaitan too. Fuck it. He can go for a ride too. I also want you to put Joel in there in the box with his box of SKYNS. Seems like you got yourself in trouble for being messing around base. I wonder what your ex-hubby thought about this. After you're done packing Joel in the box, put in there your Arizona/Italian fan. You can throw the anaconda with all of them in the box too. Don't worry. Where they're going, it won't matter. Then you're a New Mexico fan too. Really? Had to be New Mexico? Put Domi, Cubanitos, Trailero, Patience, Quatumer, Guard from Geo, and the other ones that I can't remember them when I was out, and I would see them in your Snap and TKOs and Cricket and whatever. Now, with the chain and lock. I'm keeping the key just in case you get any ideas. Then I'm going to take the box to the airport and I'm going to load the box in a cargo plane, like the military C-130. It should be familiar for the 15 and guy. Then we're going to fly west towards the Pacific Ocean. Why the Pacific? Because it's deep. Once I get to the perfect spot, I'm going to open the back door and I'm going to kick the box out of the plane along all your little fan club. They're going to fall from the sky into the ocean. Then they're going to sink into the deep Pacific Ocean. Then I won't have to hear about them again. En otras palabras,
In other words,
no me importa tu exes de New Mexico, Puerto Rico, Italia, Florida, Laredo, pero gracias por compartir.
I don't care about your exes from New Mexico, Puerto Rico, Italy, Florida, Laredo, but thanks for sharing.
And for the record, on states 578, these are, this shows the volume of messages to the same individual who received these emails.
Correct. The phone calls.
And it says calls
58,
and communications.
235.
Does that include the email messages?
No.
Okay, where are the email messages?
The email messages, we had over 1,000 in total, and from Ms. Sahara was over 400 messages.
And this system became, was put in place in December of
2022, correct.
I passed the witness.
You'll reserve, oh, I'm sorry. So as a result of some scheduling, the state, if you're gonna, the defense is gonna hold off on the cross-examination of this witness. So you'll hear from potentially her again if they decide to put her on. But for now, the defense, state is gonna announce.
The state is gonna announce, well, we're not gonna object to the cross.
You're gonna just take them,
Well,
because they can always call her on their case in chief, but you can call it a cross or reserving of a cross as well. I'm just kind of wondering whether or not you're going to rest now or you're going to hold off.
No, we're not gonna rest now, because she's subject to cross and then redirect.
Right, and if they call her, if they decide not, you can either call it cross or if they decide not to call her on their case in chief. And I know that they're doing it this way, where I guess you can. This is what I want to know: are you going to put any on any other witnesses after her in your case in chief?
No, she's our last witness, but we're accommodating them.
So let's just suppose that they were to not ask her questions now and just reserve for their case. They could call her on her case in chief, and then you all could cross her during their case in chief. But either way, what I don't want to do is have to come back and decide we haven't rested yet. I'm going to call another witness. You could potentially call another witness as a rebuttal witness, as you know. But right now, I guess you could decide. We could do it that way. You'll reserve your cross because you're accommodating them with a witness. That'll be fine as well. We can do it that way. Either way, it might be the same exact thing, but we'll do it that way. So, Mr. Sarkis, you can now, for now, get off the stand. You are not released from the subpoena. You will continue to be on call for a particular time and date. We'll let you know when that is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. So based on that accommodation, we're going to take a witness out of order, sort of, and call your witness.
Judge, at this time, we call Mr. Rajiv Gupta.
Doctor. Who was that again?
Dr. Gupta.
Dr. Gupta, thank you. And Dr. Gupta, over here, sir, come forward. Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Rajiv Gupta.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand so that you can swear you in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Right over here. Be careful on the way up. Take a seat, get comfortable, pull up to the mic, and we will start. There's an extra water bottle here if you'd like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you for your patience. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Rajiv Gupta.
Okay, and I'm going to start with Mr. Gupta. Are you currently employed?
I am
Okay, where are you currently employed?
at Riverwood Medical Clinic.
Okay, and where is that? You said Riverwood or Ravenwood? I apologize.
Riverwood,
Okay, Riverwood.
like a river. Yeah, it's right outside Austin in Bastrop County.
And how long have you been employed at Riverwood Medical Clinic?
27 years.
Okay, and what is your job at Riverwood Medical Clinic?
I'm the internal medicine doctor there.
So we just take care of all kinds of patients we take care of from head to toe, all kind of problems.
So you're a medical doctor, is that
Correct.
right, sir? Okay, so Dr. Gupta, could you describe your educational background?
So I did my training at UT Galveston from 93 to 96. Before that, I went to medical school in India, in New Delhi. It's called Maulana Azad Medical School. That's one of the top 5 schools in the country.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everyone understands, you did your residency here in Texas, is that correct?
At Galveston, UT Galveston.
It's still Texas.
Still Texas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And am I to understand you've stayed in Texas since that time? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And sir, do you hold any certifications?
I'm board certified in internal medicine.
Okay. And could you tell us what board certified means?
So after you finish your residency, you may or may not go through a certification process. It's a 8-hour exam that you have to take, and you have to do it every 10 years. So it's recommended, but it's not mandatory. So about 50% of the doctors do board certification in that area of expertise, and some don't.
So it's like if I'm understanding you correctly, it's like an extra qualification. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And you maintained that board certification over these decades?
Yeah. So you have to do it every 10 years. So I've done it in 2016 was my 3rd board certification.
And what does internal medicine mean?
Internal medicine is an area of medicine where you take care of all internal organs. It could be your brain, your heart, lungs, kidneys. So basically taking care of internal organs.
And do you study drug interactions as a part of that internal medicine?
Most definitely. I mean, that's a big part of our is diagnosis and treatment.
Okay. And have you reviewed any materials related to this case?
I have.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
And I'm out of the white bucket, getting what's been previously admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Pass the witness, sir.
Sure.
And so I've passed you what has been admitted into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 7. Are those the medical records that you reviewed?
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay. And whose medical records are those?
Ronald A. Burgos.
Okay. And what was the doctor's name who was serving Mr. Burgos at that time?
I think it was Dr. Perez, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And were there prescriptions that were given to Mr. Burgos by Dr. Perez according to those records?
That's correct.
And what were those prescriptions?
So predominantly there were 3 prescriptions that he received from 2016 to 2018. One was phentermine, one was testosterone injections, and the third was Arimidex.
Okay, so I want to start with the testosterone. Now, that is a drug that most people have heard of. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now, could you tell us why, for medical reasons, someone would be prescribed testosterone?
So medically, it's necessary when your testosterone levels are less. And usually you see that in people over 50, 60 years of age, they're having fatigue, lack of libido, and their testosterone levels are truly low. That's the only indication. But now you see these low T clinics coming up everywhere, and young men are getting it just to increase their muscular strength, increase their libido. And to me, that's an abuse of testosterone.
Okay, so I think you, those are some of the non-medically necessary reasons why it's prescribed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there anything in your review of those records that indicated that for a medical reason that Mr. Burgos-Aviles needed testosterone?
There's only one testosterone level done in 2018, which was normal. So according to the records, I don't see any indication for that.
And could you tell us what some of the possible side effects of testosterone are?
So testosterone can have a wide range of side effects. It could be mental and physical side effects. So let me start with the mental side effects. Can I read through those?
If it would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
What do you want to put on the what are you reading through?
Oh,
sorry, this is, we're lawyers.
It's an article from a clinic called McLean Clinic that normally prescribes testosterone shots.
Okay. Is it all right? May I show it to the district attorney?
Please.
So it would refresh your recollection.
That's right, because it's such a long list.
So when you've finished refreshing your recollection, let us know. And we're lawyers. Please don't read from the document.
Do not.
Yes, sir, if possible.
Okay, absolutely. So for most part, let me start with the mental side effects. There can be frustration, anger, rage, mood swings, depression, just to name the few.
Okay. Now, you'd said that in your review of the medical records, as I understood, that the result indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles had a normal level of testosterone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you have normal levels of testosterone and then you take more testosterone, is it possible for those side effects to be amplified or increased?
Most definitely.
Okay. And could you tell me how testosterone is administered traditionally?
Typically it's a shot that you take every 2 weeks, but in this case, I think he was getting it every week.
Okay. And if it's self-administered, would the doctor write a prescription for the needle as well?
That's correct. And syringes.
Now, you'd indicated, and I think you actually listed it first, and I took it out of order, phentermine. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Could you please tell us, everyone, what is phentermine?
So phentermine is a centrally acting stimulant that decreases your appetite. So it acts on your brain, tells your brain that you're not hungry, and it decreases, though we don't know the exact mechanism.
And so when you say centrally acting, what does that mean?
It acts on the brain.
Okay. Like the central nervous system in the
That's
brain?
correct. That's absolutely correct.
I've exhausted my knowledge. I shouldn't even.
No, you're absolutely right.
Now, why would someone prescribe phentermine?
So phentermine is the most prescribed weight reduction medicine. It helps you reduce your weight by about 5 to 7% at the most. So some people, or a lot of people, take it maybe 3 months, 6 months at the most to lose that 5%. So basically it's used for weight reduction.
Okay. And is it obesity, or is it just you need to lose a few pounds?
So the medical indication is when your BMI is over 30, or if your BMI is 27 and you have some comorbid conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, you've had a stroke, heart attack, so then they recommend that you can lose it. But typically it's used for BMI of 30, which is body mass index.
Okay. Now, is there anything in your review of those medical records which indicated what Mr. Burgos-Aviles' his body mass index was?
I think it was close to 28.
Okay, so it was below 30.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. Now, phentermine, it requires a prescription. Is that correct?
That's medicine. And so is testosterone. Both are controlled medicines.
And so what do you mean by that? Controlled medicines?
So FDA has designated certain drugs that can have mostly effects on your brain, and they like the doctors and the FDA itself to control those medicines. So there are four category of controlled substances: 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think this is category 4 controlled substance. So basically, it has a lot of side effects, and especially central nervous system side effects.
Well, could we talk about that now? What are some of the side effects or possible side effects of phentermine?
So again, they can be mental or physical. Let me start with mental side effects. Again, it can cause a lot of mood swings, anxiety, rage, and in the severest form, it can even cause psychosis.
In its most serious form.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I think you testified earlier that traditionally the longest someone is on phentermine is 3 to 6 months. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Typically 3 months, but sometimes you can go to 4 to 5. I mean, the max that I have seen is 6 months in my life, but typically it's 3 months.
Okay. So, and in your review of the medical records, how long was Mr. Burgos-Aviles prescribed phentermine?
About 2 years, little over 2 years.
Now, you indicated that in its most extreme form, it could cause psychosis. Could you tell us more about what psychosis means?
Psychosis is a very unrealistic behavior where you imagine things, this delusional thought process, persecutory thought process, like people are coming to get you, people are, there are people in my room at night, or they see a little piece of string sitting out, there's a snake out there. It's just totally dysfunctional and irrational behavior.
Okay. Now, did I understand you correctly? In its extreme form, you're, for instance, seeing things that aren't there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, is it on a continuum, or is it a yes or no, you're psychotic? Do you understand what I mean by continue? If I'm using these words incorrectly, please. Is it a scale, or is it a yes or no question?
So a lot of these side effects, they have a lot of mood swings. So the graph can go like this. So sometimes they could be manic, sometimes they could be depressed. So it's not on a continuous basis. I mean, they can vary day to day. I'm sure, did I answer that correctly?
You tell me,
Okay,
doctor.
I think so.
Okay, well.
I think so.
So you said that it's sort of up and down day to day. And as I understand, and you're the doctor, does it affect the way the brain operates and your thought processes? Am I understanding that correctly?
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned a third drug, and that was Arimidex?
Arimidex.
Okay. And what is Arimidex?
So Arimidex is a drug used mostly in women with breast cancer because those are estrogen sensitive cancer. So it basically decreases the conversion of testosterone to estrogen. So it's indicated in women because you don't want so much estrogen. I have never seen it being used in a man. So just putting 2 and 2 together, I think it is to increase the testosterone levels.
Okay.
It seems like the sole purpose of this drug in this case.
Based on your review of the medical records.
That's correct.
So prescribed testosterone, phentermine, and then this third drug, Arimidex. And based on your review, it appears that it was designed to boost the testosterone levels.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe, well, let me ask you this. At some point, do the records indicate testicular dysfunction as a possible reason for the prescription?
I saw that in the notes that the reason for Arimidex was testicular dysfunction, but I would not agree with that diagnosis.
Okay, well, why wouldn't you agree with that diagnosis?
But testicular dysfunction basically means inability to have children, and I'm told that Mr. Villa had children. So obviously he did not have testicular dysfunction.
And again, the only I apologize. I have some allergies. I already asked you if you'd look at my tickle in my throat.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, now, the only test that you saw indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' testosterone levels were normal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, in your practice as a board-certified internist, have you ever prescribed testosterone?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you prescribe it?
Like I said earlier, when there's a medical necessity, when testosterone levels are low, so first thing we do is we get a testosterone level. And if those are low and patients having other side effects, if side effects of low testosterone, then we prescribe testosterone.
Okay. And the combination of testosterone, phentermine, and Arimidex, have you ever prescribed
Never.
that combination together?
Never.
Okay. Have you seen other doctors prescribe that combination together?
Not to my knowledge.
Judge, if I could just have one moment. Thank you for your patience, doctor. I would pass the witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Isidro Alanis. I'm the district attorney for Webb County. We've not met before, correct?
Yes, we have not.
And just for the record, you've been hired by Mr. Boggs and his team to come and testify in this case,
That's correct.
and you're being paid for your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you'd agree with me that you're not here to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Mr. Burgos had psychosis on April the 9th of 2018. Would you agree with me on that?
By no means. I cannot say that.
In fact, have you ever, up until today, and this crime occurred back in 2018, more than 5 years ago.
That's correct.
Okay, and you've never examined Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Okay, have you met Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Okay, can you identify Mr. Burgos in the courtroom?
I think he's sitting next to
Okay.
Willie. Pardon me?
And in reviewing the records, Doctor, were you able to see where he had more than 11 visits with Dr. Perez?
Yeah, I think he was seen every 3 months.
Okay, and in those 3 months, did Dr. Perez on each visit conduct a interview or physical examination and then go through the screening process of the self-reporting? Did you see that in the records that are in front of you?
I didn't see any definite examination in there.
Okay, did you see the notes that are included in there? And if you can refresh your memory by looking at there on the visits by Mr. Burgos.
Yep, I do see that.
Do you see on the top of each page where there's a long list of symptoms that they go over on each visit? Can you find that?
So it says chief complaint, testicular dysfunction, dietary counsel.
Okay, can I approach so I could expedite things here?
Yes, sir. Please.
This has already been admitted as defendant's exhibit 7. gonna show you these, what it says here. Can you read that for the jury?
Progress note,
And this says the visit date,
April 5th, 2016.
and that's the doctor, correct?
Correct.
You see over here where, his chief complaint, can you read?
Yeah, testicular dysfunction and dietary counsel.
And these are the medications that you just testified to?
That's correct.
And you said that this other Armadex just helps boost the testosterone, correct?
That's the only reason I can find
Okay, so
within
in
the
your
medical
opinion,
record.
it boosts testosterone. So in essence, it's a dose of testosterone and phentermine together.
Correct.
Over here under review of systems, under Dr. Perez's notes, you see where
Mhm.
it says, what does it say here?
Constitution denies fatigue, fever, chills, weight loss, eyes, changes in vision, denies changes in vision.
These are more patient notes here.
You want me to read?
1 second. Okay. Who does this chart belong to?
Ronald Burgos.
Okay, and what does it say here? He denies, right?
Denies.
If you can just, I don't know if those pages have page number at the bottom or not.
This is page 30 of 105. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Defendant's exhibit. So under Ronald Burgos, it says denies, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and denies what?
Lumps, tenderness, nipple discharge,
Okay, he also denies what?
chest pain, irregular heartbeat, dyspnea, and exertion,
In the respiratory section, what does he deny?
shortness of breath, cough, hemoptysis,
And over here in gastrointestinal, he denies.
diarrhea, dysphagia, abdominal pains, blood in stools,
In this other, how do you pronounce this?
genitourinary,
Okay, he denies.
urgency, frequency, dysuria, nocturia, hematuria,
In the intimate, what is it?
denies rash, new skin lesion, changes to existing skin lesions or moles,
Neurological,
denies incoordination, memory difficulties,
and the musculoskeletal,
denies joint pain,
in the endocrine,
denies cold intolerance, weight loss,
in the psychiatric,
denies depression, difficulty sleeping, compulsive behaviors,
in the heme lymph,
denies easy bleeding, easy bruising, lymph node enlargement, or tenderness.
on this same patient, there's the physical examination that takes place, correct?
That's correct.
And on the same patient, he continues with the physical examination.
That's correct.
Are these things you do also?
Pretty much.
So Dr. Pettis was doing what doctors do?
Pretty much. Yeah. These are
called what?
These are templates for EMR, electronic medical records.
That's when you sit at your computer there when the patient's waiting and you update the,
Correct. Correct.
when you ask the questions to the patient, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, were you able to see that in this big stack of records here? And I'm not gonna go through it, but are you familiar that he went through this drill 11 times in those 2 years?
That's correct.
And that did you review that every time he went, it was the same responses?
That's
In
correct.
other words, there was no reporting of any problems by the patient. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Including psychiatric problems, correct?
That's correct.
And I'll fast forward all the way Judge, I'm just moving a little bit quicker through the whole paperwork here for you. I'm gonna now jump to a year later in 2017. The chart on Mr. Burgos, page 89 of 105. These are the patient notes, correct?
That's correct.
And again, I'm just gonna have you read from the top to where my hand is for the jury.
Denies lumps. I think I just lost the top line.
Okay, sorry about that.
Denies lumps, tenderness, nipple discharge, cardiovascular, denies chest pain, irregular heartbeats, dyspnea on exertion, respiratory, denies shortness of breath, cough, hemoptysis, gastrointestinal, denies diarrhea, dysphagia, abdominal pain, blood in stools, genitourinary, denies frequency, urgency, frequency, dysuria, nocturia, hematuria, integument, denies rash, new skin lesion, changes to existing lesion, skin lesions or moles, neurological, denies an incoordination, memory difficulties, musculoskeletal, denies joint pain, endocrine, denies cold intolerance, weight gain, psychiatric, denies depression, sleeping difficulty, compulsive behavior, heme and lymph, denies easy bleeding, easy bruising, lymph nodes enlargement or tenderness, and allergic immunologic, denies sinus allergy symptoms.
So what is manic behavior? Manic.
Manic is if suddenly somebody comes in and just is too happy, is going on a shopping spree, just spending all the money on his credit card. I mean, just totally in a manic phase.
Compulsive.
It could be.
It could be.
It could be.
But he didn't report any of that, right?
He did not. But if I might just point that all those descriptions are same on every visit,
Correct.
and those are auto-populated.
Exactly, but they would be. You weren't in the examination room when this happened, right?
Absolutely
So
not.
you can't tell the jury what was going on in there, can you?
Absolutely not.
I'm just
But-
asking you to read what's in here.
Sure.
Okay. Because as a doctor, you're responsible for just like a lawyer, you're responsible for the work product that comes out of your office.
Most definitely.
Now, I want to look here at the date on this visit here. Can you tell us?
2/8 of 2018.
February of 2018?
That's correct.
Do you remember, do you recall or understand that the murder in this case took place in April of 2018?
That's correct.
So this would be shortly before that?
2 months before that.
Here on the notes, is there anything here that is not normal?
Yeah, it's all everything is denies.
Okay, everything is denied, including the psychiatric symptoms of depression, difficulty sleeping, or compulsive behaviors. Is that
Correct.
As well as in the physical examination, everything is normal.
That's correct.
Correct. And that was the last record in this stack, correct?
That's correct.
If I understood on your testimony, and if you would agree with this statement, that testosterone alone does not cause psychosis.
That's correct.
Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay. You have prescribed testosterone.
I have.
Okay. I want to talk about, would you agree with my statement that there are no case studies or cases where testosterone with phentermine cause psychosis?
You mean the combination?
The combination.
I haven't seen any studies to that effect.
So you haven't seen any studies, and you'd agree with me that there are no studies where phentermine and testosterone cause psychosis, correct?
Well, they're typically never prescribed together.
That's not my question. Do you have any case studies?
I do not.
Okay. Now, phentermine by itself, in some, using your words, in some extreme situations, could cause psychosis.
That's correct.
Okay, let's visit that. Let's visit that subject. Isn't it true, doctor, that in the cases, and if you've done the research, where phentermine causes psychosis is when patients themselves overdose on the amount of phentermine that is prescribed?
Not necessarily. It can happen at normal dose, and it can happen at overdose, obviously.
What is the normal dose?
The max is 37.5 milligrams.
Is that the max or the minimum?
The max.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Burgos was being prescribed?
If I remember correctly, I think it was 37.5 milligrams.
So that's legal, correct?
That's legal.
Okay. And you say that you have not prescribed phentermine and testosterone together.
Yeah, because both are controlled substances, and that's usually in medical practice, that's not recommended.
But it's not to say that it's illegal, is it?
It's not illegal.
Okay. One of them is an appetite suppressant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's phentermine.
That's correct.
And the other one is, like you said, for increased strength, libido, muscular structure, things like that.
Yeah, but that's not a medical indication for using that.
I'm
That's
not
what
saying
it's
that. I'm
commonly
just-
used.
Yes, but you said that a lot of patients use it for those purposes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that in your studies, or if you got to study this, that psychosis when taking phentermine will manifest at onset of taking the medication? And when I say manifest, I'm saying within the first week, 2 weeks, month, right when you begin to take it is when it can happen.
Not necessarily. I've seen it happen later, and normally it's not recommended to be treated for more than 3 to 6 months. So you don't see much of that.
I understand, and that's not my question. I need you to answer specifically my questions. And you're free to ask. This is your opinion.
Sure.
I respect your opinion. All I'm wanting to ask you is that isn't it true that the symptoms of psychosis when taking phentermine begin typically at the onset of ingesting the medicine?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now we've established that you're not Mr. Burgos' physician, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never done any blood work on Mr. Burgos?
I have not.
Now, would it surprise you, doctor? And of course, I'm we're going back in time here, right? That if somebody suffering from psychosis, for example, and I don't know if Mr. Boggs called it something, a continuum, or the progression, or whatever it is. If you're suffering from psychosis, would it be your opinion that somebody at work, a supervisor, coworker, family member, friend, would detect something in your behavior?
Like I said earlier, normally these people graph goes like this. So, one day they could have it, one day they could not. It's not a continuous sustained effect. So it's possible it may not be detected, but because it's not a continuous phenomenon. They have a lot of mood swings, so to say.
So you're saying that the psychosis can manifest itself for about 15 minutes while you're committing a double homicide?
I'm not suggesting that. And I never mentioned that.
Because you weren't there that day, correct?
I wasn't.
Now, these medications, you say they're controlled substances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You're familiar with the safeguards, right? That the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, that they have in place in the distribution of these medicines?
Yes, they do.
Right? So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what safeguards are in place at the pharmacy if you want to go and double up on your meds?
Well, the doctor, when they're prescribing, they always go over the side effects, what things to watch, and then the pharmacy also gives them a handout. And if it's a controlled substance, then it gets automatically reported.
Correct.
The pharmacy board keeps a record of that.
But the point I'm trying to make to you is when I drive up to the pharmacy and I'm trying to get my controlled substance medicine, and if I'm 10 days early, are they going to give it to me?
No, they will not.
Why not?
Because it's too early, and
Correct.
it's monitored. It's very closely monitored.
Exactly, right? So that's how the safeguards in place, that when I go 5 days before I get my meds and they tell me, I'm sorry, Mr. Anise, it's too early, you got to wait.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And both of these substances in this case were controlled substances.
That's correct. 2 out of 3 were controlled.
So they would only be available through the pharmacy.
Oh, absolutely.
Correct. And if drug tested at work for amphetamines, he would have a medical reason at work to show his boss.
That's correct.
And I know that I know you started to make some reference to the notes over here on these and before I get into doctor's records and notes, I want to ask you, as part of this case, did you have the opportunity to review, study, analyze, or look at the interview of Ronald Anthony Burgos at the police station on April the 9th of 2018?
I have not.
You weren't able to observe his at all?
I have not seen that.
Have you ever testified on the direct results of testosterone and amphetamine interaction?
I have not.
And I know you were making a comment on the records by Dr. Perez. Isn't it true, doctor, that in your practice, that in November of 2007, that the Texas Medical Board found some discrepancies in your billing practices?
They were, but
I'm just asking
yeah,
you.
that's
the question.
correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And what's the next state's exhibit? May I approach?
May.
I'm going to show you what's the state's exhibit 583. You can look at that.
Proceed.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to tender it to defense. Move to offer state's exhibit 583.
Objection.
No objections, Your Honor.
Is admitted.
I may publish them. Now, this order regarding your license by the Texas Medical Board, is that correct?
That's correct.
There was 19 findings made by the medical board.
That's correct.
Now, although you kept your license, but you were required to fulfill certain requirements, correct?
That's correct.
And eventually you were able to fulfill the requirements.
That's correct.
And this, would it be fair to say that this action that was taken against you by the board, the Texas Medical Board, dealt with your record keeping?
Mostly it was billing.
Your billing, with your billing.
With my biller, yeah, she was making some mistakes.
But ultimately, you're responsible
That's
for
correct.
your employees, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of this, you were made to pay an administrative penalty of $1,000, do you recall?
I don't recall,
But you had to pay a penalty, yes?
I don't recall. There was in 2007, so I honestly don't remember what was.
Do you remember having to obtain 10 hours of continuing medical education?
That's correct.
You did, correct? Now, let me ask you this. If one of your patients on medications that you gave him, if that patient on his own abuses those medicines and takes higher dosages than what you prescribe, okay? Would it be fair to say that you poisoned that patient?
Absolutely not. I didn't recommend to ask him or recommend to take a high dose.
No further questions.
So, Dr. Gupta, if I could have State's Exhibit.
Mr. Alani,
Right.
the other one. Oh, state exhibit, that's defendants, right? I'm sorry, yeah.
So State's Exhibit 583, you're familiar with this, correct?
That's correct.
And that's where there was a finding of facts by the medical board and you paid an administrative fine, is that correct?
I don't remember the administrative fine, honestly.
But you did 10 hours of,
Continued education.
okay. And I believe that, and the district attorney didn't show the finding of facts, although we referred to them, these all dealt with billing issues, is that correct?
That's correct.
They were administrative issues.
They were administrative issues.
Was there anything that you were censored for by the medical board related to your practice or your medical expertise?
Not at all.
Okay. Has the state of Texas medical board ever found fact against you for your medical expertise or your medical practice?
Never.
Well, we don't like to be overbilled, so don't, you know. Let's not give ourselves too much credit.
Mhm.
Now, sir, you were asked on cross-examination about the prescriptions of testosterone and phentermine and arimidex. Let me ask you, how long do those stay in the body? Is it a permanent result that the damage, possible damage that they do?
No, it's fully reversible. Once the drug is discontinued, those side effects disappear.
Okay, and you were asked on cross-examination about possible effect of psychosis by phentermine. Now, and I believe you said very specifically that you're not saying in April of 2018 that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was suffering from psychosis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's just a possibility. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And you're the doctor, but as I understand, the way you explain psychosis is that this is a mind-altering drug, that the effect could be much less than, it just changes the way one thinks and processes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's irrational thought, I believe.
Irrational behavior, irrational thoughts.
And you were shown by the district attorney, Dr. Perez's reports of self-reporting in his 11 visits, and Mr. Burgos-Aviles' 11 visits over those 2 years. And he indicated that things were normal, correct?
That's correct.
Now that's based on self-reporting. Isn't that correct usually in a doctor's office?
It's self-reporting. Also, there's a part that says examination. So the doctor is supposed to examine too. So what patient complains, that's history. And then the physical part is what the doctor examines.
So I don't know how you do it at Riverwood, but a lot of times it's when you're waiting for the doctor and the nurse comes in and goes through this checklist. And
I'm going to object if you can ask a question, not talk about his personal experiences.
I'm going to overrule, just let's finish the question.
Do you know the answer to that? How that
What was
is?
the question?
How that? How are those check boxes and those reports usually entered?
So typically
Well,
when
I'm
they
going to object to also the relevancy speculation, how he does it. He wasn't there when Dr.
Overrule.
So can I answer? So typically when a patient walks in, the nurse takes the blood pressure and all that stuff. And they say, okay, what are you in? Okay, I'm here for my refill of XYZ medicine. So in the electronic medical record, which it is, there are set templates. So there's a template for refill of these medications. So the nurse will load it. And then the doctor comes in and he disagrees. If he disagrees, he will change some things. Otherwise, he will not change anything, and everything will be as it is.
So in that self-reporting, if you're having irrational thoughts, the data that's given is only as good as the person giving the information. Is that a fair thing to say?
Especially in psychological condition. Now, if it's a physical condition, if somebody is having a rash, then you can see that. But in psychological condition, either it's self-reporting or it needs a highly trained doctor or a psychologist to determine those. Those are not easy to detect.
So you were asked by the district attorney on cross-examination whether you knew of any studies that indicated the combination of phentermine and testosterone caused psychosis. Is that correct? As I recall, you indicated that there are multiple studies that phentermine by itself can cause psychosis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's already been answered, covered. That phentermine by itself covered.
It was asked on.
I think you asked that
He had
question.
also asked it indirect.
Overall.
Now, is there any reason to believe that combining these two controlled substances would somehow negate the studies that indicate that phentermine is a mind-altering drug?
It does not negate that.
Now, you were asked by the district attorney that these symptoms manifest, and I believe that's the exact word that he used, they show up right away. Does everyone who uses phentermine get psychosis, for instance?
No, they don't.
Okay, why is that?
Well, one, it's in my practice or whatever I know, it has never been used for this long a duration. And usually we use it for 3 to 6 months. So it's too early to catch those kind of things. Even if the patient gets by the time the drug stop, patient is back to normal. So we have never seen anybody being treated for 2 years.
Okay. And we're all humans and we're all different, correct, sir?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and so the effect that a drug has, does it depend on the individual?
Oh, yes. Everybody's chemistry is different. Everybody's going to react differently to the drug. So no two people will react in a similar fashion.
So the example that the district attorney gave you about studies that indicated that it manifests very quickly, that might just be those individuals. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Now, the district attorney asked you in cross-examination about, I believe he mentioned a possible drug test for amphetamines at your work. In your review of Mr. Burgos-Aviles' medical records, was there a report of a positive test for amphetamines?
There was.
So it appears that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was following the doctor's prescription. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, I think you indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' prescription was the maximum level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're not saying that's illegal. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not illegal.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He's going round in circles. This has been covered already.
All right, let's move on.
Okay. I pass the witness back.
In your practice, do you administer phentermine? In your practice, how many years have you been licensed?
One question.
30 years.
30 years. And
Or 27 years.
27 years, sir. In those 27 years, have you administered phentermine?
A lot of times.
And it's a dietary suppressant.
Suppressant.
Correct, right? Have any of your patients ever gotten psychosis?
I have not seen one.
No. And phentermine is one of the most utilized drugs in the United States since what, the 1960s?
1956 or something.
1956, one of the number one utilized prescribed drugs in the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is testosterone today, correct?
That's correct.
And have you had any of your patients on phentermine commit capital murder?
I have not, because I don't prescribe it for more than 3 months.
But you're not the doctor for Mr. Burgos, are you?
I'm not.
So you don't know all of the medical conditions of Mr. Burgos, do you?
Yeah. I was just responding to the fact that
I
you said,
understand,
have
but
I
that's
seen
not-
those side
That's
effects?
not my question.
One second, guys, don't talk over each other.
My question is.
If you're gonna object to a response, object to
Ob-
I'm sorry,
objection
Mr. Alaniz. Definitely don't talk over me. So if you're gonna object to a response from the witness, say object to a response from the witness, and then we move it from there.
I'm just gonna ask you, just wait.
Thank
till
you,
I ask-
sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. To wait till I ask the question, right? You're not Mr. Burgos's doctor, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not here to say he had psychosis on that day, correct?
I'm not saying that.
No further questions.
No further questions.
All right. Dr. Gupta, you are excused for your moment. Go back
Thank
to
you,
the
sir.
Thank you. Have a safe trip. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to call it a day, and this one's going to be my fault because I have a doctor's appointment at 5:30, so I'm going to have to get to that. So we'll see you here in the morning. Of course, you're still under the same instructions I've given you since the very beginning. Please follow, and if you need to refresh your memories, please go to that document. Thank you so much.
Please rise to the jury.
Okay, well, that concludes today. Maybe I can get a bit of a nap before I start doing the Michael Turney trial, because that one is in a different time zone. That one, I mean, it's in Arizona, but Arizona doesn't do daylight savings time. So they are an hour later. Let's see. Oh, they finished too. Only 4 hours and 4 minutes. Wow. Okay, I can have a nap. Well, yeah, the judge was a little irritated because you had the friction between the counsel and the doctor. So, well, thank you, ladies, for joining me. It's been delightful having you to chat with, and sounds like we're going to be getting more excuses. You know, oh, he did it, but it's not his fault. You know, stuff. No, I'm sorry. You do the crime. You chose to take the medications and stuff. You know, you're responsible for what you do when you're on those medications. So, zero sympathy. My sympathy is with Grizelda and Dominic. So, too bad. So sad for Ronald. He's just gonna have to live his life in prison, whether that life ends of old age or execution. He chose that. Grizelda and Dominic did not. So, he and I'm sorry that my computer was lagging and missed some of the Zahara phone call. He didn't seem to be treating her that well either. So, and you know, what is the defense going to do? Are they going to say, "Oh, he's a wonderful husband. He's a wonderful father"? Yeah, you cheated on your wife. You killed your lover. you killed your child. You just eliminated those three possible arguments. So it's not going to fly. Have they done enough to get him the death penalty? I don't know. Would he, even if he gets the death penalty, is he going to get executed? Who knows? We've got a guy on death row who's had his conviction overturned a time or two, and he's been on death row off and on for 30 years now. And I don't have any faith that he's ever going to get executed, but he deserves it. Yeah, he murdered a woman that he had previously attacked and murdered her so that she wouldn't testify at his trial the next day. And they have never found her in all these years, but they can tell by the scene that was left behind at her apartment that she must have died because of the amount of blood that was in the mattress. So, sad, but, these things happen. Susan Powell has never been found. It's not seeming like Dylan is ever going to be found. Texas may be, they're a little bit, they're a little bit more conservative, but you get the liberals who are trying to turn Texas into California too. So, they're kind of losing some of their edge too. And, we've got that going on here in Utah. So it's sad because people move away from places with an environment they don't like, and then they bring their mindset with them and try to change their new environment to be their old environment. And then where are they going to go after they ruin the new environment? So you think Texas will send to death row? I've lived there for a few years and they have no reservations. Yeah, but somebody was saying that they had the border patrol guy who killed four people and he didn't get it. But maybe the jury is going to be outraged by that, and they'll go, no, we're not doing that here. So, fingers crossed. Anyway, this is interesting, and I've never had a chance to follow a death penalty case closely before. So it's practice for Chad Daybell next April. And if anyone deserves it, Chad Daybell does. I mean, Lori deserves it, but they had to let her off because it was either that or risk her getting her conviction overturned on appeal for lack of a speedy trial, because the prosecution blew it in getting discovery to the defense in a timely fashion. So at least we got Lori locked up. And okay, well, hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow, and have a good afternoon for the and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.